Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. By the way, Ken, how would you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to
The computer noises are like the least in character thing that consistently happens on this channel, I think. So much so that it's almost become in character. Because of how consistently it happens. But it's like there's no intentionality behind it. Like it just happens, it just keeps happening, and I think like I want it. Everything else that happens, everything, like me starting late, you know, me talking for too long, the sort of the makeup of the stage being quite simple. It's all like embedded. It's all like on brand. It's all like in character. It's all like something I've made peace with. Like I'm like okay with. I'm fine with it. The fucking computer noises that happens every time I have to change something or reset it so that it'll work, because sometimes it doesn't work, is not like it just keeps happening. And it's not just like a once or twice, because if it happens once or twice, it's a mistake, and mistakes happen. You know, scuff is real, especially when you've never streamed before in your life and this is the first attempt you've ever done so, right? Like that all makes sense, right? But this is like a consistently happening thing that's been going on for at least 6 months. It's insane. Oh wow. Very you to have that mishappen, for you to go, you pretend you didn't see or hear that. I suppose that is something. It's just it happens too frequently for my liking. Like I think it happening once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks is acceptable. Beyond that, it's like, oh, I don't know, it's a little much. Missed you yesterday? That's not true. That is not good, which is an excellent way to dive into today, I suppose. But generally when a VTuber is away, you should be doing other things in your life or watching another VTuber. I don't know. I don't know people, but oh, anyways, today is House Flipper, which means it's just a yapping stream in disguise. I'm sure this is how the game is played. I'm sure everyone understands by now that whenever I say it's it's a house slipper stream. Sorry, I lost all the words I was supposed
I
to be
start my
saying.
online courses for my perfumery certificate on the 28th. What am I gonna do until then? Maybe I'll start my crochet kit.
Plenty of things to do until then, I'm sure. Also, now you show up, Parrot. I've had you here for the whole beginning of the stream. Why is it that now you whatever? Anyways, house living means it's just yapping for me. And today's stream is it's going to be the last scheduled
Kakaya.
planned. Yeah, that sounds like bird noises actually. That makes sense. The last
It'll be
scheduled
lonely not starting
planned
my
stream.
mornings with a chairman stream though.
It's not. It's lonely regardless. You're watching an
I
anime
only start
character.
classes like next month. Barely alive need till then.
I'm an anime character. I'm not real.
Yay,
You're
House Flipper
lonely-
stream is my fave
You're
streams.
lonely. You're alone either way. It's the same. I'm not real. This is not real. They're your favorites probably because it's just me talking and being confused and then decorating or trying to decorate a home and then failing miserably in between. I think it's a good pacing. It's a good rhythm I've got with it. It's a good game. It's
What are your thoughts on the
it made me
concept of
realize I
holidays
want,
such as Valentine's Day?
Oh, okay. We're getting into the questions. That's good. That's good. I was gonna say it makes me realize I want to get into power washing. All right, Parrot, that's done.
Reading
Get outta
streams
here.
are my fave. First he denies we are real. Now
Bye.
he denies himself to be
leave.
real.
Get out.
His dementia is getting worse.
It's not dementia. It's the reality of it. Parrot's gone. Excellent questions already. I remember a character replies some messages and follows me on Twitter, so it's different. That's true, which is why we need to change that soon by acquiring more people. That's what we need to do. We need to be overwhelmed with an audience. It's the only way. It's the only way. But yes, today's stream is the last scheduled stream before I go on a break for roughly a month, if not a little more than a month. Upon which I will return probably mid-February. I don't know when exactly, but mid-February, right? Sorry. That's the game. That's the video game. That's the House Flipper video game. Which I didn't even realize because I didn't watch that part until recently, but it was like it was like this and Dark Souls and Tetris are the games that in the Who's Gonna Replace Germa show, little like stream he did, was one of the games to play. If I were a contestant, I'd probably play House Flipper, I think. I don't know, actually. Yeah, you know, because it's between that. It's between House Flipper, Dark Souls, and Tetris. I would probably play House Flipper. That's probably what I would do. Oh, you can hear the music now, so let me just, where is it? Okay. But anyways, yeah, before I switch over the screen, this is usually the preamble screen is where I make, announcements about the channel if I need to. So I'm going to say it again. Just, you know, I've said it a lot, but I'll say it again. This is the last scheduled stream before I go on break and upon my return, probably mid-February, sometime around that. I can keep everyone updated, of course, but you know, it's par for the course. Now, that does not mean it'll be the last stream or last thing, because, you know, I might have time to pop in here and there for a stream or two, but it won't be scheduled for sure. It will just be very sudden, and perhaps it will be probably at a different time. It'll probably be at a different, strange time that people are not used to. So it's not like right now, not this hour of the day. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Regardless, that will be until like mid-February. So until then, you should not expect there to be anything at the channel. Yep. And because of that, and because also a while back before, you know, I knew this was happening, I did promise to do a lot of things for February, because there was a huge interest in February. Actually, hold on, let me just... Okay, okay. There was a sort of an interest in February, which is unfortunately a result of my own doing, but I think I know what I'm doing, right? Which you know might get cut short. In order to, and one of the ways I want to make up for the fact that it's probably going to be cut short in like a half, that I'm willing to tell you about now. Some things I'm not willing to tell you now. I'll tell you later. But the one thing I'm willing to tell you now is, you in this stream. This is the only stream. It's the title of the stream. I was gonna say video. It's the title of the stream. This is the only stream where you can ask me Valentine's related questions. Now, I did say before, right? I did mention I don't ban anyone asking any question. You can ask me any question. So, Karis Ufanor, this seems to be contradictory to what you've said previously. Yes, that's true. I don't ban anyone from asking any questions. Generally, if you want to ask a question genuinely and earnestly, you know, in good spirit, you're not just trying to, you know, say something offensive or whatever. You're trying to act. You're actually, you want to know something and you want to know what my opinion of that thing is, right? Then, you know, that's a question I will answer. It's not a question I would ignore. However, since my debut, there have been, shall we say, there has been an unforeseen interest in what people, in the opinions people want me to express pertaining to certain topics, and all of them, and also a behavior that I can only describe is kind of, you know, it makes sense considering the fact that our team, when designing me, keeps, whenever we talk about Karis Ufanor, our team's always like, I'm on a quest to yassify Karis Ufanor as much as possible, and I don't know what that means. I just kind of have to go, okay, I guess. Which is like, you know, the perspective of the creator, right? That's the perspective of the creator. Now, I don't know what that means, but what I do know is that it has garnered attention I did not expect. Because at the end of the day, you have to understand, yes, this is my form, this is how I'm presented, but I didn't have that much input in this. All right, I had some input, but not that much input. I didn't want to, because it's like, why the hell would I input anything? I don't know shit. I'm not gonna input anything. Regardless, there's been interests in questions of love and of intimacy and of romance and of generally the things that are associated with Valentine's Day. And so I thought, okay, it's not that I want to ban these questions. I don't want to ban any questions. It's just, if you are to ask these questions, if you are to express interest in these topics, or, you know, want to engage in it, that's fine. But earlier, a few months ago, I said, I implore everyone to just store that put that energy away. Put it away so we can have this discussion during February, where it's more timely, where it makes sense, where it's all like, it's something like it won't feel like I'm constantly bombarded with, hey Karis, when are you doing an ASMR stream? I don't know what ASMR is. I don't know. But and I still don't know. Goodness, this is complicated stuff. And believe me, I've read PDFs and documents and papers about this, and I'm still trying to understand it. All this to say, because I'll be gone for some part of February, and because there has been a great interest in things I would be doing. I promised I'd be doing February, but you know, I have to cut it short. The result is one of the results is this stream. I'm going to do a stream, you know, it's January right now. doing a house flipper stream, which means I'm just talking. That's like the gist of a house flipper stream is it's basically a power wash simulator stream. Speaking of power wash simulator, I do want to get power wash simulator. I realize the parts I enjoy the most from house flipper are the power washing parts, are the parts where I'm just cleaning up. Actually, those are my favorite parts. So maybe I'm probably gonna save up money and try to get power wash simulator whenever it's on sale next. But anyways, so that's why this is the stream. This is the first stream where I'm going to allow, or rather not just allow, but also encourage questions of a particular theme, of a particular domain to be asked, and I'm not going to avoid them. I'm not going to pretend like they don't exist. I'm not going to go I'm ignoring this. Like I'm not gonna ignore it. I'm not going to ignore it. Very early sports. You don't remember shit. Shut up. You don't remember anything. You don't remember anything at all. Sorry. Anyways, there's a yes, there's been questions. I'm going to answer them this stream, and I will do more, and I will answer more in February. But you know, because that's a time away, I'm also going to do them now. What about Crime Scene Cleaner? It's also a good cleaning game. I might do that as well. Yeah. I've seen people play Crime Scene. I don't know how, because like I'm not familiar with Crime Scene Cleaner enough to know if the crime scenes themselves are a bit too like heavy for my taste. So I'll have to see, but I think they should be okay. Wait, what is this? There's new things in House Flipper. All right, we're going to House Flipper now. We're going to House Flipper now. Okay, what the hell is going on? It's just DLC, isn't it? Okay. Have you done the unpacking game? No, actually. So maybe that too. It could be fun. My interest in these games may or may not be impacted by the fact that Oral Crony plays them. I don't know though. How the hell did I get into my house? Okay, hold on. I don't know how to get into my house. I don't know if I want to just break that. I'm going to not. I need to buy a door. Hold on. How do I buy a door? How do I buy it? There's the doors. Which one do I get? Oh, they're all quite nice. Oh, but I just wanted a quick one. Maybe I'll get this one. Front door. Light wood. Oh shit. Okay. We have a door now. We have a door. Fantastic. I wanted to get in the job real quick. Sleep. Oh, it's fine. House in need of renovation. Garage. House to refresh. What a big house to renovate. My husband has to... Oh, I bought a big house to renovate, but my husband has left me and I no longer have my children living with me. I have no idea what to do when it comes to renovations, let alone cleaning such a big house. It is possible that I'll sell the house, but to sell at a profit, it needs to be at least in a usable state. Please clean the entire house, paint the walls with a nice bright color, preferably bright orange in the corridor, then replace the toilet. Also, it is necessary to mount a radiator in each room. Thank you so much, you're a lifesaver. And Denise. No problem, man. You've got it. You've got it. And I have everyone just have a stupid one. That's fine. Any questions? Like I'm just lumping them in the same category. Okay. Someone already asked a question earlier. It's just I didn't deal with it yet. I think now that we're in the game, I could deal with it, right? Where's the question? Let me see. Let me find it again. Okay. Where the hell is it? What are your thoughts on the concept of holidays such as Valentine's Day? So, okay. That's the first question. Oh goodness. That's the first question. What are your thoughts generally on Valentine's? I used to be really there's no better way to put this. I used to be bitter. I used to be quite bitter when it comes to the whole concept of Valentine's. I mean, I think there is sufficient enough room for one to understand why that might be the case. But I used to dislike it. I used to think that, you know, this is miserable and I'm even more miserable than usual. And I'm already pretty miserable. Can you imagine being more miserable than usual as Karasufuno? I can, or rather, I don't have to. So I used to really dislike it, I think. This is on a personal level again, right? I used to think it was not, like, it ain't shit. I used to think, whatever, it's just an excuse. And I was very cynical with it. You could be cynical about it as well, right? You can think, oh, it's one of those things where maybe you could think of it like Christmas, where, oh, it's the type of holiday or celebration or thing that is designed to just, you know, be marketable or something. You know, you can think that. It needs to be clean. All right, yeah. You can think like, oh, this is just this. They just invented Valentine's Day to sell chocolate, and there's no significance, and I don't care. You can be salty, you can be bitter, you can be cynical about it. You're allowed to, and I was for a very long time. I think I was, but I think over time I've come to accept that other people can be happy. That's a weird thing to say. I've come to accept that there is, like, I shouldn't, because of my, like, you know, dissatisfaction, then try to you know, I shouldn't ruin other people's enjoyment of something just because I can enjoy it. Like, it'd be kind of like if I didn't, like, it's maybe if I didn't enjoy, because I don't enjoy horror movies, right? It would be like barging into a horror theater and going like, this is awful, this makes me want to curl up in a fetal position and be scared, you know, and this is not enjoyable media, this sucks. There is no, oh, there is the stain. Okay, there's nothing redeeming, there's no redeemable qualities to this. I don't like it and no one should like it. No, I don't think that's true. I think so over time my thoughts have matured. Like, now that I'm 60 years old, I would hope that it's mature enough, right, to think that, yeah, I'm like, this is not my favorite thing, but I should not ruin it for other people. Rather, like, some people enjoy it and they enjoy it for understandable reasons, right? And more importantly, just because I don't enjoy it shouldn't mean I should go out of my way to, like, ruin it. I shouldn't be so cynical. Like, if I pass by people, okay, that's a weird thing. I don't know if, sorry, I want to drink some water. I don't know if this is a normal thing people think about. It should be, right? I don't know. I don't, what's the thing? So when I walk around outside the halls of the library on occasion, when I finally get to escape, right, I don't I have to remind myself to not scowl so much. Truthfully, I'm not really in a foul mood per se. Truthfully, I'm actually, like, fine. Like, I'm not angry. I'm not extremely bitter. Most of the time, I'm just thinking about something. And when I'm thinking about something, I tend to just sort of be in my own headspace and forget that. Hold on, let me check the other rooms. If I have to paint with the same color. I think I paint with a different color, right? None of them are peach. Yeah, none of these are peach. Okay, okay. So I'll buy like a small bucket, maybe. A medium bucket? I don't know. I'll just buy a medium bucket. I have money. It's less hassle. Like I won't have to worry that I won't have enough. Anyways, it's, yeah, over time I've come to realize just because I don't enjoy it doesn't mean I should ruin it for other people. And also, in addition, there is good reason to enjoy it. I would imagine, like, I used to not be able to understand it because I wasn't very good at standing in other people's shoes, per se. Or, like, you know, seeing things from other perspectives. But now with the years I have matured as the philosopher VTuber, I'm sort of able to do that. And even if it is not something I personally partake in, it is still, like, I can imagine why it's significant. I can imagine why it's fun. I can imagine why people, you know, go around celebrating it or whatever. It's just not for me. And then later on, I've been able to romanticize the idea that that's the case, but we're not getting into that today. We're getting into that later. That is not something I... Actually, yeah, that if you know, okay, I'm not gonna hide away. I'm not gonna shy away from anything. If you ask me the question. If you don't ask me the question, I'm going to like I'm gonna avoid some things unless you specifically ask me. Do you have resting bitch face? No, so it's like less, because resting bitch face is like like your face is like you're mean and like you're intimidating and people don't want to be near you, right? My resting face is more just like it's like I don't know, how do I say this? It's like I'm deep in thought. like people aren't like, when I forget to smile, it's not that people are scared of me. It's that people don't want to bother me because they're like, oh, he's probably like going through some shit. I'm gonna not, you know, I don't want. It's like I look upset. Like I look frustrated and upset, but that's normal because I'm thinking about something and I'm trying to figure it out. So in that figuring out time process, I'm like, I guess I'm scowling, but by like not at anyone. I'm not like, no one's looking at me and going like danger, you know. It's more just people are like, this guy's in a precarious, this guy seems to be going through some shit. I'm gonna leave him alone, you know, like it's more that. So no, I don't have resting bitch face, but it's like, it's not far from it. It's not far from it. IMO, it's commercialized as hell. I like the concept that people should show affection outside of one given day. Absolutely. I think there's nothing wrong with a given day specifically to just as an excuse for people to show affection to their partners and loved ones or whatever. But like in the same way that's like birthdays or Christmas or whatever that I enjoy as well. But also it is super commercialized, but that's just every holiday. Every holiday is everything is commercialized. VTubing is commercialized, streaming is like commercialized. Everything is commercialized. Nothing is not. There is nothing that isn't commercialized. And that's, I don't want to say that's okay, but I want to say that's par for the course. That's what I want to say. Yeah, par for the course. Par for the course is right. Did you say it's stories of women you were saving for February? Tell us now. I'm not telling the stories now. I'll answer some questions, but I'll tell the stories next month. Because they're not that many stories anyways. If I could tell them now in 20 minutes and then that's it. That's like everything. That's every significant thing in this 60 years of my existence, right? I'm not gonna, you know, I'll save it. Faster painting or multiple walls? Faster painting. Oh, what's this? Mounting, plastering. I don't know. Maybe plastering? This last. Okay. Very orange wall. I don't know why I rolled up more paint. It's already painted. Okay. Let's deal with the other. So overall my thoughts on Valentine Day as like a concept in general. Basically, they have softened over time, and I've come to understand it a lot more. And I've come to terms with my dissatisfactions with it in some cases, but it's also kind of like, of course you're bitchless. I hated Valentine's. I mean, can you like this should be like very relatable, okay? This should be relatable to especially to my male audience, which I'm told comprises 75% of like my audience is like male. So every guy goes through this. I don't know if every girl goes through this. I think most girls go through this, but I also know some girls who like just have never had to deal with like being alone for Valentine's, which is a weird thing to me, but I know people like that. But of all the people I know that are men, like everyone understands this, right? It's not just being alone, but it's also being bitter and alone is the thing. I think this is how, if Class of '09 is how I get my female audience, then me talking about the like generic lonely men experiences should be how I get my male audience. Okay, that should be how I do it. That's anyways. This is like a normal thing. This is not an abnormal thing. This is a very normal thing that every human experiences. Okay, like this, nothing I'm saying is out of this world or unrelatable. I'm a very relatable streamer and individual. Okay. I just felt the need to assert that just now, which I realized actually too late that maybe that does the opposite effect. Okay, doesn't matter. Any suggestions for what to do on Valentine's Day in an LDR? Obviously you can spend time with them, because given our technology in the 21st century, it's the 21st, right? It is the 21st century. Given our technology, we have a myriad of communications. And I know that's a mediocre answer, but truly, just giving them like a FaceTime call or whatever the hell should be more than enough. Because it's like, what else can you do? I would say just find a way to spend because it's not like you don't spend time with your partner in a long-term relationship anyways. You just do what you usually do, and then do something else that's also like, and then do something else that is fun or like unique or something. Oh, I need to clean this too. Okay. Basically, you don't have to be too pressured to like do something that you wouldn't otherwise usually do. You should have like common practice, or not common practice. You should have things you're doing already. Just do those, I would say. Obviously, like maybe prepare to say, oh, hey, it's like Valentine's. It's nice. Let's do something in addition to this regular thing that we do. In which case, that's completely dependent on what you and your partner enjoy. I think it has to come from, it can't just be like, oh, every other couple in existence is doing it, so we should do it. It should be like I know you as a person, and I know what you enjoy, and you know what I enjoy, so let's do this thing that we mutually enjoy together. Right? Is what it should be. I don't know. Man, imagine you just look like The Thinker by August Rodin. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I think it's August Rodin. I visited the Thinker statue last year, and okay, I'm not gonna tell you what the pose was, because I feel like that would actually dox me, maybe, because I'm just that creative of an individual. But I visited the Thinker statue, and I managed to take a picture I was very happy with, pertaining to the Thinker statue. I won't tell you what it looks like, because if I did, I actually do think it narrows it down, because, you know, I don't think, because everyone's photos of the thinker statue are the same fucking photos, so it might actually narrow it down. But you know, I will say I visited the statue a while ago. It's a cool statue. I don't have much more to say other than it's a cool statue that I visited, but that's it. Nice. Now the real question: have you tried getting into a relationship? Why do you have to hit me with the tough questions right off the bat? You can't you just give me the simpler ones, like, oh, what do you think is a romantic thing to do, Karis? Why do you gotta hit me with like the personal attacks right off the bat? Okay, so the short answer is yes. The short answer is yes. That's the short answer. And I'm not giving you the long answer because I'm gonna need sufficient enough time to disguise it so that it's not like, so that no personal information about anyone is involved. I'm going to need a very long amount of time to do that, so I'm going to do that. But the short answer is yes. But also my definition of it is quite broad. You might be dissatisfied with the way I would like perceive this question, because to me it's like very few people have not tried. I think the definition for try is very broad, and I think it would be very weird and unbelievable if I were to lie and say no, I've never tried. Everyone has tried. People who don't try now only don't try now because they did try and it didn't work out. That's like the whole, because like there's no, it's almost, I cannot imagine anyone who says no to this question is what I'm trying to say. I don't think anyone would ever say no. That's a very strange, that would be a very strange answer. What came first, the commercial or the holiday? That's less of a philosophical question and more a historical question, I think. And I believe the answer is probably a weird eclectic mix of like both, in the sense that like some aspects of the holiday probably came about and then some aspects of the and then it started being commercialized and then etc, right? I imagine it's a little bit of both, as usual. Paint with Moody Cobalt. That's me. I'm Moody Cobalt. All right. You mentioned you have 100% success rate with interviews. What is your batting average when it comes to asking someone out? That's, and I would not have, I don't know if I would have read that question out if you didn't successfully bait me with the first half of it. I was gonna say, yes, that's true. I do have 100% success rate in my interviews. That's like, yes, I'm so glad you brought that up. I am very talented and successful and intelligent and clever and smart and wise. And then you really had to come, really had to come up with the second half completely almost out of nowhere. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. I want to say they're all, okay. People define success very differently. And this is something I want to discuss in more detail. But not now, not because I don't want to, because I'm not prepared for. I think it's something that is an interesting topic to think about in detail, right? And not just spitballing willy-nilly. So I want to say, my success rate, because when you say batting average, I don't know what that means exactly. Could you provide me with the term for, like, could you provide me with the definition of what that means? Because if it's not just success, right, however one defines it, then I'm not sure. But if it is success, then I can tell you I'm also 100% success rate on that. If it is just, if you are talking about success, but I might define success very differently because I value things that might be different from other people. I probably do value things that are very different from other people. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Has anyone asked this game? See, okay, I knew someone asked this, and my response, here's my response, right? Don't, like, this should, I think there's a wider epidemic that's been going on, not recently, just maybe somewhat recently. We're too okay with knowing other people's extremely personal parts of their lives. We're too okay with that. It's been too normalized. I think maybe this is just my 60-year-old old man talking. I think if you were to share among your friends, right, and talk about these things in private, makes sense to me. You know, I'm all for the liberation of, you know, people's sharing each other's like interests and what they do in their own private time. You know, that's totally fine, of course. And you're free to experiment, you're free to do those things, you're free to think those things, absolutely. But, you know, does it have to be broadcasted to the internet for everyone all the time? I do think there's a culture of that happening. What it's being driven and motivated by, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just like real life validation just doesn't hit the same, maybe. I don't know. Like, if that's the case, we have a different problem to deal with. But, like, you shouldn't go around telling people what that is unless there's specifically a reason you would do it. Yeah. Do it. Like, I just think we're a little too comfortable talking about, you know, people's adventures in the bedroom. Like, we're a little too, we as a collective internet community, and I say like internet in the same way like that, what's her name, Gabby, I forgot her name, like the YouTuber in one of their YouTube rewinds goes, I'm so proud of this community. Like, that's me going, that's like, I'm addressing the community in the same way she's addressing, I'm so proud of this community. Okay, it's the same way I'm going, like, this is too much. I think there needs to be some level of privacy and intimacy that is kept private and intimate and not just broadcasted and showed everywhere. Because I think part of it is because the value of, or not value, but like the aspect of it being a private affair is completely diminished. And what are you left with then? I mean, I just think it's a little not upsetting, but it's just like, I think we're overcorrecting on the sort of, because I understand the argument that's like, well, this is, you know, in response to the conservative culture that's kind of been part of our like human existence for a very long time in human history, at least in Western human history, right? And in, you know, in some cases from what I can gather, Eastern cultures as well. But, you know, I'm only speaking because I'm an English speaker. I'm only going to speak from the Western like experience. We're a bit too comfortable sharing what we're into. Okay. A little too comfortable. I think people should be a little less comfortable sharing it. And like, unless there's specific reason to, which I just doubt there would be much of, you shouldn't be talking about this type of thing. It diminishes, partially because it diminishes the value of what it means to have an intimate private affair at all. You know, you wouldn't live stream all your moments with your partner if you were to have one, which I'm sure is unrelatable to most of you in the audience because you're watching a VTuber. Haha. You're single. But don't worry, me too. And more importantly, you wouldn't, like, if that were to happen, you wouldn't live stream every moment of that, right? There's some part of it that should be private and intimate. That's the whole idea. It's the same, I feel similarly with those YouTube channels where they have like the kids be like, they have the family channels where they have children be a part of it and they're the content, and it's just weird. Like, I don't like it. I think it's fucked up. But yeah. What's your best pickup line? I think if you are going for a pickup line, you have already failed at the starting point. My opinion on pickup lines is if you are just like, unless the pickup line itself doubles as a joke, and not just a joke, a funny one, which I think is harder to do than just telling a joke. Like, I would say if you just want to cold approach someone, just tell a joke or like say something that is not completely like rehearsed and scripted, and something you can find on like a shitty self-help book that you find on Amazon that turns out to just be like an AI generated copy of what would otherwise be genuine, like actual human writing, but it's not anymore because, you know, our marketplace and our attention has devolved. Like, if you start with a pickup line, you're doomed to, maybe not doomed to fail. I could imagine it working. But if you start with a pickup line on me and it's not funny, like it does not also double as a joke. If it doubles as a joke, then all of the value in it is comedic. It's just how funny the joke is. It has nothing to do with how, I don't know, how I view the particular pickup line, so to speak. How do I fix this? What am I fixing? Ooh. Okay, I'm replacing the light bulbs. Gotcha. If you're just starting with a pickup line, you've already failed. You've already, like, I'm most likely already like, all right, I'm moving. I don't care. Unless you can present it in a way that, like, basically the reason why I think pickup lines are doomed to fail is because the concept of a pickup line, like a line as in like a script you rehearse, and, you know, in addition to that, that line being somewhat impersonal because it's just something you find online in a template. It's like, wow, did you fall out of the heaven because, no shit, sorry, did it, like, you go, I fucked it up. you go up to someone and go, hey, did it hurt? And they go, what? And you go, like, with a fall from heaven? I don't know. If it were me, I'd be like, that's very unimpressive. Wow, you looked up, you typed pickup line onto Google, and you chose the first 20 results that you interchange when talking to different people, hoping people wouldn't notice at the party, but they will notice, and like just come up to me with this very shallow attempt at forming a deeper, closer connection, which shows to me that you're incapable of that basic thing of forming a deeper, closer connection, because you don't give a shit about who I am at all, beyond just maybe a very surface level, shallow like attribute, like, oh, you look good today, you look good in this shirt or this dress. Like, that's so, I don't know, it's so impersonal that I can't help but be unimpressed very quickly. Which is to say that if you're asking me what my best pickup line is, my response can only be a 10-minute rant about how pickup lines are fake and they don't work. And how they're destroying the human experience as we know it. 75% male, when did we lose the war? I actually have no idea. I think it was 50-50 for a long while. Roughly 50-50. And then all of a sudden, there a bunch of guys showed up for my viewership, which is, you know, it's there, it exists. Oh goodness, you vomited all over it. It's fine, we'll clean it up. It's okay, we'll clean it up. If you're feeling lonely on Valentine's Day, why not spend it with friends who don't have dates? There's other forms of love other than romance. That's completely true, and I would say that while I agree with the answer, I agree with this response. I agree with it, but it also does sound a bit like, you know, why don't you just hang out with your family for Valentine's? And when you tell that to like a 15-year-old who just is extremely like, you know, their hormones out, if you're telling that to a 15-year-old whose hormones are out of control, like, that's not gonna help. It is very unhelpful to say, hey, why don't you just hang out with your family? Or like your friends, you know. And the teenager's gonna be like, no, I want, you know, I want my private parts to be stimulated, and that's weird to do platonically. And then, you know, there's not much you can there's not much to say beyond that. Tara, you're a dude. Yeah, Tara's definitely a dude. I'm sorry to call you out. I think there's a way. I think there's generally a way to tell between when someone is typing. Like, I think there are culturally feminine and masculine ways to express oneself through like words and text, which has evolved into like our internet culture, where some things have converged, but some things remain, but some things might even be more divided. All this to say, I can usually tell what gender someone is by the way they type. Like, not the way they type, but like what they say when they type a message online. God, there's a lot of questions. You guys need to stop talking. Or rather, I need to stop talking so the amount of talking is more balanced. He needs a lawyer to answer some of these questions. My legal team is not available right now, but I'll assure you when they are, when my legal team is available, they will be. Chairman, you don't switch. Again, refer to... I think you need to refer to the earlier rant, right? Like this question was asked earlier before I made that rant, but I do like I do believe there are some things you can like that should be more open, that people should be more open about and talk about, you know, such as perhaps mental health and the way we feel about things. And there are some things that I don't think need to be talked about as much, and this is one of them. I just don't think there's any value in sharing it. I think it's a level of intimacy that should not be normalized to random internet strangers. That's what I think. What's your love language for receiving and giving? Pretty simple. It's just being, I think if someone's honest to me, that's like, and just tells me things. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's a weird thing because maybe I don't mean love love in the romantic sense. Maybe it's just like a platonic sense of love, right? But usually when it's usually when someone is willing to tell me something. Dispose. Oh shit, we're just throwing that whole thing away. Okay. Did we dispose this too? No. Gotta mount the toilet, okay. Usually if it's something, it's just trust. That's really, my love language is you telling me something you otherwise maybe wouldn't be willing to tell other people. Not you. If you're on the internet, you shouldn't do that at all. I'm saying like this is like the real life scenario where it's an actual social friendship that I have with someone else, platonically. If you're willing to tell me things, that's, I think, I would say what counts closest to love language. Actually, no, I've thought of a better one. My love language, my receiving love language is if you are willing to invite me to hang out to do something and you do all the planning. I don't want to do any of the planning because I'm lazy as hell. I obviously do sometimes, but ideally, right? Like if you just ask me to hang out and you tell me, hey, we're doing this, we're gonna book a karaoke room and then we're gonna have dinner and then we're gonna do this and then we're gonna do this because this is fun, like I'm gonna go, awesome, that sounds good, and that's perfect. Like I would love that because I don't want to have to like plan. I hate planning. I hate having to figure out, you know, what goes on in logistics because I'm just bad at it. Like I can do it if I need to, but I just don't like it. So if you can do that for me, I'd be very grateful. I will not complain either. I'm not gonna, if you make the plans, I'm not gonna be like, I don't like this part of the plan, fuck this part of the plan. I'm very easygoing. I'll do anything. Just tell me what you want to do and we'll enjoy it. I'm 100% sure. Just tell me what you want to do and then we will enjoy it collectively. I will not complain. I will not fuss. I will try to make it a good time for everyone. You know, I'll be accommodating. I won't complain. It'll be great. Paris Ace and Arrow people exist? That's true. Sorry for the erasure. Shout out to all the Arrow Ace people, Arrow or Ace or Arrow Ace people in my chat. If you are there, please say it. Please mention the fact that you are. Can you say it into this microphone here so that on the marketing for this channel, I can say that it's inclusive, and that way, I was gonna say Susan, but she actually passed away, so rest in peace. Never mind. But like the new CEO of YouTube, I forgot their name. Like, can promote me on like as one of the inclusive content creators. Okay, like please, if anyone's here's Arrow Ace, say it into the microphone. Say it into the microphone. Thank you. Know an Ace person who got out of a bad relationship? Condolences. Gemini's there is, but no bitches. In other words, sad but true. Okay, that's not. I mean, okay, we're not getting into that. We're not getting into that. I think most people are starting to think of their sexual identity and aspects of their sex life as less of a private matter and more of a human and normal thing to experience. I think that's true. I think it is human and normal, but I think something can be human and normal, but also not have every detail of it shared. So what I mean is, I think it's fine, or I think it might, not just that it's fine. I think it's actually, like, I think it's good. I can't. What the hell? Okay, hold on. How do I put this? I can't. No, I have to. It's fucked. Hold on, I gotta move this. I have to. How do I move something? I can't. How do I? Shit. How do I put this here? God. There's not enough room. I didn't know there wasn't enough room. Shit. Okay. Do I have to sell this? Oh my god, that feels... I feel so stupid. I feel so stupid. I'm gonna put it here. Sorry. But like, okay, so I think it's normal. Sorry, let me return to my train of thought that I completely lost. I'm sorry for people, like, because I'm so slow. Not you, sorry. I think it's good that we have normalized, in internet discourse at least, that people have different sexual identities and aspects, and like they have, like, it's not just what we perceived as, oh, this is the normal way to do this. No, there are different ways to do things, and it's okay to have different ways to do things. I think that being normalized is good. I think that sharing what you do specifically while it's connected to your identity online, which can be easily traceable, right? Like, which is easily traceable, is not good. I think it's good that we've normalized that people can have different, like, and non-conformative, like, non-traditionally conservative conformative sex lives is a good thing, but every aspect and detail of it being shared, I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, I think there's a way to say it's okay if you enjoy certain, like, I don't know, like, you have certain sexual interests, like, and that can be normal. That's cool. But if, like, but not everyone has to tell everyone else what each person's interest, you know, there's a difference between me going into a lecture hall going like, okay, you know, sometimes you'll have thoughts that are not heteronormative. That's fine. That's the way we are as people and humans. Like, don't let heteronormative culture tell you otherwise. But it's another to go, all right, students, let's all go around the classroom describing everyone's, like, favorite kink. Like, that's a huge difference, okay? And I'm just not sure if I'm a fan of the latter. That's all I'm saying. That's what I mean. Have an oversharing problem is not as bad, but it's still bad. Exactly, just like, okay, one way to help maybe the problem of oversharing might be to conceive of it as, like, just a secret you share between people, maybe. Like, think of it that way. Like, maybe not everyone needs to know your favorite. Not everyone needs to know your favorite brand of ice cream, but maybe your best friend knows it, and so it's good that your best friend knows it. That's it. And if you're tempted to, you know, go out and tell everyone on Twitter what your favorite brand of ice cream is, then you are kind of, I don't want to say ruining it, but you are now changing what was previously this special relationship you had with your best friend, among other things, because they know what you're interested in. Like, sorry, not what you're interested in, but what your favorite, like, brand of ice cream is. It can be very simple things like that, but you know what I mean. What topics do you normally use to initiate a conversation with a crush or someone you don't know? The same as all the other people. Which is, you know, I don't know if that's indicative of me as a person and you can start to psychoanalyze me. But I just talk to them like they're another person. It took a while to be able to figure out how to do it, but that's what you're supposed to do, in my opinion. Yeah, like the way you treat someone who might be a potential like love interest to you, who you may have a crush on, is it's difficult not to put them on top of like a pedestal, but one of the ways I found to be most helpful is simply to just think, is to just understand that they are just a regular ass person, and if they don't like you in the way you talk to other people, why would they like you in this different way that they talk? Sorry, let me rephrase this. They're regular ass people. I think once you're in an established relationship, you can treat them differently and say different things or like talk about different things. But before that, maybe you want to, you know, tease and hint that you would be interested in doing that. But otherwise, just speak to them like a normal human being. Yeah. Honestly, Garrett has helped me with my oversharing problems. You think, what would Garrett say? Good. Good. Would you disappoint the chairman if you went ahead and shared this extremely private information online to people who probably don't care about you? Or they care about you as much as I care about you, which is to say that they can't really care about you because they don't fucking know who you are, and nothing will change that. It's good. That's good. Why are there 2 tiles I have to do? What? Ceramic wall tiles dark green and ceramic tiles gray. Which ones do I go? Which ones go where? I'm gonna put the green ones around, I think. Yeah, sure. Or maybe that's the shower one. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know. If you were to have a dating profile, what would be on your bio? I joke about how much it pisses me off, like dating websites and apps and profiles, that like the last thing you would ever see is a dating profile from me. If like that is the last thing you'll see. I hate it. It pisses me off so much that you would never see it. Can I just keep? No, it looks weird. Ah, shit. I don't know. Okay. But if I were to have a dating profile, I don't know. I would. That's a good question. I think I could come up with a funny answer later. But now, I don't know. For now, I don't know what my answer would be. Beyond just like ranting about dating apps. Which I might be doing a bit more often than I should be doing. I.e. there are probably other things to talk about. I would say I would put something probably. Yeah, no, actually I don't know, because part of it is like if I'm doing a dating profile, like it can't be ironically, you know, it can't be just, oh, I would do it ironically and I would make fun of the idea that I'm on the dating app or like a website or whatever the fuck. But that can't be, that's inconsistent with the the notion of like a dating profile, right? Because the idea is if you're making it, it's because you want to find love on this platform. And I think it's complete bullshit that you can find love on a platform like that. Or at least maybe it's not bullshit, but it's designed against the idea. Like, it's designed against you. You are put in a disadvantaged position if you try to look for love in a dating site, in my opinion. This is for no, like, and the only reason I will cite with confidence is the fact that they make money off of you being there. Yeah, fuck. Sorry, I need to. All right. Ugh. When I had this comment before, so he sent me a related meme that was like, "Did you fall from heaven?" Because that would be a funny. That would be funny. That would be funny. That would be pretty funny, actually. I don't know. That might work on me, but that's not because it's a pickup line, but because it's pretty funny. Shit, I need to get this out of the way first. I can. What if you approach it with the pickup gimmick like the good No. Okay, now, yeah, this is from just now. This is from previously. People are asking now, like, what's my gender then, huh? Well, all I'm saying is there are ways of typing. Like, different people have different ways of typing, and some of them you can kind of fairly confidently group in, like, as a masculine way or a feminine way of typing. And I'm not saying it's another fucking binary, oh no, you know, there's only two. But what I am saying is, it's, for me at least, I've been able to find some like knowing that is interesting, or rather thinking about typing or texting in that way is interesting, because sometimes because it's in the sense that, okay, here's what I mean. When I am typing, for example, to people, and if it's a group chat, it's a group chat, right? But if I'm typing to a group of people who are you know, femme presenting or mask presenting, I alter the way I type, and for it to be more effective, and that it is more effective. Like, for example, if you're in a group full of really masculine individuals, like people who are mask presenting at least, it would be really weird to be upfront and personal and genuine in your questions, or to compliment someone without, you know, broifying it, if that makes sense. You can't just, like, if someone, you know, makes like a dish, they cook some food and then they post it on like a group chat, and it's a group chat full of guys, and the person who posted it is a guy, and they're all very manly men, you know, they're very masculine bros, then, like, there's a certain way you compliment the dish that is a masculine way of complimenting the dish. Does that make sense? I think that should make sense. Whereas if you're in a group where you're talking to, like, people who are more femme presenting, there's a way of typing, or there's a way of speech that is more familiar. It's more yeah, how did it get to the ceiling, right? That is easier for them to, like, connect with and resonate with. That's what I mean. So quality time, sorry, I'm super slow. Holy shit. I'm like 20 minutes behind the messages because I see one question, I'm like, all right, let's see. And then I talk for hours about this one thing. Sorry. Quality time and words of affirmation, something of the sort. I mean, you should read up on love languages. I really should. I don't know. I will say I don't know enough about it. I don't want to claim to know enough about it. Will you take bad personality quizzes for February? Maybe. I'm considering. I'm not sure if I will, but yeah. Chairman, you don't have to share. I know a service stop switch when I see one. None of these words are okay. So maybe some of these words are in the Bible. Maybe some of them, but I don't know. Oh shit! I have to clean the window like this. Think I'm demi? Could be. I'm surprised that not a lot of people are demi, I guess. We'll just switch to cleaning. Am I cleaning? Oh! My goodness, I see. Cameron's a pillow princess? Probably not. I would feel... Never mind. I don't know why I'm answering the question. No, I'm not answering the fucking question. Not sure what ace I am, but yeah, romance is not my thing. It could be, yeah, it could be like ace. I sometimes I think like, what if I was ace? I don't know. And then I think, well, that's what I'm here to find out. And then I just... and then I do things that I regret. That's what happens. I don't care if it's traceable or if scrapers will find it. To each their own. I think I don't think it's something I want to assert as like a fact of a matter of like, you must behave like this online. It's just like, that's my recommendation for it to be easy, for life to be a little easier. But also, you know, what I deem to be easier is dependent on what I value. And what I value may be the same things, may not be the same things that you value, or at least like not to the same extent. Dating apps are a joke for men. If you're a woman, you swipe right on any man, they'll probably swipe right back on you. But as a guy, it's insanely hard to get matches. Yeah. It's like, it's probably just common knowledge, right? Like at this point. I could imagine it's common knowledge. Like, it's just, dating sites for guys is like hell. It's hell on earth. Okay. No, this is a story I want to tell, but I do want to tell in February. So remind me to talk about, I'll have to paint the corridors with Sunny. Remind me to talk about, dating apps for women and dating apps for men. Remind me to talk about that. But I don't want to talk about it now because I think I want to talk about it later. Can you remember how Kierkegaard wrote how flirting is between hedonism and romance? Well, he was kind of, I think he wasn't, I don't know if I would agree with all the words being put down, but what he was getting at, I understood. What he was getting at, I agreed with. I think what he meant was less flirting and more actually like pickup lines, like straight up just, oh, I'm gonna learn from a pickup artist to say these things to women, and then they're going to want to make children with me. Like, that's probably, I think, what Kierkegaard specifically was criticizing. Good job, the bathroom doesn't look horrendous. Thank you. What are your thoughts on birth order and whether it shapes a person's personality and their relationship to others? I'm assuming you mean like your, like how, like your siblings? Like if you're an older sibling or a younger one? Is that what you mean? You just the thought of being a pillow princess more than one. I'm not. If there's one thing you do as a philosopher is you have to entertain thoughts. There's no thought you can't. I think in order to engage in philosophy sufficiently well, you need to be sufficiently open-minded and willing to change, or willing to at least entertain ideas that may shake your core beliefs and or things you thought you knew previously, which resulted in me considering for about 0.1 seconds what exactly it means to be a pillow princess. And that's all. That's my explanation. Why does this house need so many radiators? They did say they needed the woman did, like, was it Anne? I forgot her name. Anne something. She did say she needed more radiators because her husband and the kids left her. Did they take the radiators with them? I don't know. Is to give access service and also receive them again. Service top for locking it in. Like it, I don't even know if you're right. Okay, that's the thing. Is like I don't even know if you're correct. I don't know what those words. I'm like, you don't need to explain them to me. I guess I'll look them up afterwards or not. I don't know. I'm not particularly. It's not like a particular. It's not a priority. I have other things to think about. But like I don't even know what the hell that means. I need to paint this white. Okay. White it is. There you go. Valid. The only thing you need to be a philosopher is the faculty of wonder, and this includes the thought of being a pillar. You guys are you're getting really good at like baiting me to read out a whole message, because usually when I have to determine whether or not I'm reading a message, it's by the first few words if I'm reading it out loud or not. And then you bait me with like the first few words being like sensible things that sensible and proper, well-mannered things I can say on a live stream, and then you just hit me with the sucker punch at the end of it. You guys are getting too good at that. I need to not fall for this. Getting a little too good. But yeah, I do think like, you should be asking the question, you know? Like, you should always be asking the question. If you have to ask, you have to think, then think about it. There's nothing wrong. And not only is there nothing wrong with thinking outside of your comfort zone, it's also very necessary to. Otherwise, you get too trapped in your own ideas or your own preconceived notions of the world, and that's not good for anything, especially philosophy, though. Mostly have questions, but it's more fragmented. Things like demisexuality is not asexuality, is it? Interesting question. Or how do you differentiate between fetishization, interest in that? Interesting question. So the thing with demisexuality, as far as I am aware of what it is, and again, I don't know shit. I'm not very like I didn't do gender studies, okay? Like I did philosophy, okay? So that's where my domain is. So I don't know. But from what I understand of demisexuality and of sexuality in general, you don't have to not every one of them is like lock-in, mutually exclusive. It's kind of like, okay, the way I view sexualities is some of them are like it's like they're Minecraft enchantments, okay? Like where some don't leave, hear me out, okay? It's kind of like Minecraft enchantments where some of them are incompatible enchantments with others, right? If you get sharpness on your sword, you can't get Bane of Arthropods, okay? You can't have Bane of Arthropods and sharpness. You can't have sharpness and smite. You can't have, you know, there are certain enchantments that are incompatible with each other, but there are also certain enchantments that are compatible with each other. Like, you know, you can have sharpness on the sword and you can also have unbreaking. You know, you can also have mending. They can all be on the same sword. That's how I see it. Sexuality is just Minecraft enchantments, okay? And some of them are incompatible with others, and some of them are. And if you ever don't remember that when you're at the fucking enchantment table in your mob grinder farm that you made, like you just you go to an incognito tab or, you know, your bookmarked tab on Minecraft like fandompedia, and then you look up the enchantment guide and you go, oh, okay, so I should have mending on pretty much everything, and then you go into the discourse of whether or not infinity or mending is better for the bow. But you know what I mean? Like it's that's what that is. That's how I understand it. Didn't know that was a chatting meta. I'm new here. Welcome, Strawberry. Welcome, Strawberry. There is a chatting meta, and the chatting meta is House Flipper streams now. I didn't really formally announce it. It's just been sort of a thing. But yeah, I hope I should be more upfront with it. I guess I should just tell people that these are essentially the just chatting streams. But I figured, or I thought that people who are familiar with House Flipper would kind of maybe be able to deduce that. But it's not fair because some people maybe when they're playing House Flipper they don't talk a lot. I don't know. Yes, hello Zero. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm not giving everyone welcomes. I can't. I'd have to like I have to read out all the names. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm reading all your messages. That should be more than enough. The method is to structure the chat message as a Tumblr post. I don't want you guys figuring out the meta so soon, all right? You guys are a little too quick. Welcome me? I mean, like, you are welcome. Hannah, it's true. You are welcome. You are welcome just as much as all of everyone else's are welcome. It doesn't even feel like I'm welcome. You know what it feels like? It doesn't even feel like I'm welcoming people to my stream. It feels like I'm like it's like I'm being welcomed to my stream is what it feels like. It feels like I'm walking into my own stream and going like, oh shit, yeah, I was supposed to give a stream today. And there's like 5 students sitting there like, yeah, go on, go ahead. Go ahead. We prepared the microphone. It should all work. And I go, fuck. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman. I'll start to think of them as Minecraft enchantments now. You're very welcome. Honestly, I feel like the analogy carries far. I feel like it really works. If it ever becomes like a part of discourse on the internet that people perpetuate, I want you to know that I came up with it first, or at least I came up with it independently. I don't know if I was the first to come up with it, but but I came up with it independently. I did not. This is off the dome. I do not recall anyone ever saying something like this. It was just a way for me to explain sexuality in a way that I understand. Who's the furnace to my crafting table? God. the out with the can I put my Minecraft bed next to yours? In with the so what enchantments are your sword? Oh. I'm breaking 3, is it? Yeah. I'm sure it was implied. Am I stealing this from a recent Northern Line bit? I don't know. Okay. If you know, you know. Don't call me out for stealing bits from other streamers I watch subconsciously in my head. Okay, now I need to sell the paint. Choop, choop. Choop, choop. That worked out very nicely. Okay. Oh shit, there are people here. That's how I feel every time I launch stream. I'm like, oh fuck yeah. There's some people outside my door. Like that's what it feels like. I gotta go get the door. Oh. I don't have time to like, lay out the mat and be like, okay, now to wait for people to come in. It's like there's people banging on the door going like, let me in. Okay. Give me 1 second. I think Tara, you had another question though as well. What was it? Oh yeah, how do you differentiate between fetishization, interest, and all of that? I think fetishization is the very extreme extent of preference, where I think it is obviously normal to have preferences for everything, not even just in sexuality, but in general, right? It's normal to have preferences. Fetishization is when you prioritize those preferences in a way that does not value the human being. Like you have lost the idea of the person. in your pursuit of this preference. That's how far gone you are. That's what I think a fetish is. And in my opinion, it's not just like, I think, again, people use the word fetish very liberally, so it might mean different things. But to me, that's what it means. So some people might say, oh, I have a fetish for this, but I don't think I think what they mean to say is they have a preference. I think that's what they mean. Because to me, a fetishization is not just having a preference. It's having a preference so strongly that it overpowers your capacity to humanize, like, the person. So, for example, if someone goes, oh, maybe I have a preference for someone who's assertive, you know, assertive women or assertive men, whatever, people who are being assertive. You can have that preference, that's fine. But if you say I have a fetish for that, then it doesn't even matter how genuine that person's like assertion is, or, you know, whether or not they are like this, or whether or not they enjoy it, or any multifaceted complexity that comes with a human being. You're just like, I want you to tell me what to do now and all the times so I can get off to it. Like, that's it. That to me is, I think, not good. Like, I frown upon fetishization in the way I just defined it. I think it's fine to have preferences, but preferences are not fetishes. That's I would say how I would differentiate it. And the line that is crossed, to me, the line that's drawn is whether or not you're dehumanizing the person. That's where I draw the line. Okay, I'll ask the dumb question I've been holding in for a few days. Saw a long stream and it had 3 BRBs, so I thought, how can you stream so long without taking a toilet break? I do sometimes. Some of my be right backs are for water, and when I get, and like sometimes when I'm getting water, I will also go to the bathroom. Like, that's, contrary to popular belief, VTubers do use the toilet. I know it's shocking. I know it may destroy your worldview. You go, what? The people in HoloLive use the bathroom? That's insane. Well, they do. Probably. Maybe, I don't know if they do on stream, but like I will do it sometimes on stream. I try to go before. Obviously, I try to get everything sorted before I stream so that for the longest duration possible, I'm on the stream and just I'm in the stream, right? I forgot I needed to click the complete button for the job. I obviously try my best to get everything out of the way so that I can figure, like, so I figure that when I'm in the stream, all my attention can be put into the stream. But sometimes I need to go get a water break, and sometimes when I get a water break, I go to a bathroom break. So fetish is preference plus dehumanizing. That's, I would want to say that's a definition, because I frankly, again, don't know much about this stuff. It's just, to me, how I've been able to reconcile with my understanding of like sexual preference and all that. Chairman, I had a Northern Light animation on my recommended page because of you. I didn't even look him up for that to happen. Well, if there's any doubt that Google is using your information and spying on you for everything you do and watch, and the contents of what's going on in there, here it is. I cannot stop glazing my goats. NL and Germa. There's a clip of him talking about how he wouldn't love his wife as a worm, and then explaining in detail all the domestic activities he'd do with his worm wife. The worm question is funny because it's not that difficult of a question, but it's managed to rile people up. Like, people feel very strongly about it. So I think it's a really cool question, the worm question, which I'll answer shortly. I'll answer shortly. Is love just a chemical process that occurs in our brains? Or alternatively, why do we fall in love? I don't think love is just a chemical process, because a lot of people, when they say, okay, there's like the tradition, there's the conventional, like, oh, love is just, it's not real. It's just a bunch of chemicals in your brain. Well, so is like the human experience, okay? Like, you are not real. You are not a person. You're just a pile of flesh with electricity running through your head, right? Like, but understand that when you reduce it down to its scientific components, you are removing the human aspect of what is a very profound human experience. You have to understand that that's what you're doing. And I think a lot of the tropes, like in, I don't know, I don't fucking watch it because I think it's garbage, but it's because I'm 60 years old and grumpy, but like, you know, and it's like something a Big Bang Theory character would say, I imagine. I don't know. I've never watched the show. I've probably only watched half an episode when it was on a television screen that I unfortunately was like, I get held against my will to be around, right? Like, other than that, right? I've never watched a single episode of Big Bang Theory. And to me, that just seems like something they would say. And it's like, okay, if you want to, it's one thing to say that the process of love, when we sort of analyze it biologically, involves certain things like, oh, chemical reactions in one's brain. I think that's interesting stuff. That's really cool. I want to know more about that. But if because of this knowledge and, you know, implicitly because of your dissatisfactions with your love life, for example, or something of the sort, you go, well, actually, it's all just chemicals in your brain, then not only are you missing, like, not only do I think you're just coping, I think you're just coping. All right. And it's fine to cope, but I want to say that there are better ways to cope than to lie to yourself, because you're lying to yourself. It's not just that. In the same way that a person is not just, oh, they're just piles of flesh and electricity anyways, whatever. Like, you surely can't say something like that. And I know I'm doing the philosopher thing where I'm immediately pitting it up against something super, super, super extreme. But you wouldn't say that for people who lose their lives in a tragedy. For example, you wouldn't just be like, well, whatever, they're all just meat lumps and with electricity running through the top part, and they just have all they are is just cogs in a machine. There's a word for what you're doing. That word is dehumanization, I think. Okay. And you're removing the human part of the human. And so when you say love is a chemical process, I think that can be true, in that there can be a chemical process involved that we have associated with patterns of, like, when people say they're in love, for example. And that's really interesting too. I want to know more about that. But if you're just saying that's all it is and that's it, no more than that, and like try to even put yourself in a holier than thou, I am better than you, I know the secrets of the world and you don't, then you're coping, buddy, first of all. And second of all, you're wrong. Third of all, not only are you wrong in a way that's very destructive, not just to people around you, but also to yourself. I think you're not giving yourself a chance when you say that. Right? Now, as for the second question, why we fall in love, that's really interesting. That is a philosophical question, I think. It's one steeped in philosophical history. Plato's got a dialogue about this that I'm planning to read in February, in case there's like any sort of speculation for what the readings are. One of them is going to be like a dialogue from Plato. There's the difference between a fetish and a kink. A kink is something you just have an interest in. A fetish is something that you absolutely need, otherwise you can't derive pleasure. Something to the sort. Yeah. I'm sure that might be it. That's probably like a better definition than the one I gave. But in discourse, that's just how I see it. A fetish is being Yoshikage Kira. Yeah, it is. Exactly. TBH wouldn't be surprised if Hololive Towns had a female equivalent of a piss bottle because of how many of them admit to not showering on stream. Yeah, I don't want to think about that. I'm just glad my Hololive Oshi probably showers. I'm sure, like... Okay, I can't speak for the Hollow Stars, actually. I was gonna say, I'm sure the Hollow Stars are well groomed. I'm sure most of them are well groomed. I cannot speak about Gerard. I don't know. I think he is. I haven't watched enough Gerard to know. In terms of Hololive Oshis, like the ones that have not graduated and left already, the only one I watched the most probably is right now at least, is Oro Crony, I think. And she expresses like normal human things, like going to the gym, and, well, I say normal, but I mean like socially functional things. You know what I mean? You know what I mean when I say normal. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Socially functional socially not frowned upon practices of hygiene and activities and leisure time, such as going to the gym and doing things like outdoors or whatever, leads me to believe that Earl Crony probably showers, and that is okay with that. I'm She also has a thing where she is disgusted by she's very good. She oftentimes demonstrates and exhibits disgust, which is, you know, indicates, among other things, because there are other things, among other things, probably some attention to hygiene. Let's hope. What are some life skills that you wish that you were better at, and what are some that you think are essential for everyone to have? I think communication, it kind of lies in both of that, maybe. So I think I'm much better than the average person at communicating. I think I'm probably the best person I know. I'm the strongest communicator I know. And what that means is not just can you say word and listen to word. It's also like a degree of patience. It's a degree of sympathy and understanding. It's all of that, right? It's a sort of a good, how sharing the human experience, bonding with other people, transcending the problem of other minds, you know, etc., whatever you want to call it. It's something I think I'm already really good at, but I nonetheless want to get even better because I think it's one of the most important things one can have. I think that it's essential for everyone to have a basic level, or to have a better level, not basic. I think everyone needs to be better at communicating. I don't think everyone needs to be as good as me, but I think everyone needs to be a little better, because a lot of so many problems that exist in life are, like, that I've observed at least, are just due to miscommunications or people not understanding each other. And I think generally when people do understand each other, there are very few problems. And when there are problems, those are very deeply difficult to reconcile problems, like that are ideological. And that's a problem for another day, right? That's a problem for the philosopher, which is me, but you know, that's a problem for me for another day. Men tend to think of the worm question as a literal, if I turn into a worm, you still think I'm attractive. Even, oh, okay. Typically, women ask it to me, will you still love me when one day I inevitably won't be able to care for myself? As a reassurance that they're deeply loved and cherished. I think, yeah, that's a good explanation of the question. I think I agree with that. That's how I interpret it, at least. That's how I interpret the question as well. I also see it flipped around in a way that's like, and again, this is just pointless gender war discourse, so I'm not saying I condone it as good discourse, but I've also seen it flipped around from the perspective of, like, because usually the question is, you know, would you love me if I turn into a worm, is the one asked by the woman in a heteronormative relationship. And the response I've seen from guys is, would you love me if I couldn't work anymore? Like, if I couldn't do my job, if I couldn't earn a salary, would you still love me? Which I think is interesting. I don't think it's necessarily clever or, you know, well thought out or wise, a wise flip of the question, but I think it's an interesting flip of the question because you start to see the embedded heteronormative dynamics in relationships, even in like quote unquote progressive environments. That's super interesting to me. Do you believe in free will? Yes, like asterisk. If you ask a normal person, they probably, like, it's probably just yes or no. If you ask a philosopher, it's just, to what extent do you think free will is true? It's more like the question usually. House in need of renovation. Hold on, let me just read this. Sorry. Hi there. After the death of my beloved wife, I'm sorry, my condolences. I sold our old house as it brings back so many memories that I cannot cope with. I've decided to buy a new house and it requires some work. It needs cleaning and new radiators. There's too much work for me and I don't have the strength. I would like to move out of my old house as soon as possible, as it's too painful to live there. My two daughters will be living with me and would like their rooms to be painted their favorite color, bright blue. Please try to arrange everything quickly, Jack Rubens. Sure thing, Jack. Let's. And the extent of free will I believe in is, agency is a real thing, and your choices are always influenced by your surroundings and what's come before you and the history of things. You are always, you and your choices and everything you do and think and feel is influenced by the environment, both spatially and temporally. But influence is where I would put it. The degree of influence, I'm not sure, but it is influence in the sense that there is still some sense of agency and there's still some sense of decision making. There's still some sense of responsibility, I think, like should be reasonably attributed to people. I.e., maybe it's not your fault that you have certain ideas because you grew up this way and in this environment. Maybe it's not fair to blame you solely and entirely. However, you have the capacity for change, and that capacity of change needs to come from you. That's what holds you accountable. That, I would say, is my very quick and dirty answer to the free will question. It's a good question. It's a much more heavily philosophical one, but yeah. Tony mentioned, yeah. Yes. I will not lie to you. Part of my motivation, like, and recently I haven't been able to because of, circumstances, so I might be totally out of shape. But part of the motivation for me to go to the gym is because is from hearing Crony talk about going to the gym, and then me going like, if one of my Hololive Oshis is doing it, I should do it too. I will not lie, that's one of the reasons why. That's not the only reason, it's one of the reasons. Only experience of euphoric falling in love is feeling once or twice at 15, but truly being in love and having immense love for a person is a different experience. Oh yeah, totally. Falling in love is like bullshit. I don't think you fall into love, maybe is the way we put it. I think love is like the quick and dirty answer to me for like what love is. Because I'm surprised no one's asked it, but probably because you don't think it's a question you need to ask because you just think I'm gonna say it, which is fair enough, right? I think it is something I would say. The question, the eternal, ethereal question of what love is. My quick and dirty answer is it is less. I think there needs to be a bigger emphasis in our understandings of love. There needs to be a bigger emphasis on shared mutual experience. That's like the thing. I think there are other aspects, of course, but shared mutual experience is the biggest, most important factor to me. Like there is no such thing as love in first sight. You have a crush on first sight, but you cannot truly love someone before actually getting to know them at all, not to mention sharing profound experiences in life with them. I do think that's kind of bullshit. If someone is gaming long enough to need a piss bottle, why not just get a catheter? What is that? What's a catheter? Hold on. Oh, it's the tube. Oh, okay. Urinary catheters. Okay. Why not do that? Because it's like a little intrusive, probably. And it's less that they need this. It's less that they need to stay in the stream and just piss into a bottle. It's more just the sort of they don't want to leave. Like it's not a necessity, is what I'm trying to say. If they needed that, yeah, that would make sense. But they don't need that. Frankly, it's weird that people feel weird going to the bathroom. when they're on like a live stream. I don't know. A lot of time reasons for loving another person is your bond with that person. Yeah, it's exactly, it's a shared experience, which isn't just neuroscience, and it's a very human experience. Redditors are mad because the only warmth they will feel is from the computer monitor. I mean, yes, but it's also like, I don't know. You're right, but I don't spend that much time, or I don't think it's a. I think there are better uses of time than to argue with people who are dumb on the internet, because everyone's dumb on the internet. Everyone's dumb in real life. Everyone's just stupid. So why argue with the people who don't know you and not going to have an impact on your life, then instead to engage with the people who are in your life, who are real and like, you know, significant parts of your existence? You know, why not do that instead? What do you think about the statement, men are not evil, they just choose to do evil? I fucked up the fucking wall. Sorry. I fucked up the ceiling. That is I think that's deeply, I think it's a deeply and reasonably so philosophical question for whether or not man is inherently evil or whatnot. Like there's debate. There is huge debate around this in the spheres of philosophy, which I find interesting. It's not a settled debate. It's not a settled debate what the what humans are in the state of nature. Or maybe not state of nature, but like, you know, what is a person at their core? That's not a settled question. It's a philosophical one that's been asked and varying positions held, of course. It has not been settled. So if I give you an answer, it's just going to be a generic answer you can find a counter argument to on Wikipedia, and then it's just like, then you devolve into more and more philosophy, basically. But it's a really good question. Like, are people inherently evil at their core? Do they choose to do it? Can it be both that they are, can it be that they are evil, but there's also an exercise of choosing to exercise that evil? Or is it that we all have the capacity for good? Or whether or not evil even exists, because what is evil if not good? There's a really difficult argument that I had to wrap my head around recently, which was new to me, so I'm going to share it to you, but it might be a little tough, right? Where essentially the argument holds that there's no such thing as evil. There's no such thing as bad per se. It is just a lack of goodness. And so everything is intrinsically at least a little good. It's just how good is that thing, rather than, binary good and evil, etc., etc. It's just there's no such thing as something being evil. It's just lack of goodness. Like there's no such thing as evilness itself. Which is a pretty interesting but difficult concept I've had to wrap my head around recently in order to understand a broader concept, a bigger concept, but I did. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We'll say some people are more predisposed to evil actions as a result of genetic environmental factors. I think it's the case for everyone, not just men. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When Aristotle says men are social animals, and when all the philosophers say men are this, men are that, they usually mean like it's all of us, but you know the whole thing, What has the bigger impact, nature or nurture? It's a really good question. The nature and nurture question is a timeless one that is one of my favorite questions. Actually, yeah, it is. Not only is it a good question, it's one of my favorite questions. So thank you for asking. Nature or nurture, to me, it comes down to not so much which one is bigger or like what is the exact percentage. To me, it's nature in the way we define it philosophically, I guess, which is just, history and things that are generally unchangeable, right? Because nurture is like what can be changed. You can change the way a child is raised or like nurtured. You can't change the nature of them. That's the point. That's the word. The point of the word nature is to say it's unchangeable, right? So for me, I would say it doesn't matter what the percentage is. The fact that nurture does play some part, and I think it's a fairly easy argument to make. The fact that nurture plays some part is more than enough justification for us to try our best. It's more than enough. Because think about it, even if it was oh, it's just 1% nurture, but 99% of things are predetermined and it's fate and it's destiny, whatever, you could be a doomer about it. Oh, people are just the way they are and that's it, there's no changing them. Well, the fact that the 1% is all we can do doesn't mean, that doesn't entail that we should stop trying just because it's only 1% of the factor. If anything, the fact that it's the only thing we can do means there's nothing else that we should try harder on. It's one of the reasons why I believe so strongly in education in general, is because no matter your stance on the nature nurture debate, the fact of the matter is there is some nurture involved, and nurture is all we can do. We can't do anything about nature. The whole point of nature is you can't do anything about it, right? That's what makes it nature. So the fact that it is the only thing one can do means that we should do it. This damn thing is in the whatever. Sure, it's fine. But excellent question. It's pronounced catheter, not catheter. Okay, catheter. Thank you. Announce to the world that you as a live streamer experience bodily functions. It's so weird that it's weird. It is weird, but why is it weird? It's weird that it's weird to me. That's something I've yet to figure out. Maybe it's just part of the immersion. Anime characters don't go to the toilet for some reason. I don't know. They do though. Reminds me of Augustine's idea of sin, how evil is the sin of is the absence of goodness. Yeah. I believe the argument I was trying to understand a while ago is has a sort of Augustinian angle to it. So that is a really good assessment. Frankly, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the labels or the names of the thoughts and ideas. I just remember, hey, this is a cool idea. But I don't remember this is the context of the argument and this is the person that says it. It's a fatal weakness for my philosophy, is I just can't I can't give credit. I'll think about an idea and I'll steal it and I'll incorporate it, but I cannot give credit, which is a death sentence for if you want to do it academically. Which is why I'm not very good at doing it academically. You can't forget where the hell you got that argument from. You need to cite it in proper notation. And I'm just but I just don't want to cite it though. I don't remember. And that, that doesn't work. It's not good. Is it nature DNA that does change it very slowly? There's a biological angle that could maybe inform this argument, but the argument is at its core philosophical. So it's not so much DNA so much as it is just it doesn't matter what it is. You can call it DNA, you can call it something else. The point is that there are things that are not, there are things that can be, there are things that are almost your core essence that cannot be changed, and there are things that can be changed. That's how we see, that's the binary we can put ourselves in when we view humans, right? And the question is, how much of it is which? That's the question. How much of it is stuff that can be changed? How much of it is stuff that cannot be changed? Because either something can be changed or it can't be changed, right? There's no it can sort of be changed. If it can sort of be changed, it can be changed. That falls into that category. Which I realize is not quite intuitive for some people, so I might have to slow down in my explanation of certain things. But if you're confused, just ask me again. Well, I do love this conversation, but early in the stream we should be asking Chairman whether he's the type to get easily flustered when people flirt with him or not. You have to understand that, okay, it's like you can ask me that next month. Like, it's not like, so when I say this is the only stream you can do that, this is the only stream, like, and then I should have put an asterisk in the title. The asterisk should have been like the only non-February stream where you're allowed to ask me Valentine's questions. You can ask me all of those questions during February, and I'm sure the opportunity will arise and there will be moments where you'll be reminded to ask it, because we will be doing things related to this experience, such as playing dating sims or whatever. Right. So don't worry, like, you don't have to be like, I need to ask all these questions now. You don't. You really don't. In fact, you really shouldn't have to ask these questions. I think you should just observe and make and guess for yourself. That's what I think you should do. What's the dirt? Chair. Right, at the sofa. There it is. You want to hear that weirdness regarding going to the bathroom can be attributed to the educational system, since you have to ask and can be denied and all that. It is weird. I've seen that theory as well. I've heard of that. Like, maybe not theory is the right word, but like that study. I think it's undeniable that it has something to do with it. To what extent, I'm not sure. Like the weirdness of going to the bathroom, but I do think that, among other things, are sort of the industrialized schooling system does have something to do with the attitudes we have towards certain things, like going to the bathroom. That is 100% cooking, for sure. Hey, Jamin, if you were a girl, which type of car would you like to be picked up in? If I were a girl and a guy came up to me, or like, you know, I'm assuming I'm also like heterosexual in this alternate like reality where I'm a woman. Like, I'm just also assuming I'm heterosexual, right? But like, if a guy came up to me and asked me, sorry, yeah, and then tried to like impress me with his car, that's immediately, to me, in my personal taste and experience, a bad look and a red flag. I just feel as though if you're coming up to me and you're really trying to impress me with your car, there's some part of you that's insecure. And frankly, in my humble opinion, all right, in my humble preference, not opinion, in my preference, I just have a preference for people who are secure about their aspects of their being than people who are not insecure. I'm not unsympathetic. I'm not like, I get it. I get being insecure, and I want to help people who are insecure. I'm just not interested in dating someone who is very insecure, right? So if you come up to me and you're like, you know, you pick a car, any car, I don't give a fuck. I'll go on the metro. I'll go on the bus, you know, like maybe I'm just weird and I just like public transport, but like, you know, if you're trying to, or, you know, that along the line, also alongside the lines of like material goods, such as, you know, maybe you have an expensive watch, or like you're trying to show me like something to that effect, I'd just be like, well, clearly you're compensating for something. Right. But yeah, personally, I'd love to be picked in a Geo Metro. Me too. Honestly, I don't even think I have to be a girl to answer that question. I know you started that question as a hypothetical of like, if you're a girl. I don't know, if I was a guy and like someone tried, and like in my sort of like standard, when I say normal and standard, I mean normal for me. I don't mean like, you know, I have to keep prefacing that, because otherwise it sounds, because I know it can sound bad if you take it out of context. I know no one here is going to take it out of context. It's just like, I imagine this is a stream people would tune into and not listen to everything for, you know. But anyways, if I'm a person, sorry, not if I'm a person, if someone were to come up to me and try to hit me up, like, and try to like flirt with me by showing me their car, like, I would not, like, that would be minus points for me, you know, if I were to mark it. Remember having to cite arguments in philosophy papers, and it was tedious but kind of fun. It is tedious more than it is fun for me at this point, I guess. It's probably because I'm just like lazy, I guess, and I have a bad memory. I think if I had a better memory, I wouldn't feel that way, but I have a terrible memory. Okay, if someone, yeah, you pick me up. Okay, if someone picked me up in like on like a horse, I'd actually be pretty impressed. I would think that's pretty cool. If someone picked you up in a car, I'd be like, you know, whatever. You're clearly trying to, like, you clearly think that I give a shit about your capacity for wealth or whatever, which I don't. At least not to that extent, right? But if someone like picked me up in a horse, I'd be kind of like, I'd be a little smitten. I think I would. I think I would be if someone picked you up in a horse. Which is generally more important to you, the journey or destination? The cheesy answer is always to say destination, right? Sorry, to say journey, right? But the fact of the matter is, journey exists. Sorry. The fact of the matter is destination exists because otherwise you're wandering. And wandering is fine. But I personally don't have I cannot afford to wander. If that makes any sense. I wish I could afford to wander, but I cannot. And because I cannot afford to wander, a destination is also very important to me. And so in that regard, which is more important, the journey or destination? I just don't think it's like, I think that's like asking what's most important in a like I don't know, in a beef Wellington. What's more important? Is it the beef? Is it the pastry? Is it the mushroom? Like, which one's more important? And the answer is just like, you can probably pick a part of it that may be your favorite part of when you're eating the food, but you generally want to eat the whole thing, and to take it apart ruins the whole thing. It's like, it's kind of just, you know, the saying, like, it's not just the sum of its parts. That's how I feel like the journey or destination question is. Like, if one of them were missing, if I were on a journey without a destination, the journey would be not as good for me. And if I just teleported to a destination and there was no journey, then that also significantly diminishes the value of the destination to me. It's the push and pull, it's the tension, that's the thing that, like, I think intrigues me. But are you the type to get you're insisting, huh? Are you the type to get easily flustered when people flirt with you? If I if I realize that that's what they're doing, maybe. But as is, you know, as is guy tradition, I am not always privy to that at the very moment. I think usually in hindsight I go, fuck, what? I can't believe I missed that. You know, when I'm thinking back, in the same way that sometimes when I'm like not arguing with people, but like when I'm discussing or like maybe debating, but usually discussing with people about something, and then I like the night of like when we leave, then it's the function and it's done, and I go back home and I shower and I go, oh shit, I should have mentioned that thing. Like that's how I feel. That's just, I feel the same way as that. In what ways would you like to be appreciated and valued? If I were to be very general with it, I would like to, the way I want to be appreciated and valued is to be listened to. It's for my communication to be reciprocated, basically. I guess would be the more like surgical answer. Because when I make an effort to communicate, it's not easy. Like just because I'm really good at it doesn't mean it's easy, right? It still takes effort. It takes time. There's a set, like I have to sit down and just figure out your facial pattern and how you feel and what you're sensitive to and what you value in life and like all of that. And all this information is in my head only when a sufficient amount of that is there and there's something meaningful I think could be said, that I do say something. And then I say, hey, maybe you should consider doing this instead of this. I think that would really help you. I don't know though, but this, as far as I know you as a person, I think that would really benefit you. all I ask is for you to go, hey, thanks, I appreciate that, and like, although I may not be able to implement your advice, I will certainly take it very seriously. That's all. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. I think when I was I don't mind telling this now because it's sort of tangentially related to I forgot to install the towel radiator here. It's sort of tangentially related to the question or sorry, to the theme. So I might as well tell this story now than in the other stream. In other streams in February. Wait, what the fuck was the question I wanted? What the hell was the story I wanted to tell? Just now? That's just slipped my head as I screwed that little pipe in? Hold on. Oh yes, yes. I think when I was a lot younger and less mature, as I am 60 years of wisdom now, I had I felt the compulsion. I was very quiet, but I'm not silent. Here's what I mean. In 95% of the time of my existence, I don't say anything. But in the 5% of the times I do say something, it really matters. And so it's not that I'm quiet and silent. I was like the quiet kid or whatever, like in the sense that no, everyone ignored me and like, you know, I was invisible. That's not the case. I was invisible most of the time, but it was a more self-imposed invisibility. It was simply because I just wanted to observe more than I wanted to interact. But when I did have something to say, I wanted to make sure it was something worthwhile and that people would be listening. And you know, that kind of manifests itself. I felt strongly compelled to, when I said anything, in my youth especially, to either be, for it to be extremely, like, wise, you know, for it to be something intelligent and worth listening to, or for it to be funny and worth listening to. So either it has to be, I have to be really smart, or I have to be really funny. Otherwise, I'm shutting myself up, right? That's the idea. I think that is kind of carried on into the way I've developed, like the way I have developed as a person. I think for better than for worse, but which is also why streaming is so challenging to me, at least initially, and is a challenge I wanted to embark on myself, is because how much can you do when you don't have the comfortable silence that you used to? I'm very comfortable with silence. I'm very comfortable with not saying things most of the time. But then when I do speak, it's like it matters. And I rehearse it and it makes sense. I recall writing a phenomenology paper and having difficulty citing because it was all the sources were from my lived experience and I could just cite vibes. I think most of my writing career has been rather analytic because of that. I think partially because I just was taught in an institute that valued analytic philosophy a lot more. But also because when you're dealing in analytics, in analytic philosophy, and you're just dealing with logic problems, you don't really have to cite a lot. You just kind of cite the paper or the problem you're discussing and maybe one or two relevant sources. And then other than that, you can just kind of, you really can just go off of your vibes. Which may have weakened my memory even further, but who knows. I need to buy shit. I need to paint it and I need to buy stuff. I'm gonna paint this. Wait, gray and royal blue? I'm gonna make royal blue the white. That's what I'll do. Yeah, okay. Have you seen Squid Game? No, I have not. I know there's a season 2 coming out. No, I have not. I remember pretending I was in an environment where it was a new environment and I needed to not be extremely awkward. So in order to establish myself, I was participating in the conversations going over at the table, and the table was talking about Squid Games and I'd never seen it, but I just pretended like I saw it based off of the way people talk about it, and I just made broad philosophical claims and people were very impressed. That's one of my core memories, is I managed to impress a bunch of people about my insight into a TV show I've never watched a single second of. So no, I have not seen Squid Games. Completely unrelated. Did you see Elon Musk as Adrian Dittman on Tony's Pants Fortnite Friday stream? I'd heard about it. I have not watched it yet. I haven't had the time to watch the stream itself or any of the clips or highlights. But I know he's the Musk is up to his things, and there's some speculation of there's no way this guy is Musk. Like he wouldn't say this. This is some guy pretending to be him, which is even more pathetic. Now, which one is more pathetic? I don't know. I don't want to like. I don't like Twitter. I don't like what he did to. I don't like what he did to Twitter. I liked Twitter. I don't like shitter. Okay, I don't like that it's transformed into shitter now. But whatever. James being coy, he would get in the car if it was Bryan Cranston in a Pontiac Aztek. I'd get in any car if it was Bryan Cranston, okay? That man is so charming. Like in real life as the actor. Like I think in Breaking Bad, which is the only thing I've seen with Cranston in it, like he's horrifying. I would not make eye contact with Walter White. But Bryan Cranston is lovely. I like, at least from what I've seen. I would get in any car with Bryan Cranston. I would feel safe around Bryan Cranston, you know? I don't know why I would, but I would feel safe around him. Like with a casket. I mean, there is something kind of romantic to the sort of the shared struggle, the simplicity, but the nonetheless devotion and commitment to, you know, trying to make it work, right? I'm speaking too much. I should not be. I'm not. That's for later. That's for later. Would it impress you to be picked up in a unicycle? If you could manage to find a way to do that, I would be impressed. Yes, I suppose I would be, but I just can't even imagine how that would go about. I would be. You said here's not horse. Want a goth man, not a white knight. Okay, okay. Okay, I don't mean like, you know, you show up in armor on the horse. I just meant like, you know, you just showed up on a horse. I think that'd be pretty cool. And pick you up on a carpet? That would impress me. That would impress me. You got a flying carpet? I'm not saying no. Okay, my curiosity is not gonna let me say, nah, I'll pass the carpet ride. No, I'm getting on the carpet. I want to know what's up. Y'all are asking if I ain't riding something without safety handles. But the thing is, like, then it's kind of like the motorcycle, right? Where the safety handle is like you're just holding on to the person who's like, you know, maneuvering the thing. And that's kind of what makes it a more intimate, like, physical exchange, I think, right? Isn't that the appeal? I don't know. I've never been on a carpet. I've been on a carpet. I've never been on a flying carpet. I don't know. But if I were to assume, that would be what I would assume. What if someone picked you up on a forklift? That'd be pretty fun. That would be a pretty fun platonic experience, I would say. If someone picked me up on a forklift. We can't afford a lot of things. We're all broke. True and real. Have you seen the state of this economy? Do you think a philosophy degree is going to help with that? No. Had a realization a girl was flirting with me a year or two after the fact. Yep, it hurts, doesn't it? I feel you. I get it. If you think about being insanely dense as a countermeasure, you're unsubtle in your flirting. Yeah, like men, I think from the men I know in my life, all of them prefer you just being straightforward. And just saying the thing, like saying how you feel about it. Because men are incredibly dense and not able to catch the subtleties of things. It's a clown bed. No, we don't want that. Maybe this? Seems good. Where does the bed go? Here? Yeah, maybe here. Yeah. Okay. Where you didn't speak unless spoken to, kids. Sort of. Not exactly. So didn't speak. Similarly, I would not speak very often. Like, and generally kids like that are like that don't pipe up very often because, you know, it's not often that they're being spoken to. It was less, you know, don't speak unless spoken to, and more don't speak unless you have something to say. And that can be unprompted. That can be from just a situation where no one's asking me the question, but I feel as though in the moment this needs to be said by someone, and clearly no one here is capable of saying it, so I guess I have to say it. Or, you know, there's a joke here, it's gonna be really funny, let me pop it, right? Like that's when I speak. So it's not necessarily when I'm being asked directly or spoken to directly that I speak, but it's more just when I feel like I must do it. There's a reason to. I have something to say. I'll say it. A lot of people speak even when they don't have anything to say. I'm sure you know one of those people, like one or two of those people in your lives. And I just think that an exercise of silence is good for everyone. Is the extent of what I'll comment on. Is there a which way is it? This way. Chest of drawers, wardrobe, bookcase. Okay. This is the ward. He was like Ferb from Phineas and Ferb. Maybe a little bit. Actually, yeah, maybe. I did relate to Ferb a lot more than Phineas. I like being silent when I don't know someone, but the more I know you, the more I'm open to talking. Similarly, I don't speak in a public setting a lot, but when it's like one-on-one, I'm very talkative. When it's one-on-one, like I can appreciate just being quiet too if the other person wants to. But if there's just a drive for conversation because they want to talk to me, then I'm very good at talking. As you might be able to imagine, I suppose, as evidenced in perhaps some of the live streaming activities I indulge in. Pretty much it goes. Usually speaking and being perceived as you're not a fan of. I understand that. Because I'm like, because 95% of the time I'm also like that, right? Is the thing. Shit. I think you put this here, right? You buy a bookcase and you put it here. It's all just black and white, isn't it? That's not. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me too much. Judge me a little bit, but not too much. This really should be like over here. Okay. This is too big. This room is too big. I would put like a desk here is what I would do. I would put like a desk and then a chair, but that's not what they asked for, so that's not what I'm doing. The Pontiac Aztec is the ugly car Walt drives. Ah, I see at the beginning of the series. I wouldn't get into a car with Walter White, but I would get into a car with Bryan Cranston. Like being perceived when I think the attention is appreciated. Same, but I know that most of the time, I know, like, not I know, but I tend to, I think I've internalized the idea as a kid that because you can't be sure if the attention is appreciated when people are like attentive towards you, to make sure and do everything in your power is to do everything in your power to make sure that when someone's paying attention to you, it's because they want to, and it's not because they're like, this guy's annoying, he should shut up. Chairman, this is how you get killed. You can't just accept rights from anyone. I'm not everyone, not anyone. My stranger danger is pretty strong. My stranger danger sense is pretty strong. Good news, forklift certified. Nice. Congratulations on the forklift certification. I like to flirt with people that will reject me. Does that make sense? No, not really. Can you elaborate on that without indulging in like delving into too much personal detail? That I'm not sure if that makes sense to me at least. As part of men being dense though is you can go that was sorting and then see the wheels turn in the brain. It's cute. I can imagine the appeal. I think I can imagine the appeal. Yeah. Sometimes, okay, is this too much? No, it's not. I don't really like, I don't really flirt. It's just not something I do, but but there are certain things that, and again, this is culture dependent. So there are different cultures who perceive things differently, but there are some things that are very intimate gestures in some cultures, and there are some things that aren't. And even though I'm aware of it, if I know I can push the line, which is a terrible thing to say out of context. Oh God. Okay, what I mean is, if I know something might come off as flirtatious, even though usually I don't intend for it to be, I don't let it stop me from doing that thing. Does that make sense? Like if I'm used to doing something, but it's a platonic way, and I'm with someone who I'm guessing, because you don't really ever know, but like I'm guessing, oh, this might not be how they engage platonically with their friends. This might, cross into the boundary of flirtation. That doesn't stop me from doing it. And I do, and then like to see my suspicions confirmed is like interesting to me. I go, oh, okay, this is like, I think I'm understanding it. Sharon just said you should just be quiet on occasion. That's not what I mean. I'm saying anyone and everyone would benefit from it. I just think there's just I'm thinking of like, again, I'm thinking of real life. I'm thinking of a scenario that is very divorced from this virtual library that I'm currently engaged in. But there's a lot of noise going on. And there can just be a little less, That's all I mean. I don't know, the Alhaitham headphones speak to me, okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm not elaborating on that too much. Light blue and dark gray walls and dark furniture, you need an aesthetic arc. It's fine, it's okay, it looks good. I think this is why I'm not. Some people need to, like, I need help. If I'm designing a house, if I'm moving, if in 20 years I'm not dead, like I'm 80 years old and I'm not dead and I find love, and then like I have to now move into a house with a loved one, they're doing the designing. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that shit. I'll plug in the other things, like I'll do the other jobs, but in terms of the aesthetic design, like I'm not the one. I should not be in charge of doing it. In the same way that's like, I will not be the one designing the house in the shared Minecraft server, okay? I'll be the one. I'm the person who is really efficient, who knows, like, who has an encyclopedic knowledge of Minecraft. Not encyclopedic, but like it used to be encyclopedic knowledge of Minecraft in the way, at least in survival, to the point where I will build the generator. I'll build the XP farm. I'll farm out the camps. Whatever. I'll go out and search for stuff. I will set up the entire grinder. I'll set up the enchanting table farm. Like I'll do all those things, and you do the designing and decorating, because I can't do that shit. I will just make a block. I will make a block that might be fortified by a fence, and that's all I will do. And it's not good. Not good. Like when I flirt with friends, I don't want them to reciprocate. I just want them to take it as a joke. That I think I can understand. I think I can understand. Did I get a new skill? Yeah. I don't know what the difference is. I'm supposed to do faster mount. Okay. The room would suck to be in when the buyer is drunk. They stub their toe, drag down the bookshelf, and crack their skull open because the feng shui is really bad. No, really? Hold on. Let me go back. Where was it? If I were drunk, you know, I'm stumbling in. I put my keys down here. Maybe, I don't know, put my wallet here. Excuse me, I almost burped. Put my keys here, my wallet here. Which I guess would add to the character of being alcoholic drunk. So just assume that I burped to be in character. And then I put the wallet here, put the keys here. I throw the shit down, you know, I go like shower right here. I'm done showering. I'm still kind of drunk, you know. I'm just gonna jump into the bed and then I'm gonna like sleep. Like it works out. This is very good. Of course you have the headphones. I don't. I'm just saying I get it. I don't have them. I'm just saying I understand it. That's all I'm saying. Jeremy, you're so predictable. I'm not predictable. I think people, okay, no. I don't think I'm particularly predictable. I just am I understand myself so much that I can very concisely tell you who I am. And when you figure out what someone is, they become predictable, right? That's the thing. And I've made it very easy for you to figure out who I am because I'm very good at because I have a very good understanding of who I am, and I've explained myself on some and numerous occasions. Such a passenger princess? What? Okay, I don't understand what that means. I know the pillow variant. I'm aware. I've been made aware of the pillow variant. I've not been made aware of the passenger variant. I don't know what that means. What the hell? Why can't I? Ask. There we go. Sleepy blue. The whole thing. Let's do medium then. I think medium should be enough. Yeah, medium should be enough. Hit me up, I'll spruce your house up for free. It's fine. Don't I don't need much help. I'm sure it won't be that bad, you know? I'm sure. What is that? What is it? Does it just mean you don't like driving? So you're the opposite of those guys who want to be perceived as dark and mysterious, but in reality just can't hold a conversation? I guess so. Yeah, I'm not dark. I understand that I might come off as like strange and maybe like initially difficult because, you know, I'm just usually quiet and I rarely initiate conversation or things or something. But when someone initiates conversation with me, I will very quickly make it known to them that, yes, this is appreciated. Let's talk. It's just, you know. I've been told it's NPC energy. I've been told. I don't know. I just don't think, you know, I just think it's not a good idea to assume everyone's down to have a conversation. Because some people really just don't. Which I can, you know, sympathize with. So when someone initiates a conversation with me, and, you know, they're not just saying the few opening lines and just trying to, you know, it's not just a social function, like they genuinely want to talk to me, then I would know for sure, oh, this person wants to talk. In which case, like, I can talk. If you want to talk, we can talk. Will you be able to withstand all of this philosophical yapping? I don't know. But that's for you to find out, and that's for me to indulge in. Just means you want to be driven around instead of driving yourself. Okay, then yeah, maybe. Okay. I've never Oh shit. Oh no. I should be talking about this. Should I? I don't know. I've never like driven. I guess I'll say that. I guess yeah. I don't drive. I don't enjoy it. I don't care for the concept of a car too much. Personally, I am very public transport core. I have been in public. I've been in private cars and they're quite nice. So maybe I am in that regards what that means. So yeah, maybe I just I don't want to drive. I would rather be driven than drive. I don't know, I just feel like I haven't acquired a license to but I imagine but because I haven't, I imagine I'd be terrified and like I just couldn't do it. Like I would freak out too much. I feel like I have too much anxiety to be in charge of a vehicle. But you know, what if it was a zombie apocalypse and you kind of had to? Then in that case, I would probably learn. That's gross. I don't want a mattress that looks like that. It makes it look like it's been yellowed from like wear and tear. Where does the bed go? Let's see. Maybe here. In this corner, yeah. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of people who don't drive. It's also because, like, you know, I don't have to drive around in the library. Like, there's public transport, and if there isn't, then things are quite walkable, so I don't really need to feel like I need to drive. Also, it's just like, it's nice. Isn't it nicer for the environment? That's my copium, right? But isn't it nicer for the environment to just use public transport instead? We can psychoanalyze him so easily. You could, but you don't need to. It's like, it's not like I'm hiding anything. Other than, like, you know, other than information that could dox me. I don't try to hide anything. The bed looks terrible. I'm sorry. It looked fine to me, okay? It looked okay to me. I guess it's not. Do I put this here? Yeah, I'm gonna put this here. Can't drive and hate sitting in the front seat, so I can't be a passenger princess. Front seat is fun. Front seat is nice. You're like, I can be front seat. I can be like in charge of navigate. I can help, you know, figure out navigation. I can kind of watch the road and tell you what's going on. But like, I don't really want to be the one behind the wheel. It's just not my thing. Why did the customer want a bed you would find in a correctional facility? Beats me, but this is their ask. The color is not their ask, but like this frame, like this bed is their request. So it's not my fault. Okay, if it looks ugly. Let's get a blue chair for the blue room. Yeah, this works. This works for me. Okay. It's philosopher in common by Gorax wants to be driven around in the front seat. Will save his last piece of food for you as a gesture of selflessness. I'm not commenting on that. You will not get any comments from me. Don't like public transport because I hate being tied to a set time. I get that, but also, like, I would prefer if I didn't have to be tied to a set time, but I also find that it's beneficial that I am. It does make me, if I have to, like, you know, catch a train by a certain time, it does ensure that I have a reason to push myself out of bed. Do you know what I mean? Because you're transporting a lot of people relative to the amount of carbon you're emitting. Yeah, exactly. In public transport. That's why, like, I just hope, I wish public transport, like, the ideal is cars are not necessary, but if they are used, that like, we find a way to deal with the emissions aspect of it. But otherwise, it's like, you know, public transport, man. Won't comment on it because you won't talk about yourself? No comment. No comment. I wouldn't save my last piece of food for you. I would just share the food. I wouldn't save the last one. I think. I would just share it. I'm saying too much. The customer did not want to vomit green bed. I just thought it would be like, it would spice up the design of the room, and evidently I was very wrong, but I'd already bought the bed, so it is what it is. There could be more space to, like, there's a lot of empty space here, but I mean, this is fine, I guess. Love it if I didn't have to wait 30 minutes for a train. Like, if I miss it, I'm fucked. That's, yeah, I understand that, and I think I do feel that. It's just, I would, like, it makes sure that I don't mess it up. The fact that I can't mess it up makes me make sure that I can't mess it up, which in turn usually allows me to, it makes it easier for me to discipline myself and be like, okay, I have to get up now. All right, let's do it. It's sort of like having an external person to hold accountable my actions or anything, or my ideas. So when I have like a good idea or something that I'm like, I need to do it, or I want to be held accountable to it, like, I'll tell someone else so they can hold me accountable. And even if not just hold me accountable, just the act of telling someone means that they now have the expectation that you will do it because you told them you would do it, right? So that in my head makes me think, now I have to do it. Which is why, like, I told one of my closer, like, friends, one of my closest friends, that, like, before, like, 2 years before I even decided to VTube, that I was like, there's this thing and I need to do it, and you need to hold me accountable, because if no one knows that I think I want to do it, no one's going to, like, I'm not going to feel like I'm gonna put it off for the next day and the next after that, and then I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? More selfless than I originally gave you credit for. I got it. Okay. All I'm saying is, in regards to selflessness, is I watched season 2 of Loki, and I've never had such just like me for real like character moment in the history of all of the media I've consumed in the 60 years of my existence. All right, like, I've consumed media that's better, I've consumed media that's a lot worse, but I have never felt so seen than the end of Loki season 2. And that's I think I think if you know what happens there, you will understand completely. I think you would be able to immediately pick apart, maybe not my personality per se, but you'd be able to figure out how I feel about myself if you watch the end of Loki season 2. What's the incomplete job? Oh, okay, there it is. I found the incomplete job. Dude, it's the same prison bed. What if we get Trixel? Where should the bed be? The bed be here. But I want it next to the radiator though. Could have it next to the radiator. I like it here maybe for a little more privacy. Actually, you don't need privacy, do you? I'll put it here. Was the inspiration for the room metamorphosis when he wakes up and he's transformed into a bug? No, that is not the intention of the room, but... You'll open doors for people too? I don't, only if it's like... There's like a range, okay? Like I'm not standing there and waiting for the next person, but it's like if they are within if they're within 5 seconds, maybe like 10 seconds, that's pushing it. 10 seconds is really pushing it. If they're within 8 seconds of arriving at the door and I have the door open because I'm like walking through the door, then I'll like hold on to it, right? But it's gotta be like only in certain environments. Like I'm not doing this everywhere. I'm doing this in specific places where I know I won't get stabbed. And also like you have to be a certain distance from me for me to do that. If I see you but you're so far away, I'm not holding the door out for you. Like I'm gonna walk over. 8 seconds is a long ass time. Okay, like probably 5 seconds. You're right. 8 seconds is probably pretty long. I'm probably thinking of like 5 seconds. Like 5 seconds. Maybe 5 is too long too. Hold on. Let me like play the scenario out in my head. Yeah, like 4 to 5 seconds. Like 4 seconds, 5 seconds, maybe. Customer wants a bed from the polio ward. He's mental illness core. I forgot who the client is. I forgot what the job is exactly. Was it just like, oh, I want you to redecorate the room for my like kids and my partner or something? I forget exactly. Computer desk. Good. Maybe this is the same one. This is the same one I bought just now. I can't buy it again. I'll buy this one. I'll buy the setter. Oh, it really clashes with the purple. It really clashes with the purple. Sorry, hold on. I have to like... This does not help with the purple, does it? I don't know. Does it? Oh, it doesn't look very good at all. No, it doesn't. There's like a color wheel. There's like a cheat sheet, right? There's a color wheel. I hate that desk too. Me too. I hate it as well. I just like none of these colors look good. So I'm just gonna get the white. Like if none of the colors look good, you just get black or white, right? That's the rule. That's the rule. Okay, maybe I should move this actually. Maybe like here. How do I go with everything? Yeah, it's like the safe option. Oh, the wife died and he wanted a house for himself and his 2 daughters, right? So is this the one for the daughter or this is the one for him? Might be the one for him. Bathrooms here. No, this is probably the one for him. This is the bigger, like, this is the master bedroom. And he's got 2 daughters. One of them here. Where's the other one? The other one here. Yeah, this is like fine. I don't know how old the daughters are. They wanted the blue, right? It makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. I don't know how old the daughters are, but it makes sense to me. There's 2 bathrooms? God. For a 3-person, like, apartment or house? Oh man. This house is for customers' stepkids. That's why its decor is that of one South Park episode where they put Kenny and his sister in the adoption system. I don't know, maybe that's just all they want me to buy. Maybe they want more decor, but they'll buy it themselves, right? I don't know. I don't know. And they did mention wanting to move in as soon as possible, so. This is a good color. This works out. Right? Should be okay. White has the extra benefit that they can later paint over it. Yeah, that's true. They can do that. This color wood flooring with the purple bed and bright blue walls is not good. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm terrible. I need to get Power Wash Simulator so I will stop playing House Flipper and like, and just make terrible houses. Wanting to move us in does not explain the hospital beds. Yeah, that I don't know. That I have no clue. They asked me for it, okay? They asked me. There we go, everything's done. Sell paint. Oh, it was already painted blue. I didn't have to. Okay. Speaking of Southport, you're thinking about the speech the goth kids made? They all applauded? I don't know what at all you're. So fan culture code. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. I have not watched a single episode of South Park. I know. How could you, Karis? If nor not know the media that I know? I'm sorry, I don't. I'm just not. I'm not very well read in pop culture media is all. I actually only in the past few months did I start and finish watching Breaking Bad. Okay, you're gonna have to give me a break. I'm catching up. I'm taking my time. Have you seen Psyche K? I know what it is, but no, I've not seen it. I'm being forced to watch. Well, okay, forced is like a strong word. Like I'm being coerced to watch Oregairu. That's like what I'm currently watching. Missing out? I'd heard that the protagonist is funny. I heard that it's like a sort of clever and witty show. I'd heard good things about it, but also that it's kind of aged. Which doesn't stop me from enjoying something. Excuse me, I just burped. You're question marking in surprise? I mean, like, I did say I'm like, I've never watched or engaged in any like romance media, and so I'm trying to, you know, get it, because I don't get it. I'm trying to get it, right? And that's not just in February. February is just when I stream the games. I'm also like kind of just watching things. Is it like a high school harem? Not exactly. It's what it seems that way because it feels like the show does a horrible job marketing itself and ends up doing the things that other generic high school harem shows like do as well, like at least in its outward appearance. But I think when you dig deeper into the show, it's a lot more interesting. Or rather, not even when you dig deeper, when you just watch like 2-3 episodes, you'll see that it's not a generic high school harem, unlike a lot of the other shows that look like that. The title of it doesn't help either, and I'll be frank with you, I'm enjoying it so far, but I can't confidently say it's good or recommend it. Or say that or know that I will enjoy it for the rest. Like, I might dislike it after a while, but I don't know. Look up the goth kids vampire speech. That's what I was... Okay. This is very different from the rest. Yeah, so far I'm like, I think it's decent, but I wouldn't say it's like, I love it. It's amazing. Like, I would say it's like decent. Like, it's not total slop. Ferris love shows like I couldn't really recommend. I love watching VTubers. You're never gonna see me in a public setting admitting that. Like, that is just not the type of thing you can bring up, right? In the same way that, like, I understand if you can't go around telling your friends that you watch Karasufanor, because there's just so much stigma attached to VTubers, male VTubers, to just, like, streamers in general who use an avatar. I understand it. And I don't blame you. I understand it, I don't blame you, because it's the same for me. Why does it still look like in the loading screen, why does it still look like shit? I've cleaned it up. I've changed like so many different things. It looks just only a little shit now. It doesn't look that bad. Fuck, maybe I'm just gonna paint these. I'm just gonna paint these walls, man. Fuck no. Okay. What I painted with? Blue? Sleepy blue, maybe? Glass walls. Interesting. Maybe I can deal with that later. I like Northcom. I'm gonna get North. It's not it. Friends are all nerds. If they had told them to watch the philosopher of baby. They'd ask for the channel link. Well, it's good that your friends share that interest. Unfortunately, when you're in the when I'm dealing with other librarians, not all of them are as open-minded as I would like, and it becomes a little difficult to explain what a VTuber is, and I don't know if I plan to at all. Paint it pink? I'll paint half of it pink. I'll paint half of it pink. You can talk about it with friends, but they don't watch any, so it's isolating. I get it, I get it. You chose the saddest gray I've ever seen. I mean, okay, it's not... Fuck, you're right. I think you're right. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I'll be, it's gonna be less sad if it's pink. Okay. Valentine's flower? That is the title of this stream. That is the next month. And if I don't like it, I'll paint over it. Why not? Let's try it. Do it. Oh wow, it's really okay. In the house store and here's where I have my philosophical suicidal thoughts. I wouldn't say suicidal. I don't think I'm suicidal, thankfully. I've thought about it. And I continue to think about it. But not like in a way that's like, you know, maybe I will. It's more just like a, is this worth it to keep going on, just in general? And I think about the reasons why I keep going on and go, yeah, it's worth it. I'll do it, yeah. You know what I mean? I think it's healthy to think. I think it's healthy to have, like, not like in the sense that, you know, it's, I think I'm saying it's good to have thoughts of suicide. It's more just like, I think it's healthy to consider why you won't want to kill yourself. Like, what are your reasons for going, you know? I think it's healthy to just think about that. It's the same picture we used in the house super competition. Well, what can I say? He's my Kamiyoshi. I have not actually watched the house super competition. I've only seen clips of it. I haven't seen the whole thing yet. The last full-length Germa production I watched was the who will replace me stream. If we're counting like full production streams. If we're just talking streams, I think I watched a compilation of I watched the second drama edit of the infomercial stream. Yeah, I don't know if I I mean, I don't know, man. I this table is sad. I'm gonna just keep these here around because I might need them, but I don't know. Where's the radiator? No, I want... Is it in lights? No. Why would it be in lights, Karis? That makes no bloody sense. Accessories? No. Furniture? Where the hell are the radiators? Installations. Okay. I forgot I could search. Remember having a whole plan? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope, you know, things are better. Suicidal thoughts are intrusive. Like I have thoughts they're not ideation, but they're like an, oh god, I don't want to go out like this. Well, then it's not really suicide, right? Not really suicidal. I hope it's not, okay, I hope it's not too like uncomfortable of a topic. I tend to like, that's one of the things, that's one of the disadvantages of being very open-minded is like I will just delve into things that might make people uncomfortable without realizing it. But yeah. Because to me I'm like, no, this is totally worth talking about. It's interesting. But I understand that some people might find discomfort in it. In which case, don't worry about it. In the sense that like I'll shut up. Is what I mean. I don't worry about it. Room's cute already. You're gonna have to fight the girls off with a stick. I mean, like, I'm gonna live here. That's all. That's no one else is living here except me. So, okay, that's fine, I suppose. I don't think it's terrible, but I will say there are other things I prefer. I need to sell this fucking door, man. This is gross. This door is gross. Ah, I need more paint. You just destroy everything and start from the ground up. I did think about that, but I thought that would be the easy way to go about things. Like, you know, you raise it to the ground, completely destroy everything, start again. That's the easy way out. I think the more difficult thing is how do you salvage this by its most basic structures and make it look not terrible. Tile the bathrooms? Okay, I'll do that now. Right, I should do that now. Tile. What the hell? Purple whirl tiles? I want to see what it looks like. I have some money. I can afford to like waste it. Oh, interesting. I think. Is it interesting? I think it's interesting. Oh, I'm out of it. Package of towels will be useful. We'll buy another one. So there's other thoughts somewhere between wish I could have a long ass sleep and wake up when it's convenient for me and wish I never existed. I think about that, but then I realize I'm too you have to understand, I was about to say, like, I think about that sometimes, and then what stops me, or rather what the conclusion I get to usually is like, I'm too important. I'm way too important to like just die. Like it would, people need me. I am so important. There's just no way like I could just leave the earth like this. Like, even when ideally I have a good life, I'll never find peace within myself. I mean, you don't know until you keep trying. That's all I can say, I guess. But what I can tell you is, when you have not found peace yet, there's always the lingering thought that what if I could never find it? I think you could tie it back to the February stream questions I'm doing, which is like, it does. I do understand if it feels impossible to find love if you've never found it. And that question always lingers. Or even if you found it before and then you lost it, or some reason it's gone, it's like, will you ever find it again? You don't know. Maybe you'll go on the rest of your life alone. That's true. And that lingering thought isn't false. It's just something you have to also compare with the reality of the situation. Right? This is the most tile ever. Why does the bathroom look like a cruelty squad level? Okay, I need to... Alright, I'm gonna change it. Okay. Shit. Hold on. It does look pretty bad. Like, I do agree. It's kind of awful. Why isn't Amethyst geode? Fuck. Okay. We're changing it. Okay, we're changing. I hear you. We're changing it. We're changing it. Okay. On. Excuse me. Excuse me. Because otherwise it's like a gray, and then you're gonna call me old and boring again, which might be true, but also, you know, like, what else am I supposed to use? Two shades of blue. Let's do 2 shades of blue. Let's do that. Better already. Better already. Look at that. It's quite nice, honestly. It's quite nice. If I do say so myself. At that. Look at that. Let me get one more. Punch. I'm running out. Are you fucking shitting me? I need one more. God. It's fine. There's gonna be a door frame here, so you won't see it. Okay, it's pretty good. It's actually pretty good. I'm gonna buy one more just because it pisses me off that there's. God damn it. Yeah. There we go. That's actually really nice. That's actually really nice. That's really nice. Find most of the time when the sad boy hours hit, I like to disembowel myself. I don't have a low pain tolerance. Bad. I feel it, but I don't know. There's something to cling on to, I think, that I have that I'm okay with, that makes me okay with the reality of it. But like, yeah, the sort of grim existential moments of my life. But also, I understand not everyone has that. And one of the things I think is a really interesting question to pursue is like, how do you help people find that thing that helps anchor them into existence, right? I don't know how to do that. Holy fuck, I'm late. Welcome, Azure. You're not late. There's no such thing as lateness. I don't know how many times I'll have to say it. There is no such thing as business. Internal door. It could be worse. It does look very feminine. Look, this room is very feminine. But like I think I like the bathroom. I don't know if I like the room color. Maybe I'll change it from Valentine pink to something else. But like I really like the bathroom. You finished the cell bio, so now excuse me late. Well, I mean, congrats on finishing the cell bio thing. Exam you had to do. You don't really need an excuse to be late to a live stream. You can just be late. Cell. Okay, now we need to do the floor. Because the floor is gross. How do you do the floor tiling? What is floor tiling? This is good. This is really nice. This is really good. I can buy a toilet and mount it here? Yes, I will. Yes, I will. No, I need to find like a... What's the bathroom fixtures? Yeah. Jacuzzi. Goodness. Goodness gracious. What are the ones with the they don't have ones with the or is that a different thing where you add it to the bathroom where it's like the... You know what I mean? No, you don't. I didn't say anything meaningful in the past sentence and a half. I was trying to say the bidet. The built-in bidets in the toilet. I don't think they have that. So, never mind. That is horrible. I'm sorry. This is black and white is fine. Black and white is what I'm sticking with. I'm not gonna like overcomplicate it already more than I already have. You're gonna go full 60s Coke bathroom as of a carpet. That's not what was not the intention. This looks quite nice. I'm going to be honest. Chairman, if we're keeping up with the February questions, how many serious relationships have you been in? Holy shit, you do... You are ruthless. You're all ruthless in your questioning. I don't think I will. I don't think it. Okay. Hmm. I'm going to remind everyone that I might have different definitions than everyone else when it comes to like what defines a relationship and what makes it serious. With that in mind, Rob, oh, you have to buy the plumbing system if you don't have it. Sorry, one second. Not enough. That's my answer. My answer is not enough. I will not elaborate beyond what is necessary. But I would say not enough because what I mean is like it's like I can't die yet without having understood it better. And I don't think I've understood it enough. And so I will say not enough. Pretty sure you tiled the outside of the house through the window. What? No, I didn't. Hold on. You made me check. I almost thought I actually did. I did not. I did not. I did no such thing. You did pretty okay in your exam and you got a big batch full from Limbus. That's like a gotcha, right? Nice. Resounding success. What qualities do you look for in a partner and what do you consider as deal breakers? I feel like that would come up when I eventually do the stream where I read like r/relationship advice. So I might as well just say it now, I guess. But generally speaking, I don't really... I think there's a culture of like, you know, there's no way or like or I'm completely hooked and I want this person in my life. That is too extreme, I think, when people evaluate the feasibility of romantic relationships. Because there are certain, for example, there are certain things I want to imagine that like, because to me at least romance is founded upon common shared experience, which, you know, is usually platonic at the beginning. There are certain things that would be relationship deal breakers that wouldn't be friendship deal breakers, or like, you know, like romantic deal breakers that are not platonic deal breakers. And so just because someone has a relationship like deal breaker, even if they did have one, if I were to have one, right, doesn't mean there's no chance per se, because people can change and for the better, hopefully. And like, just because someone is not like they possess a quality or trait that I would consider like not someone I would want to like be in a serious relationship with, I would still be friends with them, is the thing. And as someone who's vehemently against the whole culture of like quick, fast dating app, swipe now, find girlfriend immediately thing that's sort of been well, you get men's and women's shower, you can get shower gel for your bathroom, huh? Can I get a bathtub? I do enjoy a bathtub. Does this fit? Blue glass seems kind of cool. The color doesn't work, but yeah, I'm just gonna stick with this. I have no space in my bathroom for a bath. Never mind. I'm gonna buy a shower like a peasant. Ah. There is no space to mount it. I need a smaller shower. Okay. What's a smaller shower? This is probably a smaller shower. There we go. So sorry. And so that's like a long-winded sort of rant on sorry, I just saw the new one of the new messages. Do you own a 4-in-1 body wash? No, I don't. I don't. I do not own a 4-in-1 body wash. I use conditioner. Okay, that's all you need to know. But as for what qualities I look for in a partner, I think most of them are qualities I would look for in like a friendship in general. I would say those that are not friendship, things I would look for in a friendship, but something I would look for in a relationship. What would it be? Let me think. I think exclusivity is a given. I think there's some, because I have not been able to think outside of my monogamic ways. Okay, so you have to forgive me if you're super progressive, but I really cannot understand love and romance through any lens that is not inherently like monogamous. And because of that, I think like exclusivity is probably something I would value. In the sense that like I would not, like if I am to commit to a partner, I want just as much commitment from that person, basically. What the hell did I want? I forgot to sink. There we go. That's what I wanted. To buy a sink. Does this fit? I think it does. Well, I think it will. Sorry, I had to lock in just now because the water was spilling and I was like, is it gonna fuck up the floor again? But yeah, I think that's one of the things. There's a bunch of things I probably would look for, but I can't off the top of my head give them to you. I would suppose the most important thing is communication and trust though, but that's also like a friendship thing more than it is specifically like a partner thing. So I don't know. Carpet the roof maybe later. I don't know if I should be carpeting the roof. I don't know. To make the carpet yellow or it will be Epstein coated. Okay, good. Glad I didn't do that. Gemma, what's your type? Okay, that's I think a similar question. I will tell you, here's what I will tell you about this in relation to this question. Yes, I know I'm like 10 minutes behind on like the chat message. I'm sorry. It's not even that you guys type too fast. It's just I can't read because I'm 60 years old, okay? But also this looks really nice, I think. I don't know, I'd be comfortable. I'd be comfortable with this. I would be. I don't know if you would be, but I would be comfortable. Need a chair. I do want to like carpet the floor actually. Carpet. Floor and ceiling. Floor panel pine. I think that looks good. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on. It's quite nice. We're cooking. Sorry. Questions. What the hell was the question? What's your type? I'm sorry to say this. I don't think types are a real thing. Like, it's always been like a question posed to me, right? It's not the first or last time I've heard someone ask me like, "Hey, what's your type, Jamin?" Karasufanor would like to know. Frankly, on a new car with so much trash in the garage and you clean it out. If I have somewhere to park, best regards. Yeah, wash my car, I'll pay extra. Cool. Okay, let's do that then. Oh, holy shit. Alright. Okay. Don't ever change the wall colors of the depressed gray. Gotcha. Um, hmm, 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 hmm. I am. Where's the garage? Here's the garage. Okay. I've been asked and like, I've been propositioned the question like, what is your type? People want to know what my type is, and a lot of times over the many years of my 60 years of existence, I realized that when I give an answer, I don't really mean it. I kind of just give an answer just to say, oh, it's this or it's this, and I just describe like a generic trait that someone I imagine would be an amicable person to be around would possess. Like, oh, I like people that are confident. Oh, I like people that are you know, thoughtful, or etc, etc. Like, and I realize it's all actually bullshit to me, because I could just I can imagine a scenario where like I crush on a person who does not exhibit the certain traits that I say, that I like explain. It does show particular trends, like saying types don't exist would dismiss the fact that people attract to certain. So yeah, so what I mean is like when I mean by types don't exist is I am not really I'm not really beholden to much of a preference that overpowers like a shared experience. So here's what I think. Here's like another way I've thought of it, which might sound weird. I don't know if it'll sound weird. Here's what I mean. I feel as though because like romantic attraction is just a sign of something you form over time, and it's like a sort of thing that develops over time. If I were trapped on an island with like anyone who is just not, who is somewhat amicable, and you know, probably a woman because I'm probably heterosexual, right? But like, you know, so like if I was trapped with a woman in on like an island or whatever, and they're not like a completely abhorrent person that I would never want to be friends with, which is a pretty difficult thing to like, you'd have to be really bad, right? But if it's not that, I feel like give it enough time, I could probably fall in love with that person. I don't know if that's a weird thing to say. Like, I just think that like it's just a matter of circumstance. It really is just a matter of circumstance. But this is like, if I'm thinking of it really personally as like a, like as who I am as an individual and like how I form relationships with people. Chairman, you'd be surprised to hear that some people can experience romantic attraction very quickly. I would be surprised, honestly. Maybe there's just a level of like disbelief that goes on in the skepticism of the mind of a philosopher VTuber, but like there has to be like some, you've got to have some trials and tribulations, right? I don't know, that's just me though. But like I kind of don't want to pigeonhole myself into like a type, like this is it, because I feel like if I said that, if I were to be trapped on an island with someone who's not whatever quality or trait I just said, but is still like an amicable person, I could probably fall in love with that person. Like, I'm assuming it's like, you know what, if it's like an apocalyptic setting or whatever, that's obviously what I mean. The reality is like, you know, you live in a world with a lot of people and you have some degree of choice. That's true. But, you know. Like cleaning up. Is it above? Might be above. It tries to find love. Write that down. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's like theoretically, I could imagine myself falling in love with anyone who, like, if I were to give you an answer to like the what's your type question, and I could imagine a person who's not that what I just described that I could also fall in love with given like a specific circumstance. I can imagine that. Would that happen in like, do I know that would happen? I don't know anything. But if I were to venture a guess, that's what I would say. That's the trash. And so when people ask me like the type question, I've come to notice that I actually just don't have one. Or probably if I did, it would be so insignificant compared to the actual romantic experience like one would have with someone else that I think I could feasibly have with a lot of people. Like more than like a broader amount of people than what would otherwise be put into this categorical, like this box that I would categorize people into, like for types or whatnot. And then I realized that's a mood killer. If you're in a social setting and someone's trying to ask you, can I just throw this away? I can't throw this away. It's gross. I realize, yeah, people don't. I have to clean the windows. I realize that people don't find that answer interesting. They're like, well, okay, bro, so what's your type? And I have to go, no, like I really don't have one. And they're like, that's bullshit. And then I have to make something up, right? So if I were to like make something up, like if I were to make something up that would make sense feasibly, then I would probably lean towards like what draws me to certain characters in fiction, maybe in a way that's not just like, you know, do I want this or do I want to be this? That's the question, right? That's always the question. That's always the question is like, do I like this person because I want this type of person in my life, but not to be me? Or do I want to, or do I want to be like this person? I don't know. In which case, I think I will not speak on it now. I think what my quote unquote taste is will, that's a lot of tar. Sorry. Okay. I think in due time it will reveal itself when we eventually play the dating games, when I have to make a choice and it's really just an arbitrary one. Then you'll know. That would be my answer. I'm sorry it's not a very satisfying one, but that's how I feel. Think you just Demi? Well, yeah, maybe. Probably. Your penchant for Vi from Arcane is any indication you like women who can take care of him? Okay, is it a coincidence that shit? Hold on. I mean, I might as well. If I already dug my hole, if I already dug the hole here, I might as well ask this question. Is it a coincidence that like 90% of the fictional women that I find attractive are all like lesbians? Is that a coincidence? Or at least are like kind of bi to a degree? That has to be a coincidence, right? I think that's just a coincidence. I think that's a coincidence and a result of like the biification of attractive anime characters in media. 5 hearts reveal. I'm not playing that. I'm not playing that. Okay. This is the thing is like, it's almost like is there ever gonna be an anime character that's just a straight like you know? Okay, here's something. I know there's more questions. I have to scroll up and see them. So I'm sorry if you asked the question and I missed it. So I'm gonna go scroll back up and see them later. But I do want to talk about this thing. There has been like not discourse, but I saw this tweet and it was about Arcane, right? It was an Arcane tweet, and it was about the new like League of Legends teaser they did for their new season. That's also like it's not just a teaser for the game, it's also a teaser for Arcane, right? And it's gonna be Noxus, right? Is the idea. So there is this character, Katarina, who's extremely attractive in this trailer because everyone in this trailer is like insanely beautiful because, you know, that's their job, is they have to make characters look insanely beautiful, so you'll spend money on them, right? Like that's the idea. That's why everyone in Riot Games looks so hot. Like that's there you go, that's the secret. And there was like a tweet, there was a screen cap of Katarina, this one of these league champions, and the caption was like, who is this and is she a girl kisser, right? And there's a lot of like, I understand there's a lot of lesbians when they see attractive women online, right? Like where like that happens. But it's what's interesting to me is like Katarina, I think in the lore of the game has been established as early on, I think, as a like pretty straight character. Like she's like a pretty heterosexual character. And I'm not saying, oh, because of that, she's straight forever and there's no room for artistic interpretation or anything. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is just that at least conceptually in the beginning, she is like, and then I think the response to that tweet was, there was like a quote tweet that's like, this, like, women, when they find out that Katarina is, like, attracted to the most basic white man to exist or something. And it was really funny. I found it really funny. Because I think canonically, she has a crush / gets with Garen, one of the characters in the story as well. And he is like an upstanding good guy that's like a big meathead. And that's kind of it. Like he's neither of these characters are very interesting in depth, okay? Like I'm not saying Katarina is that interesting either. They're both kind of bland to me, personally. Like they're hot, but that's a given because, you know, all the champions are hot. That's how they sell these skins, right? And what's interesting is this the fucking Katarina lesbian discourse? Sort of. It's not really discourse. It's just, I think what's interesting is it made me realize now that a lot of attractive characters, because of the sort of selfish wish fulfillment that we have as consumers, and we do, and I don't say we as in like you guys, I do include myself in it, where when a character's when a character's sexuality is ambiguous, we want them to be bi. Like it's better for sales, it's better for optics, it's better for everyone if every attractive character to ever exist was bi. Why or pan, you know? Why? Because that means you have a chance. But that's insane. You're talking about an anime character. This is not real. This is not a real person. This is an anime character. Like, what do you mean have a chance? You will never have a chance because they're not real, just like I'm not real. Right? Like, but it's insane that nonetheless, there's this desire for these types of characters to be bi or pan, you know, basically to have an inclusive orientation that would allow not only for the, you know, possibility that, you know, quote unquote, you have a chance, right? Whatever that would mean, but also just for it to be easier for the people who are into shipping culture. Right? Every character's bi until proven otherwise. Exactly. So I'm not saying that's not true or that's bad or like, you know, it's not, because I think every person's like, it's definitely like an extent. It's definitely a spectrum thing. No one is like 100% into one thing or another. You might have preferences, but you like, you know, I just don't. Like, I don't know. I think it's not implausible that everyone is at least a little bit bi. I don't think that's implausible. However, the idea that we as, you know, people in like who engage in fandom cultures just want every character to be bi or a specific sexual orientation because it fulfills a certain fantasy in us is really interesting to me. I don't want to say it's bad. I'm not prepared to say like it's Get off these people's fences and finish your work. Shit. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. But what I mean is like, there's like, you don't see straight attractive anime characters anymore. You rarely do. Everyone's at least kind of bi enough so that whatever fantasies you have in your head can be fulfilled. Why? Because it's profitable. AKA, I don't want to do this to everyone, but it's rainbow capitalism, isn't it? You know, isn't there a little bit of this that makes you think, that makes you realize it's rainbow capitalism more than it's like bi inclusion or whatever? I think being bi is the normal default and being strictly heterosexual or homosexual is the outlier. So that's a discussion on the nature of like of a person's sexual orientation. It's a good question. I don't have the answer. I don't know what human nature is. I don't know at one's core if one is born, you know, with an orientation, an attraction to one or more like genders. But the thing is, like, that's not exactly what, that's not, I think it's interesting, but I'm not here to solve. That's not the question I care about solving. I'm not solving that. It's an interesting question though. But I forgot what I was talking about, but basically the whole thing about like Katarina probably being a straight woman is devastating to people. I understand that, but like, you know, you have to understand my disappointment when I when I examine the fictional women that I decide are the attractive ones to me, and it turns out none of them are into men, and I just go like, okay. All right. I understand. I get it. Okay. I see. Anyways. But yeah, that's like Twitter discourse. I don't know if it's discourse, but I just saw 2 funny tweets and it made me think about something that I found pretty interesting. Most folks lost their chance to be with a cat when they booted up League of Legends. Exactly. Do you think if Katarina was real, she would date a League of Legends player? I just don't think so. Where the hell was the last question? I forget. Personally prefer soap over shower gel. It seems more environmentally friendly. I don't know which it is, so I can't comment on it. But I will say I prefer shower gel because soap is kind of weird to me. Like it's got to go everywhere, and then I just put it back down. It's weird. The texture of soap creeps me out. Like a bar soap, sorry, yeah. Bar soap textures weird me. I feel like an open shower would be better. The bathroom feels too full. You might be right, but I read that message too late, so I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm catching up to the messages. I'm catching up to everything. You did not cook with the floor. I'm sorry to tell you that. Well, all right. Fair enough. I also didn't make this far. We'll replace it in due time. We'll replace it in due time. You want to go for reading glasses? I'm already wearing glasses. Like, it's not, I'm just bad at reading. It's not because like I can't see the words. It's because I look at them and then I spend too much time thinking about the words than actually like I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm too used to really analyzing every word someone says. Now that when I'm like, not bombarded, but when there's like more than 2 people talking to me at the same time, I have to pause. Since types don't exist to chairman, I won't recommend him to chain-smoking office lady with glasses. Okay, I don't know how well if you know Origairu or not, but like I in 2 episodes, I already knew who the most attractive woman in that show was, and it's the counselor with the lab coat. And like, this is not up for debate at all, for me at least. It is her, and it's not close. What's on your bucket list? / what do you want to experience or accomplish before you die? Many things. Among them, I want a Wikipedia page for... I want Kara Sufanor to have a Wikipedia page. Not a VTuber wiki page. That's different. I want a Wikipedia page. Not... There are very few VTubers who have a Wikipedia page right now. I think from the ones I know, it's Mori Calliope, it's Gargura, and I think it's Usada Pecora. I'm not sure. Like, those are the... And they're all from Hololive. I don't think, like, any non-Holos have a Wikipedia page, I think. I'm not sure, though. But, like, no one else has a Wikipedia page. And I don't mean, like, they're featured on a Wikipedia page of, like, oh, this is the company and this is the Wikipedia page for Niji Sanji. No. I'm saying, like, a page dedicated to them. To that VTuber specifically. So on my bucket list, I want that. I want one for Kara Sufanor. I want one for whatever job I end up getting and reincarnate into, which you'll understand what I'm saying. And I want one for, like, my flesh and bones personhood. I want 3 Wikipedia pages. That's what I want. Like, does that mean I'm ready to be doxxed? Not exactly. I think the thing is, like, I wouldn't mind if people knew who I really was, if that was like a flattering image, like, or if it was like, if it's because, like, I'm so renowned and successful that you have no choice but to know, like, that, like, I can't think of a contemporary philosopher right now that, like, Soren Kierkegaard owns, like, a VTuber account. Like, that is, yeah. That's on my bucket list, among other things. There's many other things that reach to that point, but that's the only tangible goal that I think I could say. It's not a coincidence. That means you have a type. My type is women who don't love, who like are never going to love me. That's fucked. Oh man. I refuse to, I'm gonna engage in some cognitive dissonance and refuse to believe that that's what's going on. You were made for the lesbians, for real. I don't know about that. 75% of you are definitely not lesbians. Although, like, I would surmise the remaining 20-something%, there's, like, it's not, it's probably a little higher than average for, like, another VTuber or streamer. Okay, I think I'm caught up on all the messages, I think. Straight men being so adamantly straight. Always be a bit gayer than guys who go, yeah, I kissed the dude once. Not my thing. True. Because you don't know. You really don't know. You have to figure it out for yourself. My curiosity, I think, is like just a natural... Like, it should be. You should be asking yourself the question. You shouldn't be arriving at the same answers. Not everyone should be arriving at the same answers. But everyone should ask the same questions. That's what I think. Maybe make the wall where your kitchen goes a different color. I could. Imagine Zizek as a VTuber. I wouldn't be able to be Zizek. Like, Zizek is like... Zizek is so much more of like an... Like, he's like the philosopher's philosopher, you know? Like, I'm not there yet. My goal is to be the VTuber's VTuber, okay? But my goal is not to be the philosopher's philosopher. He is the philosopher's philosopher. I'm giving up on my house. I'm gonna pick another job and come back to this later, man. Christmas again? I don't want it to be Christmas. I'm tired of Christmas. Sauna, hold on. Sauna and base build. Sadly, I can't speak. Good day. Sadly, I can't speak English too well. It's alright. It's alright. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sorry for that. Bought an as is huge house some time ago, and everything here needs to be fixed. The most important problem is sauna leaks. Saunas are very popular in my country, and I want one here. Can you fix the sauna in my house? Except for the wood on the sauna, I want white and gray walls. Furniture should be Scandinavian style. There's something white, blue, gray. I want nice kitchen, 2 bedrooms, saloon, and 2 bathrooms. Also a trash container in every room. Thank you very much, Lucas. Sure thing, Lucas. Would you ever want to write a book? If so, what topic would the book be about? I think the question for me that comes up isn't even what the topic is about first, but it's like, who's writing the book? Is one of my questions. Is Peter Parker writing the book or is Spider-Man writing? But anyways, if I were to write a book, it would probably be about... hold on. That's like... okay, it's a really good question. And if I were to answer completely straightforwardly and honestly, I actually do think it would dox me. So I'm not going to completely answer it straightforwardly. Because I might have to like write like a manuscript in the next few years. And I don't know if I want, like, I don't know. Anyways, but what I will say is, if I were to write a book, whoa, what the hell? Wow, this really is a house as is, huh? Okay. It's nice. Oh, it's a lot of work, but it's nice. And with the colors white. Okay. Okay. Shoot. Let me close all the doors so I make sure I don't fuck up. Oh, this is a different color. No, it's the same color. Let me close all. All of this is white, right? All of it. All of it? All of it. Okay. If I were to write a book, what would... It would be a book. It would be an accessible book. I would not write a book that is filled with, like, academic jargon. I just don't think that's interesting to me at all. I would not do that. So if I write a book, it would be something that would be easily read. Could be easily read by people who are not philosophically inclined. And I suspect that I won't actually write much about philosophy. I don't think I'll write any philosophy. I'm not good at it. Like, I'm shit. I'm a shit philosopher. I'm the best philosopher VTuber, okay? But that's because I'm the only philosopher VTuber. The moment some other person with a philosophy degree decides to do VTubing, I'm screwed. Like, it's over. It's so over for me. But, so I don't think I would write anything philosophical. I would write something, it would be, I would write like one of the book ideas here's one of the book ideas I have, okay? It would be an anti-self-help book, okay? I'm gonna write an anti-self-help book in the truest sense of the word anti, not just, oh, it's a self-help book disguised as an anti-self-help book. Oh, it's not just something that's not self-help. It is an anti-self-help book. That's what I want to write. What would that look like and how would that be written? I'm not sure, but that is one of the goals I have. That is something I think I would do. It's like if Slavoj Žižek had a Hollow Stars Wikipedia article and SCP article. I mean, I would love to see it. Here. I mean, I would immediately have a new Kamiyoshi and it would not be close. It actually wouldn't be close, I think. Okay, it's okay. Every person I meet IRL assumes I'm gay and then I talk incessantly about men. They're real. It happens. Hello, am I not a lesbian too? I think the fact of the matter is everyone, not everyone. I think there is a much higher than average amount of like lesbians in my viewership, because not for any reason, or rather purely because Class of 09 is by far the most viewed content on my streams, and it's not close. No one cares about anything else. Not no one, but like a lot of people enjoy me for class of '09. And the class of '09, I don't have a better way to put it, okay? But the class of '09 girlies are pretty gay, all right? Like, that's... I have no other way to put it. I was trying to think if I could put it more eloquently. I don't think there's any real way to put it eloquently. The class of '09 girlies are all pretty gay, okay? And if you're not, then you've got some questions to ask yourself, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And because of that, I just know statistically my viewership has to have a higher than average count of like lesbians. For sure. At least the woman who visits my house super stream is not gonna be like, damn, you live like this. But like, I do live like this. Close enough. She'd say, did you let a toddler decorate your house? I would say chat had some influence in it, so yes. Be sorry cause when people the sorrow it causes people when Zizek does digital concert for Holostars, the Milcat footage is leaked by accident. You don't know what I would haters want to see that. Write a philosophy kids book? I don't know if that's my thing. Maybe I could, but I'm not too interested in doing it. I just don't think, like, after studying enough of it, I don't think philosophy is my passion. Yeah, it took you this long to realize? Well, it is what it is. Magnum opus, you are mid. Maybe I would write a book like that. I would write a book and title it You're Mid. Maybe I would do that. And it's just so like how to reconcile. And I think the book would probably be about reconciling the fact that you are mid, in the sense that like there are absurdly high like media and the way information is like travels around over represents what is otherwise a very like it's not a good representation of how people are, the way media portrays people, like how attractive like, you know, the average, your conception of what it means to be an attractive woman or an attractive man is warped, because most of the time when you see like people who are on commercials or on TV or whatever, they are above average, like people who are above average in terms of conventional attractiveness and conventional like appeal. You're not like, you can't all look like Keanu Reeves, even though he's the one who shows up in the most commercials. But so in your head, even if you know that consciously, subconsciously in your head, you're still gonna compare it to that because that's the thing you're exposed to. Did I paint all the walls? I think I did. Wonderful. Excellent. Floor panel pine. Okay. Where do I lay it? Does this go all the way to the living room? Almost to the living room. Okay, so it goes from here to... then here to... okay. Paint 99% white? Where's the 1% I didn't paint? Fucking hell. Whatever. If I wrote a book, it'd be YA fiction, not smart or thoughtful enough to write non-fiction. I mean, I'm not either, but like, I'm gonna have to, I guess, if I were to write a book. Okay, hello, sexy man. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I should, like, it feels weird when I say welcome to stream. Like, I don't do that. And it's not what I only say this because, like, other people say this. I only say that because other VTubers say that. But I don't say that in my life. I shouldn't say that. It's weird. I'm weird. I don't know what to think anymore. Dude, where's the last 1%? Okay, I'm just gonna have to... True, we do love that toxic Yuri. Did I mention this? I mentioned this a stream or two ago that, like, I got a comment from someone whose was at I love toxic Yuri, and the comment was a very like nice, heartfelt like compliment. I was like, oh, I really enjoyed your like playthrough of The Walking Dead. I think was the comment, or it might be something else, but I think it was that. Was it? No, here's a 90%. Fuck. Okay, I don't know. But it was like a really nice, heartfelt compliment. But then the name made me chuckle. The name really made me laugh. It's not the 1%. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, that was... If you're here, I love Toxic Fury. I just wanted to shout you out again. Your name really did brighten my day. I just, like... I don't know, man. I admire it. Don't worry, I'm in my 4th year and realizing journalism isn't my thing either. Yeah. If there's one thing college or university will teach you about your subject is you'll know whether or not you want to commit to it for the rest of your life. And in most cases, the answer is no. Makes sense though. That's why you're the philosopher. Is that it? No! Fuck. Why you're the philosopher VTuber, not a philosophy VTuber. I mean, it does sort of explain it, yeah. Like, I am a shark more than I'm a marine biologist. Exactly. Your passion is pining over lesbians and trying to break free from your Genshin shackles. Do you understand, like, all of the... Like, I pull up my, like, Genshin roster, and I don't even do this, like, consciously. It's just sometimes I look at it, I'm like, oh, wow, all of these women would not be into me because they're only into other women. And I go, fuck! Ah! I'm miserable. And then that's like, and I carry on with my day. Dude, where's the last 1%? I'm looking, this is, the rest of the stream is going to be me staring at this white wall, isn't it? What about today? Even the most attractive people in commercials would not turn heads in public because most people you see are in distance and not perfect lighting. Exactly. People are just kind of ugly. At least, like, if you think about it this way. But you know what is not... You know what does not... Like, how do I say this? Oh, God. Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to get into this. Let me think if I want to get into this. You're not weird, you're just a little guy. That's like the same thing, though. It means the same thing. It can be more flattering, it can be less, but I'd be remiss to try to think it's not the same thing, because it is. Streaming. Okay, I see other questions. I see another question. Has streaming lingo ever spilled over to IRL yet? I'll answer that first. No. Because I don't use, which is also, and one of the reasons why is because I'm really careful in trying not, I try not to, I don't know if you've noticed, I try very hard not to use streaming lingo. Fuck! Sorry, I try very hard not to use streaming lingo in my streams. Like, I don't go, like, I don't obsessively spam the word chat over and over again. I don't really use the words first, like, I don't really use emotes. I don't say pog. You are, I guess you are my little pog chat. Like, I don't say things like that in the stream because I also think it's weird to say streamer lingo in a stream. And as a result, one of the good things that's come out of that is that's made it so that I don't also say it in real life because I find it weird to say on stream. And if I find that weird, there's no way I would say it in real life. Germans read the Communist Manifesto on stream. Still can't find the 1%. Where are they? Where's the 1%? Fucking hell. To the right of the fireplace? Oh my god, you're right. I don't know why you noticed and I didn't. You completely, you're right. Said 07 to my parents once. Oh. Solution, become a woman. It's like, I've thought about it. I've definitely thought, like, you know, is it me? Do I have to change? I thought about it. But then I thought, I'm pretty comfortable in my, like, I don't, if I were reborn, if I were reincarnated, if I were isekai'd into a new world and I was a woman, I wouldn't mind. I'd be like, oh, well, all right, this is, and I guess this is it then. Like, Good thing I read enough feminist literature to figure out what to do next, right? Like that's what would happen. But also, if I were presented the opportunity and someone asked me, "Hey, would you want to switch?" I wouldn't care. I think I'd be pretty ambivalent to it. I think actually no, I would care a little bit. Here's the only reason I would care is I think like I do not want to deal with the biological difficulties of being a woman. I feel that shit like I'm not dealing with that. Fuck that. But other than that, I would not mind being a woman. Like I think I'm okay being a guy. If we're like if you remove all the bullshit of like, you know, birth like birthing shit, like if you remove all of that, would the option be more tempting? It'd be a little more tempting, but also I wouldn't like if I miss out on this opportunity to get a free like gender bender potion, I wouldn't like to appear into as my like feminine self. I wouldn't mind. Also, if I were to be a woman, I would still be just as like mid. Like I wouldn't all of a sudden be the most beautiful woman to ever exist, right? I would just be some woman. In the same way, like right now, I am just some guy. That is not lost on me. Okay, now I need to buy floor panels. And ceramic tiles? Where did the ceramic tiles go? And it's for this room specifically. Hold on. Where would that's the corridor. This is the room. Where would it go? Ceramic tiles gray? Okay, I think that would go here. I think that would go here. Here's where that would go. Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. That makes sense. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. But like, yeah, I wouldn't be just adopt. Yeah, that's not what I mean. Like, I don't mean actually like giving birth. I mean like having like I'm okay. I'm content with my male private parts. I imagine if I had to deal with like a terrible sore aching in my body like every month, I would actually like lose it. I would not be able to function as well as I do right now. So no thanks, fuck that. But this is of course like thinking about like, you know, your biological like assigned to at birth type things. And so if we're not thinking about that, right, we're just thinking, would I want to be like a trans woman? Do I feel more at home if I like, do I feel more comfortable with my body and myself if I were to, you know, be a trans woman? The answer is probably not. Like I would be just as comfortable / uncomfortable, probably, if I had to guess. Because I don't know. I mean, I haven't tried it. I don't, but I'm not, I just don't think I would. And it's like, if I want to do all of that to have a small chance at the fictional lesbian women on my phone, like I'm not gonna, that's not worth all that hassle. It really isn't. Here's the doorway to the right. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe I didn't see it just now, but I spotted it. Most people, if put on a scale of 1 to 10 for being weird, they would put 6. Maybe people overestimate how weird they are. I think, yeah, most people are pretty normal. Most people are mid, exactly. Like, I think, like, actually, that comes to my point. I probably think I'm weird, but like, it's not that surprising what I do or, like, the things I believe and, like, the things I value. It's probably pretty, like, usual. It's not that unusual. Do you get paid to not read my comments or something? I wish I got paid for anything. Oh. Feel the same way, whether it be a man or woman, it doesn't matter. I'd be happy being. Yeah, like obviously there would be some troubles being a man versus being like a woman, or you know, or even if you go the secret hidden the secret hidden route behind like the invisible wall of like, in the RPG to like try to be an androgynous NB. Like you could do all of that, but I feel like that would all come with its own set of problems. And frankly speaking, like I've gotten good at dealing with the men problems that if I have to relearn how to deal with the women problems, like it's just more hassle than it's worth. It's a pain being a woman. I'd switch in a heartbeat. Understandable. So you don't mind misogyny? No, like I do. What I'm saying is I mind it just as much. Which is like, it can't be true, right? Because it's, frankly speaking, if I were to be a woman, the misogyny would bother me a lot more than me right now. That's just the case. But in my attempts to sort of be sympathetic and understand, you know, alternate human experiences in the world, I try to understand it. Where the hell did I put this? Here? No, here. Yeah, okay, okay. That's perfect, right? Yeah, okay, okay. It's great. I walk in and put my hat here. Yep, great. I mean, you don't have to get pregnant, you can get sterilized. Yeah, but I'm gonna have like, there's a bunch of shit. Every woman is the most beautiful woman to ever exist. Actually, don't get it twisted. I don't know. You can't all be the most beautiful. It's kind of like when someone goes like, you're the best VTuber ever. It's like, no, that's not true. I can't be. Like, there's too many out there. You can remove your uterus to stop the periods. Yeah, but it's like, again, I have to go out and do a side quest. Like, I don't want to do a side quest. I want to just kind of live my life and not have to worry about that, which is, you know, I guess what I would consider male privilege. Like, I don't have to think about this shit. I just kind of, like, I have other shit to think about. Like, I have to think about, oh, am I masculine enough? You know, are the boys gonna make fun of me if I kiss them goodnight? Like, you know, like there's, like, you know, obviously stuff that you think about as a guy that you don't as a woman. Like, oh, is it awkward if I express my, am I just like strange for expressing my emotions so transparently and clearly? Shouldn't I just bottle it up inside, and the only justified emotion I should be feeling is rage, and that's the only acceptable one socially? And if a man cries, it's weird for everyone, even the women and the other men. You know, like, these are questions you don't really have to think about as a woman, that you do as a man. But also, I've been able to deal with them already. I figured them all out, so I'm good. Like, I have achieved most of the full mastery on the skill tree of, like, being a man, I think. Or being, like, acceptably masculine. Being the man I would want to be. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Whereas, like, then if I have to start over and have to figure out how to be the woman I would want to be, like, that's so much work. I don't know if I could do it. Anything stopping me is I would get less attention as a guy because you're gonna be bit as fuck. Interesting. I can't comment on whether or not that would be true, but it sounds about right to me. You do get, like, less attention as a guy. That's just the way it is. The real question is if you're attracted to lesbian women IRL and if that would factor into whether you would transition. Here's my thing. That probably wouldn't factor into whether I would transition, because I don't think I would go. I don't think if I were to transition for someone, that would mean that, like, the only chance I have to even get with them is because they cannot accept the masculine parts of me as a person, right? And if that's the case, I don't think I'd be attracted to them. There needs to be some reciprocation of love, right? Like, and if there isn't, then I'm not doing that for you. I will say that my celebrity crushes, I have 3 celebrity crushes, okay? And they're only like, and they're all okay, and they're pretty generic. So I'm not gonna. So maybe this is like, okay, actually, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Actually, in the type question that I just came up with, but I want to answer. Okay, ask me about my celebrity crushes once I'm done catching up to all the messages. Okay, hold on. If Shaman was a woman, they would finally ship themselves with the characters they like. Like, I would do that, and then the one thing that would stop me from that is the fact that Alhaitham Kave exists and Ratio of Ventrine exists. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's what's stopping me from doing that if I were to transition as a woman. I'm lagging? Oh shit, am I? Am I still lagging? Hello, hello, hello. It lags when you use the tablet. Okay. Okay. What superpower would you want to have? I pick shape-shifting or telekinesis. For sure, either time manipulation. But if that's too strong, then like teleportation. And if that's too strong, maybe like personal time dilation, probably. So I could perceive time faster than it happens if I want to. Not like I'm forced to it further. That's probably what I would pick. I just have too little time to do everything I want to do. I want time. I want 40 hours in a day so I can do things. You say that, but the amount of women who are charming and attractive in some way, even if not conventionally attractive, is way higher than the amount of men. True and real. That I don't disagree with. Completely agreed. I'm fine right now, right? Okay. Just making sure. But yeah, true and real, generally the women that you find just out in the wild are a lot more like well presented and groomed and like attractive than the men are, but I also think it's like, it's just because the men are like not doing the tech, you know? I think if the population of men locked the fuck in to try to be more appealing, like, or like, you know, be more presentable, like the playing field would even a bit more. I just think it's like right now it's just like we have the capacity to be on the same playing field, but currently the women are like way ahead of us. Made a comment of I wish I was lesbian because men are annoying, but actually men are cute, so I changed my mind. You did. Okay. Just the easy answer, just be bi, just be pan. There you go. You solved all the problems. You can be greedy. You can indulge in your greediness. Mind control would be the ultimate pick, but considering that's probably too strong, I'd just be a normal. Yeah, so like, it's like, what is too strong, right? I think, like, I don't even think mind control would be that strong. Okay, maybe it would. I was thinking more like telekinesis. Or not telekinesis, like telepathy, actually. Okay, I think the better question is, what is the power that I would want that would... No, hold on. What's the weakest power I would want? No, but then that becomes really specific, right? That's not a good question either. I don't know. I've yet to formulate the perfect way to ask the superpower question. Because it ends up being like, that's too OP, so maybe not. You know what I mean? We have to buy a TV stand. Where do we put the TV stand? There's a fireplace here. I think we put it here. This has to be, right? I'm gonna assume that it is. Okay. Right now I feel really bad for straight women. I do too. I also feel bad for straight men, but a little less. Just a little less. But I do feel bad for them too, because like you have to imagine from their perspective, it's like they don't understand what's going on, like other straight men. I mean, not just me, but like other straight men. They don't understand what's going on. Next thing you know, boom, you're just your insecurities and your ignorance is being exploited by like all those alt-right pipeline YouTube videos, and then that's it. It's over. Like that is pretty fucking annoying to deal with. I can't imagine having to deal with that. Friend can resist the I can fix and parasite. Toast for them. Good luck. I can fix it. The I can fix and parasite is just not it. It's difficult. Once men start using separate shampoo and conditioner, well, cologne and dress in a way that's flattering for their body shapes and complexions, it's over. Yeah, it is. Like you just got like men. You just got to lock in, and then that's it. There is so much that's within your control. There's so much shit that's within your control as a man. It's just like you don't realize it because you're taught to hate from like from being a child. Hey, that's cute. I like that. Like the men are, I think, I forgot what some people, I think I heard the word spawn camp to be used, but like, yeah, like little boys are being, like boys are being spawn camped from youth and their teens to just go down that hatred, that path of hatred that just does not help them at all. And is actually just exploiting them for their attention or money or whatever. It sucks. Usually children are really insecure adult men. Exactly. So it's like, as much as that's destructive and terrible and, you know, I still have sympathies. And it's also like, I think the strength of my sympathy is that that's the only way to actually solve the problem. Because you can't just eliminate all the incels. You know what I mean? You can't just kill all the incels. You kind of have to turn the incels. You have to transform the incels into like sensible adult men, which is a lot harder than just destroying them. Destruction is transformation is always harder than destruction, but yeah. That's what you get for being ambitious, for being an ambitious philosopher VTuber, I guess. I need to buy other things. I keep thinking it. Refrigerator, gas plate. Wait, this is a whole ass kitchen? Which part of it is the kitchen? Is this the kitchen? This is the kitchen? Shit. Oh goodness. Is this the kitchen? This is the room. What's in this here? Okay, I don't know. This is the kitchen. This is the kitchen? This is the kitchen. I'm gonna make this the kitchen. Oh, so this tiling was supposed to be for the kitchen. Oh, okay. 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 Honestly, just feel bad for everyone right now into the next few years. Yeah, I do as well. Every time I be asked if I could do his eyeliner for him before we go out, I have a moment where I'm like, am I gonna be the one who proposes right now? I mean, that it's certainly like, it's certainly an attractive. That's like, I would imagine that, like, I can see it. I can see the vision. That's all I'll say. I can see the vision. I mean, you can try to transform them, but they have to be open to it to begin with. Exactly. That's what makes it so difficult. That's what makes it philosophical. It's like, how do you help someone who doesn't want to be helped? I think that's one of the most interesting philosophical questions to answer. What the hell do I do? Okay, I have to buy a sofa. I'm buying the sofa first. Should be. Let's do brown. Okay. This is easy, right? It's a sofa. It's just a sofa. There we go. Can't sit on it, but it's fine. Okay. Okay, now I can answer the question. Now I can answer the fucking... Or not answer the question. I can bring up the thing I wanted to talk about. Celebrity crushes. So currently, I have very basic, and uninteresting celebrity crushes. I think, and there's 3 of them. Okay. This should suffice as an answer to the type question. Okay. It's Haley Steinfeld. It's Chloe Grace Moretz, and it's Tom Hiddleston. Okay, those are the 3. Those are the 3. Tom Hiddleston is like, I'm still struggling. It's like the, you know, the eternal bi struggle of like, do I want him or do I want to be like him? Right? I'm still struggling with that, so I don't know. So, but he's on my celebrity crush list for now, okay? It's an eternal battle. It's never going away. It's annoying, and it is like too many questions, but yeah. Those are my 3 celebrity crushes. And I think as I've come to notice, as I've come to realize actually, is like there's a bunch of I mean, you saying those 2 and immediately alerted me to a type. I don't know what that is. But like I don't know what the type is. But what I realize is there's tons of people I find like conventionally attractive. Like especially when it's celebrities, because that's their job. Their job is to be like hot, right? That's their whole thing. But very few of them are attractive and like in their like appearance, but also have really nice voices. And I think that's what separates the celebrity crushes I have from like other celebrities that it's like, yeah, they're really hot. Like they're attractive people. But it's also kind of like, what does this say about me, right? Like how much of things, like how much does the voice, like does someone's voice matter to me? Which then made me think, and trust me, I've thought about this a lot longer than I care to admit. It did make me think like, is that part of the reason for why VTubers, like I'm so enthralled by the concept of VTubers? Because in the concept of VTubers is now, it's like everyone is attractive. Everyone is visually very appealing because you're an anime character. That's the playing field has been even. And so there's no like, that allows for one to appreciate and understand all the other dimensions of what makes someone like an attractive person, right? And like, you know, including their sense of humor, their personality, their like their voice, the way of their speech, etc., all those things. Kitchen set with Sink Andy. Oh. I don't know why that's so funny to me. It's just, I still don't know who Andy is, but I just keep seeing Andy's. Like, there's always an Andy comment in the Germa stream. Who is Andy? Infomercial Andy. I don't know. Those are your celeb crushes. You're cooked. I am cooked, but I'm not sure how that's relevant. I'm not sure how it's relevant to my celebrity crushes. I am cooked, but I'm just not sure what you mean by that. Like, what is the implication? I don't know these people. I don't know them in real. I know like 2 of them are married. I think. Is Chloe? I think Chloe Grace Moretz is married as well. Is she? I know the other 2 are married. I have to look it up. Hold on. Let me check. Give me one moment. I can't see it. Hold on. Personal life. Moretz is a lesbian. Yeah. Yep. That's what I wanted to. That's why I wanted to mention celebrity crushes when you asked, like, you know, it depends. Like when someone asked like the thing with fictional women, like, and like whether or not you would transition for a fictional lesbian. It's like I have a real life example too. She was in a relationship with English model and photographer Brooklyn Beckham, with whom she attended the Democratic National Convention. supportive of Hillary Clinton since 2018. She's romantically linked to model Kate Harrison as of 2023. She confirmed she's in a long-term relationship. Yeah, so she's not married, but she's in a long-term relationship. If you're saying I'm cooked in the sense that, like, you know, it's Jover, there's no chance, then, like, yeah, I knew that from the offset. I was not delusioned enough to think, yeah, I'm gonna one day impress this, like, celebrity crush I have. That's not real. I'm certainly very far away from. Have you seen that, like, the series of, is it drama? Is it even drama? I don't know what it is. It's like a series of things that happened with the voice actor of Miles Morales from the Spider-Verse movie being kind of cringe online. And kind of cringe might be an understatement, but I just think it's funny that to call it kind of cringe. Wait, who? I'm not sure what his name is exactly, but he's the voice actor for Miles Morales and Spider-Verse. And like Haley Steinfeld announced her engagement. Haley Steinfeld plays Gwen, Spider-Gwen in the Spider-Verse universe, in the Spider-Verse movies. She recently announced her engagement with her husband. I forgot the name of, but like, I think it was like a few months ago. And the day she made that announcement, the voice actor said something about like, how like it's, what the fuck did he post? It was just cringe is what it was. It's so funny. I have to, hold on, I have to look it up. I'm not gonna look it up. I'm just gonna talk about it. But he posted something, a tweet along the lines of like, you know, we'll get him next time. It's okay. You know, people fail all the time. It's important to just get up and try again. And like, he posted that shit like the day fucking Haley Steinfeld announced that she was getting married. Oh my God. And like, so basically in all of the, I think in a lot of, if not all of the lore for, you know, West, like modern IRL depictions of Spider-Man, he's the only one, or not just IRL depictions, just Spider-Man in general. I think he's the only Spider-Man who does not have, you know, the way people say it is like the only Spider-Man who doesn't have their MJ. I don't really, you know, I don't know what that means, the sentiment means exactly, but it was just hilarious that the guy would post that. And like, it would be so, it's hilarious that he would have a celebrity, like a pathetic, and it's pathetic. It's kind of pathetic. Okay. Like, I'm not going to mince words. Okay. It's a little pathetic. It's a little pathetic to have like a celebrity, extremely one-sided celebrity crush on your coworker and not realize that your feelings and emotions are never going to be returned from your situation. And like, it's just, the sentiment is that he's single and lonely. Yeah, so it's fine being single and lonely. Like, I understand that. Believe me, I do. But it's another to, you know, like, it's, imagine if I posted, I don't know, imagine if, maybe not, like, maybe if, I don't know, imagine if one of the VTubers I watched, like, announced that they're not, like, I can't even make like an analogy. What's like an analogy? What's the analogy you would raise? You could say like, imagine if there was another VTuber. Like, imagine if Oro Crony one day announced, finally, you know, like, is she the most transparent closet in existence, right? But imagine if Oro Crony announces, oh, I'm like only into women, like I am exclusively lesbian, and like and then I type like and then what did I type? What did he say? There's still more people to meet, more opportunities to come, and more chances to try, live, learn, and apply. Imagine I typed that as a tweet like the day, like, okay, that would actually be pretty funny. Like, that would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny if I did that. But only, like, but imagine if I did that before this week. Like, imagine if I did that. Just because, like, another VTuber has announced that they are, like, you know, that it's over, that it's over, I've got no chance now. I don't know, I just think that's so funny. she announced one day she was lesbian on stream, I think it would be hilarious. It would piss off quite a few people. Here's okay. I don't want to get into the, I don't know how much is weird. I don't know how much is weird. So I don't want to speculate on like Crony's personal life. It's just that I've watched her streams a lot, so I kind of like she thinks and how she feels about certain things. She strikes me as someone, she strikes me as like someone who has made attempts to like woo men and women, and for some reason, or to be in a serious relationship. She strikes me as someone who has definitely tried men and women and have failed at both. That's what she strikes me as. Okay, I don't know. I'm not here to speculate. I don't know anything about this person. This is an online internet person. I have no clue. But if I had to guess, you know, just based on the vibe she gives me when she makes self-deprecating jokes. Ceiling lamp triple. I should get a ceiling lamp. Should make them. Maybe make them lily. Yeah, I could do this. But like, imagine if she announced that and then I typed that on Twitter. Like, there's no amount of ASMR streams I could like will stop me from looking incredibly pathetic if that's what I did. I don't know. I mean, that's just, I'm just trying to think of it from my perspective, right? I'm just trying to, because I don't want to be hypocritical. I don't want to be like, you know, oh, this guy's a loser and then like just make fun of him. I want to think like, okay, what if I was put in like a scenario that would be kind of like that? I don't know. I can't even imagine, honestly. Wait, I forgot about Name Wants to Battle. Okay, you know what? I did too, now that you've reminded me. I think when I was younger, when I was like, you know, maybe 50 something, 40 something, and I was obsessed with Name Wants to Battle, I didn't know why. And I think in hindsight I do now, but I don't know if I like the consequences of what that means. But he is very attractive, man. He is a very attractive man. Are you doomed to never have love be requited? Again, I have successfully, it's too late. It's already too late. I have successfully romanticized myself to be Loki from the end of Loki season 2. All right, that's all. I have already romanticized that. That's who I am now, and that's how I cope. Okay, this is how I'm coping. Speaking of lonely men, this guy, I think he was 60, married an AI. No, we lost another one. It's over. I need to make that video that's like, I will kill your AI girlfriend and boyfriend. Like, I need to make that stream. There needs to be a stream where I just do a lot of research and I just spend 2 hours completely dismantling like the notion of having a love life with a chatbot. That's one of the few things I'm not gonna have any mercy with. Like, I'm not gonna be like, well, you know, actually, you know, I can see how. No, I don't see. I'm destroying it. It needs to be destroyed. Okay, it needs to be destroyed. The notion that could happen. Difference would be between you tweeting that versus Shamik is like, you're a fan, he's her coworker. That's true. Like, I am just a fan. Imagine if I was like, you know, in the Hollow Stars, which would totally never happen. So like, just so it's safe for me to say, imagine that, right? You know, because it's not, the chances of that would be very slim. But you know, imagine if I was, and then I tweeted that. Oh. Maybe like, I imagine if like an indie VTuber like that, I don't know, imagine if like do you remember like Ochu, the VTuber who raided me like a week ago or something? Imagine if she was like, if she announced like, I'm a lesbian, right? That's what she said. She's like, I have no interest in men. And imagine me like typing a tweet like that. I don't know. I'm trying really hard to relate to the scenario where, oh, plausibly I could imagine myself doing it. But no, I could not imagine any scenario where that'd be a good idea. That'd be a terrible idea. No, stop. I don't know. All I'm saying, Shamik, is like, you need to watch like a few Kara Sufrano streams to really get a reality check on what's going on in your life. Oh man. Chat would have the full-on Midwest emo Russia meltdown. Oh, they would. Yes, they would. Oh man. Yeah, I can imagine. And then post a picture with Laura Harrier to promote his music without telling her, while she also recently got engaged. Yeah, and then he did that thing where he posted a picture of like someone else who is engaged, and then like, oh no, it's not a good look, man. It's not. Wait, did I buy the kitchen set already? I did not buy the kitchen set yet. I need to buy the kitchen set now. Where do I put the kitchen set? It's a huge kitchen set. Where does this go? What the fuck? Where does it go? I don't know where I would put it. Is this where I was supposed to put the kitchen set? Oh my god, it might. But then where do you put the TV? You put the TV here? Oh my god, you might. Okay. I have to. Sorry, I fucked up. I gotta put. I think it's kind of weird that you would put that next to the glass window. Whatever. Rule for me personally, but it would be career suicide. Yeah, like the fact that VTubers, at least the Hololive ones, right, are so pressured to be gay or like acceptably bi, just to feed the delusions of like people who are fans, who claim to be fans at least, is disheartening. And this is more for the women than it is for the men. I don't think the men have it that bad. I think the men, like, in the sense that while the stars are not very popular, they're the people who are fans of the Holostars are not weird. Like, generally the Holostars fan base is pretty chill, which is great. Which is like a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because that means, like, their fan base is super chill, but at the cost of like them not having as much recognition as they deserve. Bruce Rider is all in mainstream media and is portrayed in a bad way. Yeah, there's like a ton of reasons why it was a horrible idea. None of which I think Shamik considered when he tweeted that. Which is just scary, I guess. It's like, how can someone have such poor judgment capability, like, decision-making abilities? Imagine Goofy messaging that when Minnie comes out as a lesbian. It'd be interesting to see Minnie come out as a lesbian. We'll see. Time will tell. But I don't think I think Disney's willing to be just acceptably, like, profitably gay, but not, like, detrimentally gay. I feel like Minnie being gay would, like, fuck their profits, and they're not willing to take that risk. Okay, now I can do the Kitchen Andy. There we go. Kitchen Andy. Kitchen Sink Andy. Okay. If Sherman announces he's in a relationship one day, I'm quote retweeting it with the shipping foremost. Please, that'd be so funny. Please, I want everyone to do that. Actually, I want everyone who's on stream who still remembers me, if in like the next 20 years I actually get into a relationship, to quote retweet with the Shamik Moore like tweet, please. Oh, that'd be so fun. It's hilarious. God, I don't know. Like I feel a little bad dunking on him because it's like it's coming out of a place of like, you know, emotional insecurity and like, you know, discontent with one's social life, well, like with one's love life, which I can understand. Like this is something I can understand, but you know, but I can't help but make fun of him. It's too funny. Okay, where do you put the fridge then? Here? Fucking hell, it's a weird layout. I guess I'll put it here. Right here. You don't have to show interest to collabing with a man is enough. That's what pisses me off is like now, like thanks to all the fucking people who ruined it, like now I'm never gonna see like anything like Hollow Salt again. Like I can't believe you've just taken away this beautiful thing I could have enjoyed. That's what pisses me off about the people who are like, you know, no collabs that are not of people with the same gender. It's fucking weird. I mean, that's a very it's a vocal minority of people, so I'm not too worried. I don't think about it too much, I would say. Hollow Live fans are just cooked. They're convinced that out of hundreds and thousands of people, they have a chance. It's like sad, but it's real. It's sad and it's real. Yeah, I don't think there's much more I can say other than that. Put this here, right? Probably. Okay. Steel cooker hood. You put this above the... Does that have to reach the ceiling? It does, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that works. That works. Resign this last shade, then I'll do it. I mean, like, I want everyone to do it. I want a bunch of people to be funny. Not like you will ever get the opportunity to do that. I just sincerely doubt it. Again, I'm in the Library of Alexandria where the halls of twist and time mean that I'm just going to sort of banished here forever and it is what it is. But on the off chance that that's not true, please do it for me, guys. I wouldn't ask my audience to do anything. This is one thing I would ask my audience to do is if I make an announcement that's like I am engaged or something, whatever the hell could even happen with that, please make the Shamik more tweet. It's good. Saw comments on this psychiatry collab with Vesper after you graduated. I was like, maybe I have a chance now. Sorry, I'm just like, it makes me very uncomfortable that these people exist and are real, and likely are more financially secure than I am. But it is what it is. You put the wardrobe in the living room? What do you? What? Hold on, let me get a chair. Let me get an oak chair. I'm gonna put it here. That makes sense to me. Related, have you seen Gigi's Birthday Dinner Murder Mystery? Because that was amazing. No, I have not watched it recently. Gigi keeps impressing me. I don't think I've watched too much from her specifically, like from her herself. A lot of what I've seen is like her in collabs, but like she's incredible, man. Holy shit, Gigi Marine is incredible and someone I definitely overlooked. I think I watched her debut and I was like, she's like is she just like another gremlin goblin type like archetype character? If so, then I mean that's cool, I guess. But then I think I was giving her way too little credit. Like seeing what she's been able to do and the ideas she's able, like the creative force that she is insane. Like how do you come up with this shit? And like the fact that she organized the baby competition for Fauna to you know push that cart in to show the NL footage, the NL video. Oh, dude. I don't know if she's like, because I just feel like I'm not sure. Maybe she's one of my new Oshis now. I don't want to say that she is, but she's really close. I think if she does one or two more things that really like blow me away, then I'll be like, okay, this is now one of my favorites for sure. Yeah, she's quickly becoming one of like the ones I pay attention to more, and she might be a favorite very soon. Where do you put this armchair? Hold on. What color would it be? Let's do light gray. That's not the right color. Sorry. Cream seems like the right color. Where would you put this? Here? This is fucked. Do you put it next to the fireplace? Dude, I don't know, man. I guess it works. I don't know. Maybe you put another TV here. Fuck. I don't know. I see much from the girls. Should really watch more of them. I'm watching the guys ever since Tempest. Me too. Ever since Tempest, I started really paying attention to the stars. I think prior to Tempest, I just didn't speak Japanese. So I was like, that's cool. I hope you guys do continue what you're doing. But then I couldn't really like get it. Now I'm getting it. Now I'm like, now with Tempest and with Ian, I'm like, this is worth the hype. So I need to get like 3 more chairs. I forgot. Chairs. Get on the chair. 3 chairs. 4 chairs. Have to go. Goodbye, Zero. Goodbye. I'll see you next month because I'll be gone. Turn it, make it an L shape. Okay, maybe that's a better idea. Instead of facing the fire. I don't know why I made it face the fire. Like this? Hold on. Yeah. And then and then I move this back a bit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is good. A lot of people started paying attention to Tempest after Herb sang Lucky during karaoke as well. I won't lie to you. I think when they debuted, I started watching them. I was interested, but then like the clips, there just weren't that many. Like I noticed there weren't that many clips of Tempest, and I think when they started collabing with the female talents was when like interests really started to rile up, and then that coincided with like my heightened interest as well. It's so cluttered. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll sell the paint and it'll look better, right? Doesn't look very good. It's fine. It's okay, isn't it? I'm moving this here. Like here. It should be okay, right? It's not, it's fucked. This is a little better. It's not that, isn't it? It's the fact that the chair is, yeah, okay. The table is. Okay. I know what's wrong. I think I know what's wrong. I'm putting this here. I'm amending the mistake right now. I know what's wrong. I figured it out. There it is. Now it's more homely. Yeah, now it's good. Look at that. That's pretty good, isn't it? For me, it was seeing the debut highlights and Vesper sharing the plastic ball story. I feel that. Yeah, Judge Magni. I think what really turned me was like, I watched an animation of the Judge. No, I didn't. Yeah, I watched an animation of the Judge Magni stream, and it was a really good animation. And it was really funny. And then I watched the VOD, and it was even funnier. I don't know why how the VOD was even funnier than the animation that was already really incredible. Of just, where are your legs? Was it Axel? Axel Sirius, where are your legs? I love that. Oh. Those lights are for the kitchen islands. Ideally, you want the fan type lights in the living. I see. So I want 2 lights for the kitchen area. But then there's no other lights that they're asking me to buy. I think I'm just gonna keep one in the kitchen area and one room. Wardrobe. Why would the wardrobe be here? It would be here? I guess I'll put it here. Okay. Mr. Regis, where are your legs? Yes. God, it's so good. On an unrelated note, I have not had much time to watch Casper Catticini. I just haven't. I wish I had more time to, but I have not had enough time to watch of him recently. It's unfortunate. Prove it. No, fair. Yes. Exactly. Oh, I love it. The china cabinet would be in the living room. So it's like they call it the wardrobe, but it looks like a china cabinet to me. So I don't know what they're doing. See a single stream yet, it feels so bad. I saw their like drunk karaoke with that he did with Randon. Ew, that cooktop. Okay. We'll sort it out. We'll sort this out. What's wrong with this? I don't know what's wrong with it. I just don't know what else to do with it. Do I put it to the left? This is like the thing you have to buy. They ask you to buy it. Rug yellow. Hold on. Let me just place the rug. This is the last item. We need a rug. Where does it go? Where does the rug go? It goes in front of the fireplace. It has to be. It has to go in front of the fireplace. I think. Or should it go here? Man, I don't know. Maybe here. Maybe here. Yeah. Cooktops like that are fire hazards. Yeah, but they're asking me to buy it and like I just don't know where else, like what else I'm supposed to do with it. So I'm just doing it like this. It's weird to me. We have to paint it with more white. I just sold my white paint. What else do we need to paint with white? Get it over with now. This is white and gray. This is the toilet. This is Silver Glacier in white. This is another toilet. Or a bathroom, at least. It's a sauna room, I'm guessing. This is just a room layout. Okay. Okay. I need more white paint. I'm going to get a large white bucket. And I'm going to put it here. I'll move it around. Doors should be white. The doors are white. Are they not? The doors are all white. The doors are all white. The rug is disgusting in that floor. I know, but it's like I don't have much to... I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. But they're forcing me to buy the rug, so I'm gonna buy it. I'm supposed to put it on the other tile maybe, but like I've already tiled it, so I don't want to buy another. I don't want to retile it, so it's over. It's over. What I'm trying to say is it's over. That's what I'm trying to say. Machine for almost 5 hours? Goodness. 5 hours of yapping. I've gone longer. I've gone longer, unfortunately. I really should stop talking, but I just can't stop talking, and that's no good. I should stop talking. I need to fucking go. Okay. No, I don't. I don't need to. I have some time. But okay. But you're definitely not seeing a stream from me again in the next like week, so I don't mind staying a little longer. Drink some water. I've got some. Thank you for the reminder. I've got some water right here. The rug color is so ugly. At least get a different color. I know, but like they made me specifically buy this rug color. I did not have any say in this matter. They would consider the job incomplete if I didn't buy this specific rug. To which I responded, okay, it's your house. You do what you want. Shadow, the fireplace fix make the shadows look like they're bouncing up and down. Yeah. Plato's cave. Oh look, it's fire. It's real people. That's crazy that they look so pixelated like that. It's because my graphic settings are lower. Oh well. You come back, I'm doing the There Goes My Baby Hug by Usher. I don't know what that. None of those words I'm familiar with. I know Usher's the guy There goes Usher at the beginning of like a song. At the beginning of like the Minecraft song with the creepers. Have you distract? You don't have to distract me. I know the time. I can probably stream for maybe another hour, like at most another hour, and then I actually really have to go. But I'm okay otherwise. And then I won't be here for a while. So yeah, any other February questions that are not like the anecdotes? Because the anecdotes I will tell obviously, but like, you know, in due time. I won't tell now. I'll tell them in due time. But the questions are good because the questions, even if I answer them now, will make me think about them over the course of like my leave of absence, and that way when I come back, I'll have like, I'll be able to sort of maybe give a supplementary answer to the questions I gave you. But they were pretty good questions asked from you guys today. I'm content with the quality of questions. I think the quality of questions is good. Like there are obviously bigger questions, like, you know, the what is love questions, the why, the is it just like a social thing, what is the philosophy of love, you know, like type questions. But I think like you all know that those are the types of questions I'm tackling in the future anyway, so it's like you don't have to ask them now, I suppose. Floor tiles, fitted carpet beige. Okay, fitted carpet beige. Has anyone ever said anything to you that made you just go full on blue screen? Let me think. I have to think about this. Yes, but it's not in the way you think. Okay. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. It's not one of the previous anecdotes, but it's tied to one of the previous anecdotes, or one of the anecdotes I said I would tell. But it is kind of self-contained, so I can tell it now. Okay. Do I say it? I think it's fine. There's nothing about it that's incriminating. There's nothing in this anecdote that would help you identify someone in a crowd of people. And it's just like a little embarrassing is all. Okay, I'll talk about it. So, I was doing auditions for a play. Ask me about the play like more, ask me more details if you want about the play, like June, February, right? But don't, that's one of the anecdotes I had in mind. It was actually just speaking about that whole theater experience. But there's a specific subset, because you asked the question and I realized that is what happened to be. So, okay. So I was doing an audition and I passed. Or at least I figured I passed. And the reason is because although this was an audition for like a play that was, you know, it was like a school play. It was a school production thing. But the reason I was pretty confident like I did pass and I knew I passed is because even though, you know, we're all audition and we don't know if we get in, we just know it when we see the casting sheet. There was only one drama teacher at the time in the whole school, and she was my drama teacher. So and I have drama classes. So like I can figure out, you know, like she doesn't really hide it either. She's just working on like, you know, sorting out who's she's putting on the casting list for stuff. And fuck. Hold on. I'm thinking back to it and I'm just like, I want to bury my head in the sand. Okay. That's what this makes me think of. Okay. Let me think about how I want to proceed with this story. So I knew, or rather I was, you know, well acquainted with the drama teacher because, you know, I have drama classes, and although this was a different thing, it was like a school thing, I pretty much knew I was gonna get into this. Like my audition like worked out for the production. So I then hold on. How I'm gonna have to. How many people? Okay, there's not that many concurrents. Okay, I could say it. I could say it. There's not that many people watching. Some people have left already, so I could say it. I guess I don't know. You can go back and watch the VOD. I'm not, but yeah, I feel less worse. I feel less bad that way. So there was a there was a moment we sat down and there's a person there was a person in my drama class, okay, who, like, I think in hindsight I realized I might have had a crush on her. I don't know, okay, I don't know exactly how I felt then, because, you know, that's a remnant of the past, right? I don't know, but I think in hindsight, when I'm thinking back, when I'm, like, you know, psychoanalyzing myself from, like, and the memories of what happened, I'm like, oh, I probably that, like, it would hold a lot of explanatory power, the way I acted and the certain decisions I made and my reaction to certain things. If I did have a crush on her, like, it would make a lot more sense if at that point what I was experiencing was like a crush, probably, right? That's how I reason with myself. I can hear how red your face is. No, you can't. You don't know me. None of you know me. Anyways, so one of the days, like, we're just like, it's class and we're chilling. You know, it's class and everyone's just kind of working on their own, like, project, their own assessment, whatever. And the drama teacher kind of calls me. It's like, hey, Karis, come over here for a second. And I go, like, what's up? Yeah. I sit down. And she dead ass, like, looks at me. And she asks, do you like... And then it was, like, the name of the girl that, like, I think in hindsight I probably had a crush on. And, like, let's, like, Gargura. You know, Gargura is my stand-in female name for anything. She dead ass just, like, I sat down, I was like, what's up, what's going on? And she just sat down, I was like, do you like Gargura? And I was like, ah. And then that was probably the closest I've had to, like, a blue screen moment, because I was like, and then, like, I felt the quick time event. I felt like the Gargura is my Jane Doe. Exactly. I could use Jane Doe as well, maybe, but, like, yeah, maybe I'll use Jane, because, like, Gargura is a little weird. I think if I say Gargura, people might not understand. Like, they might think I'm making another, like, shark biologist analogy, so I'm not going to use Gargura. I think I'll just use Jane Doe. It helps that, yeah. Anyways, so she sits me down and just straight up, like, stares into my soul and asks, do you like Jane? And I was like, and in my head, I remember very vividly, I saw, like, the quick time event. I saw, like, okay, what is this situation that I got myself into? What is the socially acceptable response I need to make right now so that it's not weird and so I don't hurt anyone's feelings and so that it communicates my point across sufficiently without any sort of embarrassment, right? And so I remember literally in the 2 seconds it took, I probably took about a second and a half or two to say it, but I thought about the entire, like, cascading consequences of the answer to this question. And I just said, yeah. I said, yeah, why? That's how I said. I said yes. Why was my answer. Bearing in mind, that, you know, the context in which this question might have been asked. Because when I asked why, she was just like, "Oh, nothing." And I was like, "Okay, I guess I'll never know then, huh?" But then I quickly figured out exactly what it was. And it was probably because in the play we were doing, she was trying to make sure that whoever was cast opposite to me, because, you know, at the time I didn't know, but in hindsight I realized, it was a Shakespearean play and the character I played had a love interest. Okay. It was a Shakespearean play and the character I played had a love interest. And I think she was trying to gauge whether or not I would have stage chemistry with, like, the other person if I were to like, you know, if I would have to play off of them into like a stage romance. I've already told, I said this already. I don't think I, God. How do you remember? Okay, it was, yeah, it was Midsummer Night's Dream. It was. And like, I was, there's plenty of schools that have done this play. I don't feel like it's too incriminating. It's fine. I don't think there's many schools that have done this play, but if you know me, you'll know, right? There's this, you mentioned you were in a play. Oh, okay. So I haven't told the story, yeah, but I'm in this play. And, I was cast as Demetrius, I think was his name. And there's like an opposite love interest. I forgot what her name is already. I've forgotten everything about the play except my character and except Lysander. Is there Lysander author? I think it's Lysander, yeah. Who was like one of my like close friends. Who was one of my buddies. So it's like it was really fun. Hermia, yeah. And the whole plot is like there's a mix up where it's like technically I had to play off of two romantic interests because there's like a love potion, and then like I had to like, yeah, I have to, like, at first I'm not interested in the girl I end up with, but it's like I have to fall in love with another girl, and then a love potion happens, and then it's mixed up or whatever, and then I fall in love with the another girl. But basically there was a lot of, and I'll tell you, it wasn't very good. I did a horrible job, but like there was a lot of stage, I think, romance that I had to do, and I think my drama teacher was trying to, who's also, you know, the one in charge of casting, obviously, because she's like the only person in charge of the stage production, pretty much. That when I got sat down to ask the question, to be asked the question, she was trying to gauge whether or not there'd be like good stage synergy. Did it end up happening? No. She cast a different person. Okay. She cast a different person to whom, in hindsight, I realized I might have had a crush on. Like, okay, like that's, I'll tell you that much. It was a whole other different person. She's like a, you know, pleasant person, great person to be around. I'm just incredibly awkward. Okay. You have to understand that I just did not know how to deal with that, but it did happen. And I've since grown over it. I think part of it's like, this is a test, you know? It's kind of like, it's like what Diavolo says in part 5 of JoJo, where he goes, "Kore wa shiren," and then he like walks behind a pillar and he takes his shirt off. That's like me, okay? That's like me going like, this is a test. And the test is like, I have to, figure out if I can feign romantic chemistry on a stage set. And the short answer is no. I'm fucking horrible, is the short answer. The long answer is I'm telling you in February. But like for now, this is all you get. Anyways, that's to answer the question. Have you ever had a moment where you blue screened? I don't know if that's what you meant, because I think what you meant was probably like someone did something that made me kind of like maybe crush on them right in front of them. That's not what happened. That's not exactly what the story is, but I guess, but I've never been like shocked. I've never had to like go, holy shit, what the hell? Everything that's ever happened, I'm like, yeah, I expected this. This makes sense to me. Like this is not strange. This makes sense. Got typecasted in high school, so I played an insane angry woman. Insane angry women typecast. My question is why I was cast for a romantic role. Like that is the worst mistake you could make, casting me. Like why would you cast me in a romantic, like as a romantic character? Like I am the opposite of that. I am the least romantic person I have. Okay, well maybe not the least, but I'm the I'm the least romantically interested. Maybe of the people I know. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Point being, that was the closest I've had to the quote-unquote blue screen experience. Yes. I was a kid with a nice voice. Believe me, that is not really true. I think maybe I had a nice voice, but it was not enough to... Because it's like, bless her soul, bless their souls, the two girls that had to work with me on this. But like, okay, fuck it, I'm just telling it now. Fuck it, man. I'll since I'm on, I'll tell it again in February, but I might as well just tell it now. Getting tired now. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. I'll see you next stream, whenever that may be. Fuck, I might as well just tell us now. Basically, one of the anecdotes I wanted to tell for February is how incredibly unromantic how difficult it is for me to like even pretend like I'm romantically interested in someone if I'm not. Like, it's so fucking weird. This was like I'm not a good actor, you know. I'm not that good. I forget my lines. I get told off because I forget them, and then I have to like, you know, rehearse them again, like in rehearsal, and go like, sorry guys, my bad. I'm like along with some other people, but I'm not very capable of putting a lot of emotion into something, because usually I'm just very zero. I'm very like neutral, that if I have to go to 100 really quickly, it's difficult. I try to, of course, but like I'm not very good at it. That said, the most common feedback I'd heard throughout the entire process of like, you know, trying to play this character is, Karis, can you just be a little closer? Can you just you know, like lean onto her a little more? Can you wrap your arms around her and like mean it? Is the most. There was like I'm not a good actor, so there's other feedback I've gotten as well that's like, hey, can you put a bit more energy into this line? Can you deliver this in a way that's like, you know, oh, or you misunderstood this. It's actually this line actually means this, but it's Shakespearean, so, you know, it makes sense, right? Like that, it's confusing because I can't understand Shakespearean English very well. Like I try to, but I'm not very good, right? And I've struggled with all these. By far, the most. Jeremy got told to stop leaving space for Jesus. That's exactly it. That was by far the most common, like the most frequent feedback I would receive, and it was so embarrassing. Like, I couldn't, like, I don't know. I need to leave. I have to leave space for Christ, you know. I have to leave space for Jesus. And I just like, no amount of being bad at all the other things has made it so that I've received more feedback than, please, Karis, can you at least try to pretend like you're in love with this woman? And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good enough job. I'm sorry. I don't know. But the reason it's like a February anecdote is because it's like, you know, it's at this point I have to probably admit, for the story to make sense, for it to be somewhat interesting, I have to kind of say that the reason I suspect this probably is the case. I'm going to put this on the I've decided. Because it's kind of awkward just here, because what about the light for the rest of the room? I don't know what's going on. I'll just leave it here. I think it should be okay. No, hold on. Oh yeah, and it's just this light, you know? I feel like it should be in the middle. I'm going to put it in the middle. Okay. But yeah, by far the most frequent feedback I got was like, can you please pretend like you have a romantic interest in this woman, Karis Ufanor? And me going like, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't try hard enough. I'm gonna try harder now. And it being still not enough. But then it's like by the fourth time you ask Karis Ufanor to be a bit more like romantically involved, and this is the most you could do. It's like the most you could do. It's kind of, you just kind of give up, right? You don't want to hold up the whole production. You got criticized so often, it makes me think he wasn't only making space for Jesus, but for God and the Holy Spirit as well. I had to make space for all three of them. Okay, you don't understand. But it's like, you know those pictures of like Keanu Reeves in public, because he's like married, right? Those pictures like women like take with him, and then how he just kind of, he does like the invisible hand, or he has like his body language is always like kind of facing away. That's very me for real. Except I'm not like taken. Except it's not because I have a wife that would be angry. Actually, you don't know that. Actually, you don't know that. Maybe I am married to your Oshi. You don't know that. Maybe I am married to the other VTuber you watch. You don't know. Anyways, there's just like, it was so difficult because, and part of the reason I suspect it was difficult is because I just didn't have anything to draw from that I really felt like was like a relevant experience that could work in this setting, in this like I just didn't really see how, like, what part of my life do I draw from if I've not really experienced something quite like the way Demetrius has fallen in love with women. Because it's like, it's not just, you know, oh hey, you're kind of chill, you know, let's hang out sometime. It's straight up like Demetrius is falling in love is straight up like, you are now my, like, you are my entire life. It went from 0 to 100. I will die before like giving you up and letting you down, you know. That is just not something I think I've sufficiently experienced, you know, to the point that's like, I can't pretend like I get it because I don't. Favorite anecdote is that I was once shirtless in an undergarments in a men's room and asked him to enjoying the view, and he said, "Do you want me to open the blinds?" My bad. I didn't know you wanted the blinds open. Real, very, very straight man coded. Very real and very straight man coded. This is absolutely what a straight man would say. You make the whole thing blue? Oh, it's kind of weird. You know what? I kind of buy it though. It's sufficiently weird, I think. I was thinking, if I leave your room right now, well, I mean, he's gonna be like, well, do you want me to, you know, drive? Do you do you need any help getting back? I could walk you. Is probably what he was thinking. Therefore, I said again, you're my Oshi. 2025 is the year of self-cess. I hope it is not. That would be very strange. You're married to my Oshi, the orc VTuber? Yes! He just hasn't told you yet. By the time he figures out that there's a philosopher VTuber that exists, he'll probably be very dismissive of it, though. Can you imagine if, like... Oh, that'd be really weird if my favorite orc salaryman actually knew I existed. Yeah, no, that's like, that's straight up like improbable daydreaming scenario, so never mind that. Why is the light switch here? That's very strange. There's no lights on either, but that's not a big deal, I guess, for them. The situation is all funny. It's, guys are. You kind of have to expect guys to be like this is just the way it is. Rectangles and whites. What the hell's the difference? I don't know. I'll buy this and I'll figure it out. Sure. Harris and Randon wedding. I think there might be a cat that's like, that wouldn't appreciate that, so maybe I'm gonna hold off. You know, maybe I will know my place and I'm not gonna intervene. Maybe I won't dive into affairs that are not my own, you know what I mean? Right, okay, there it is. Did I die for a second? Hello? 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 Testing? Testing. Oh shit. Oh, uh-oh. Shit. Am I back? Am I back? It says, oh my god, I'm getting another error. I'm getting the same error I got for inside. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign that I should fuck off. Now. I should leave right now. I was, yeah, okay, I'm here now. Just now I was in, I don't know what's going on, but just now I got the same error as I did. These are different tiles! Shit. Uh-oh. These are different tiles. Fuck. Oh no. Oh, it looks horrible. Ah, turn away. Turn away, turn away, turn away. Oh shit. Oh god, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. No, no, no. We can salvage this. This wall, and then this, and then just, yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah, yep. That's how we fix it. We fixed it. Just thought I was sorry that stunned your stream to signs. I have not. I would, again, right? I have only in very few occasions of my life that I ever actually get stunned into silence, because most of the time when things happen, you know, maybe you lot don't, but I do. When something happens, it's sort of part of the expectation. Like I don't think I've ever been surprised by anything in a very long time. And very few things in my life have really have surprised me. White and gray. Where the hell would the gray be? I think the back is gray. And I'll do white for the sides, maybe. That's what I'll do. Yeah, but very few things have surprised me and sent me into shock. That really was, so when you ask me like the blue screen question, that really was one of the few moments in my life that ever I was like, I did not anticipate having to deal with this situation in any of the simulations that I have run in my head. What the hell do I do? I needed a response right now. I need to choose if I'm saving Kenny or I'm saving Ben. You know, I need to choose between saving Carly and Doug. This is a quick time event with disastrous consequences, and I need to know now how I feel about this. Like, I've never actually felt it's really suffering now, goddamn. Okay, I'm gonna try to move over to just shouting then. Shit. Can I just save and quit? Can I save and quit? Can I save anywhere? Because I'm not even done. I'm like halfway done with the house. Save and exit. Okay. Hold on. I'm not taking those chances. I'm not taking those chances. I'm gonna, like, since it's almost over anyways. And if my game is just bugging the hell out. Never mind. What was I saying? Yeah, very few moments in my life did I really go, holy shit, that's unexpected. I don't know what to do. But otherwise, generally, I know what happens, and because I know what happens, I know how to play it. I don't play things by ear per se. It's more like I've rehearsed everything before it happens. I've rehearsed it all in my head. Does that make sense? Is that a weird thing to say? That might be a little weird. That might be a little weird. I'm gonna supplement that by saying that's just a philosopher thing, okay? That's a philosopher VTuber thing. If you leave, I'll add you in a 30-second voice tweet of me crying. God. Can't cry in command, but if I could, I would. I can. I've mentioned this before. I mentioned it in my like last House Super stream. I could, if needed, I could cry on command. Like I could. But I think I realized that power too little too late. Like now there's just not much. Like if I could do that back then, it'd be a lot more, I'd be a significantly stronger actor, but I couldn't. Now I can, but it's like, you know, I'm sort of past that. I'm sort of past that experience, unfortunately. I'm 60, okay? Like I've retired. I'm 60 years old. Was exclusively, if it was exclusively a shower party, we work some standing showers at different tiles. Yeah, so that makes sense, but there was no shower in the room because like the guy who hired me didn't believe in showers. He just wanted a sauna. He was really suffering right now. It should be okay. Yeah. One of my personal stories is when BF in high school held my hand and did the thing where you stroke the other person's hand with your thumb. The gesture sent me into orbit. I've been told that's a simple thing. It's really easy and it works 100%. It's low risk, high reward. Good strat, very solid strat. Can we do a viewer submitted confessional in February? What the fuck does that even mean? What? Like I'm supposed to absolve you of your sins? Why February? I mean, I guess it makes sense. That's like the second. That's like what? The second. Maybe that's like. No, hold on. I was about to say something. That I don't know if I wanted to say just yet. Like it's to combat all the thirsting that's just being done, not just here, just in general. Like everyone, y'all need like to be blessed. Is that what that's for? Students in a confession will be so slutty that what? Oh, like a confession of like a love confession? I'm not confessing anything until March as a proud Catholic. True and fair. That's what I thought. I guess that's not what you're saying, is it? You're not suggesting I do like what Axel Serios did a while ago. Like the Father Axel streams. I'm not saintly enough to do it, that's for sure. Like if you confess your sins to me, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I understand. I get it. Just try to work on that and be better. I can't be like, I have absolved you. I don't know. I don't know if I can absolve you, but I can tell you what to do going forward. The stream to submit embarrassing stories, ask advice, or just purge our thoughts. Okay. Interesting. Not per se, but there are streams that are going to be themed around those things, maybe. Like, I'm for sure, like, I forgot, was it you or like it was, I forgot who it was. Someone suggested doing an r/relationship advice scroll stream, like a reaction to r/relationship advice. That's what we're doing. For sure, that's what we're doing. And if you want to ask advice while in that stream, you can do that. You can do that as well. If you want embarrassing stories, you're free to tell them, but to some extent it's also, you have to understand that I might ignore it, not because I want to, but because I'm only one person and your chat message might get lost because I can't read it. Also, it's my stream, so it's my stories are more important. The confessional would just make it so that you genuinely preach medieval you need God to us. Maybe if I were to do a stream, I would actually just start reading the Bible, probably, if I had to do a stream like that. I would just read. There would just be a Bible reading stream. God. Y'all need Jesus. Here he is. Embrace the Lord, for he has come. You make a confession stream, I'm gonna have to open some dark pages to see some stuff I wrote that I never want to read again. You don't have to. You really don't. You really don't have to. You really shouldn't, in fact. They're not thoughts, they're actions. I don't need to know. I really don't. I really don't know. If you were just sent coordinates for the confessional, don't worry. It's just we're a DEA agent. The DEA are after me. They don't know. They don't know anything. The DA don't know anything. Attending before February then? Fuck you. My story is that I attended a Rocky Horror aftercast party made out with 6 people under the influence of they're not including my partner. He looked the entire time like that is like, I don't know, is that terrible? Is that like a funny story? I don't know how to react to that because your partner seems like okay with it, or like, you know, it's just kind of then that's good. If your partner is not okay with it, that's kind of fucked up, you know? But again, I don't know what the boundaries and like the agreed upon things you have with people around you are. But all I'm saying is I would literally never do that. All I'm saying is like that is the last thing I would probably do in my life, is probably be like engage in physical intimacy with strangers when I can't even pretend like I'm engaging in very light physical intimacy with people I'm supposed to pretend to do it with. Like if I can't even do it for like, not a job, but you know, if I can't even do it for a role, there's just no way it's happening. Of my own free will. You missed your third Breaking Bad reference? This is the third one? I know the DEA is after me, but they'll never find me. I'm right under their noses. He's like, fine, I guess. I mean, all right. All I can say is like, can't relate. All I can say is like, I don't know. I'm gonna go to the library. I gotta go to my room. I have not enjoyed partying at all at any point, and I realized very quickly it was not for me. You can tell. I think you can really tell very quickly if you enjoy something. I really do. I think generally you should try everything, but you would probably know how you feel about it maybe 10-15 minutes into it. 10-15 minutes into it, you would understand like, oh, okay, this is not what I'm like interested in. Fuck that. I'm good. I'm leaving now. I'm not about this. I'm gonna go back and like cleanse my thoughts and read. Everything makes you kiss girls? I mean, I don't think I've had it, so I don't know. But I know that even under very strong alcoholic influence, I kind of just pass out. Like I don't do anything. Like my intimacy does not come out because it doesn't exist. It's like if you were to get me, like if I'm to get drunk, I'm still going to be pretty much the way I am now, except my words are a bit more like slurred, so I can't speak properly. Maybe I'm a little sadder. No, I think I would probably be a little funnier if I was drunk. I'd probably be a little funnier. I'd probably be a bit more approachable. But then I would kind of just collapse into myself. Like I would just sort of lie down. And all that. Probably. I would, if I were to imagine it. Because it's not happened recently. I don't know. I'm also the philosopher VTuber. And I'm in the Library of Alexandria, and like there's barely any booze here that's of like that I can afford. At least there's booze around. There's a significant amount of alcohol in the library. I just cannot afford it. Okay. I'm just not at a stage in life that I can like afford. Alcohol makes you absolutely convinced I can seduce my friends who are inevitably passing out. Alcohol makes me funnier. Like I think a lot of the jokes I could tell in my head that I scrap, my filter is less powerful. Like it's not as strong when I'm under the influence of alcohol. So I just say shit. And so rather than having like firing 2 shots with 100% accuracy, I end up firing 50 shots with like an 80% accuracy, maybe, or like, you know, something like that. tried it once, fell asleep immediately, and broke out in hives the next day. I'm so sorry. There's probably better ways to experience it, but not by much. You do kind of fall asleep, and then that's it. And if you break out in hives, then, you know, it is what it is. Jeremy, do you instigate drama or fight like a drunk white girl? No, that's the last thing I do. I feel like what alcohol does is it removes your inhibitions. And so when you do something while under alcoholic influence, there's a part of you that stops you from doing it when you're sober. But also these are probably lingering thoughts you have inside you. That's a suspect. I don't know anything about the chemical like process of how alcohol like affects the body and how it's different for different people. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's just, to me, the way I believe the way it works, I think, and I think is I use very loosely because I don't know. I haven't studied this. You lose your inhibitions. You lose the guardrails for what you would otherwise be doing. That would keep you in check if you were sober. So if you were drunk and you did something, okay, you did it. It's not like, you know, you blacked out and you stumbled upon it. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you like, that's totally different. Because if you're drunk and you're being coerced into something and you don't know if you want to do it, then that's totally different. That's totally different. But if you're like just tipsy drunk, right, and you do something that you otherwise wouldn't normally, my suspicion is that you would normally do that. It's just there's a part of you that stops you. But there's an inner part of you that wants to do that even while sober. It's just that when you're sober, your brain is probably like, that's not a good idea at all. You shouldn't. With that in mind, do I instigate drama or fight other people? No, I don't. I've been told that I'm a lot friendlier when I'm drunk. Or like I'm a lot more like I'll express my, like, it'll be the same thoughts. It's just I'm more transparent with my thoughts when I'm drunk, I guess. I don't know. But I don't fight. I don't start drama because I just don't have that. Like, I don't have beef with anyone. I have no enemies. I have no enemies. There is nobody that I dislike that would be in my vicinity. If I, like, the people I dislike tend to just be figures that are very far removed from my life in the first place, and I more dislike them for the actions they do, and they're probably public figures. So it's not really a personal thing. It's more like a, yeah, this guy's a fucking asshole, isn't he? Like, type of thing. Man, I need to start drinking to fit with this crowd. You can enjoy a night without being drunk. Or, like, you know, drinking anything at all. I can imagine, like, there's a sort of, I don't know if there's studies for this, but there should be, because I think it's interesting. But there should be studies of, like, and I should say should in both senses. Should in the sense that, like, there should be more done, and also should in the sense that it's like, I haven't checked, but if I did, I would wager that there is something like this. There should be studies on, like, group, sort of like, viral alcoholism. Maybe it's not the right word, but it's sort of like, you don't have to intoxicate yourself. You just have to be, like, or rather, being in an intoxicated environment kind of makes you, like, it can put you in an intoxication as well, like, to a lesser extent, of course. But if you're surrounded by a bunch of friends who are drunk, you kind of fit into the drunk mood as well. Maybe that's just me. Peer pressure, that's a word. No. I'm not saying peer pressure isn't like when you're surrounded by people drinking, you feel like drinking. I'm saying when you're surrounded by drunk people, you feel a little drunk. That's what I'm saying. Not like, you know, you feel like you want to drink, but more you already feel like you're drinking, even though that's not. Like a group high, is that the word? I don't know. But like there should be some studies on that. I don't know. But it's something I've experienced that I think is interesting, because I've experienced it. There are certain times when there are settings where groups of people were very much on substances that I wasn't on, but also I felt similarly, I feel like I felt similarly to the way they felt. I used the word feel 3 times in that sentence, but that's just because I'm not good with my words. Makes me funny too, but I would definitely talk to unacquainted men with less fear than I know. Yeah, I think that tends to happen. You just have less fear. Same for me as well, I think. Inhibitions are stopping me from being social. What are your pet peeves? My pet peeves are, among other things, and okay, this is one of my pet peeves. I think it fits the definition. One of my pet peeves, for which I also do, like, I do it myself, even though it's a pet peeve for me and I don't really like when other people do it. I do it myself, and like, I feel really bad when I do it myself, right? It's when some people don't realize how loud they're being. That's a pet peeve. I have a pet peeve where people don't know how loud they're being. Because it's one thing to be loud and you to know that you're loud, but it's another that you're loud, but you don't know that you're loud. Or rather, you think you're whispering, you think you're being really like sneaky, but you're not, and it's super obvious. That's a pet peeve I have. I don't know why though. And sometimes it happens to me, especially when I'm wearing headphones. So when I'm streaming, that's what happens. Where like being loud is one thing, but being loud and not knowing how loud you are is a different thing. And that is a bit of a pet peeve of mine, because then it's like, you know, hey, shut up. We're not supposed to, like, we're not supposed to say this out loud. You're supposed to keep it to yourself. Or, you know, maybe like your whispering is not that loud, I can hear you. Or yeah. I don't think I'm whispering though, I just think I'm talking at normal volume, but I'm near shouting. Something like that, yeah. Something like that. That's like a pet peeve. German hates old people. That's what you have. That's what happens when you have to work with them and you're 60 years old and you have to, like, you know. And all they have is a bell, and then they have to ring the bell to tell you, you know, what's going on, and you have to go like A, B, C, D, E, ding. But I myself try not to, and I don't usually, but on occasion when I do, I feel really bad when I don't realize how loud I'm being. But usually I'm the one telling people, hey, let's keep it down, keep it down. I'm sorry, I have poor volume control and auditory processing. I'm not saying you're like a worse person. That's the pet peeve. The idea of a pet peeve is like, it's something that frustrates you a little bit, but it's not like an actual problem, right? Isn't that what a pet peeve is? Am I misunderstanding it? I have to look it up now. You're making me feel bad. Now I have to look it up. Pet peeve. I can't spell. I got it. Pet peeve. A pet peeve, pet aversion, or pet hate is a minor annoyance that an individual finds particularly irritating to a greater degree than the norm. Yeah. So I find it a little more irritating than the norm, but there are things there are much more serious problems that I worry about that, you know, dwarf this annoyance, if you will. But so in terms of pet peeves, this is one of my maybe bigger ones. I think being loud is fine, but not only fucking hell. Being loud is fine. I'm not annoyed at all if someone is being loud and their intention is to be loud. Like, if their intention is to, you know, be loud and annoying, or, you know, just because they're excited and they're shouting and they're just like happy to be about something, then that's totally, that has nothing to do with my pet peeve. I don't have a pet peeve against that at all. It's just when people don't realize they're being louder than they are. Is a pet peeve. But my pet peeve is not with the people. Like, I'm not like, you know, now I hate you because you're louder than usual. It's just like, I will gently, I hope you don't mind. It's actually, you know, it's actually the inverse. I hope you don't hate me, because what I will do is I will gently remind you that you're a little louder than, you know, probably what you intended. And you should not, and I hope you're not mad at me. I hope you're not, you know, annoyed at me for probably not being able to resist the urge to point that out to you. you know? Because that's the thing, is intent, right? So then if you correct me, if you're like, no, actually I did intend to be this loud, I'd be like, oh, okay, never mind then, right? Oh, to carry on, right? But it's kind of like, you should feel bad, you just called me out for having ADHD. That's not what I'm saying. Again, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you are around, if you have ADHD and you're around me, you're gonna have to forgive me, because when you're being louder than you intended, which, you know, is only a guess. I can only surmise a guess how loud you intend to be versus how loud you actually are. I will gently tap you on the shoulder and I'll whisper in your ear and I'll go like, hey, you know, sorry, could you just quiet down a little bit? You know, like, that's what I would do. And you have to forgive me for being annoying, because it's like, you know, my volume is none of your concern, Karis, for now. I'll be like, okay, sorry, my bad, but it's just, you know, I'm a little sensitive is all. Pet peeve is people trying to make everything into an argument. That would be my pet peeve, but it's no longer a pet peeve. It's an annoyance. Like, it's not, because a pet peeve is like, it's a minor thing. It's not that big of a deal, right? That it's just like, oh, I'm just a little, like, I'm just like, it just frustrates you a little bit. No. Like, people trying to make everything into an argument frustrate me a lot, because so many of them exist in philosophy, and it's insane. And academic philosophy almost encourages this attitude, which drives me up a wall. I can't deal with it. I cannot deal with everything being a deconstruction and destruction of someone else's argument. Like, can we build on something rather than try to just dissect it and destroy it? I just think it's more worthwhile and it's more interesting. No, we can't. This is the path of academic philosophy. Okay. Let's go out to intentionally raise our voice into an actual audible level, not the one getting shushed in the library. Yeah, so I wouldn't go out and be like, hey, this is library. You know, I'm not gonna humiliate you in public. That would be a pet peeve. If I saw someone do that, that would be my pet peeve too. Like, I would also have a pet peeve of like, I have another pet peeve, maybe not less pet peeve, more annoyance, but it's still in pet peeve territory, I think. If something doesn't need to be public, I don't think it should be. If there is no necessity, I should rather not see it, you know? And it only goes for things that maybe, like, I think it generally really applies for things that would make other people uncomfortable. Like, if you're having a grievance with someone else in a room, and there's a lot of other people in the room, you shouldn't, like, I think there's some sort of common courtesy, unless, you know, it's something really fucked up, in which case that's a totally different situation, right? Unless it's something that requires public attention, that's a different scenario, right? But if it doesn't require public attention to resolve, you shouldn't call it into public attention. You should resolve the matter privately. If it can and should be resolved privately, you should resolve it privately. On the contrary, I need people to let me know I'm being loud, but I have a friend who will look at me and be like, you are literally screaming, and then immediately seem uninterested in what I say. I try to be gentle when, like, people are louder than they think. I try to be like, hey, sorry, could you just keep it, it's just me, right? Just keep it down. Thank you. Or like, can we keep it down a bit? I don't want to disturb the neighbors or whatever. Dear man, God, look at those extroverts being happy and excited. No, you can be happy and excited. That's great. What I mean is, I don't know. It's just like, are you expressing your happiness and excitement in a way that is more than how you actually feel? Then that's when I think about it. If you are genuinely this happy and this shocked that you would be at this volume, and like, this is the volume you intend to be, at least, or this is just your reaction to it, then I get that. But yeah. It's fucked up. You whisper in my ear, I have a question. Okay. Well, that is okay. It does explain like a lot of things to me. It does make me understand things a bit clearer from like my past experiences, why that would be the case. It's not February. Like, you're allowed to ask the February questions, but it's not February yet. It's not. You're allowed to ask the question. All you are allowed to do is ask the questions. If it's fucked up and you need the homies there to join the jury, then you can resolve it. Exactly. So if it needs to be public, then it should be public. But if it actually does not, if it's just a very small issue, like a misunderstanding or something, then you resolve it quietly. Don't make it everyone's business, you know? Like, I don't need to suddenly have the entire, like, the room doesn't have to suddenly be quiet just because you said something at a like really loud tone that didn't need to be that loud, because it was a very small, insignificant matter that could have resolved privately. That's not oftentimes the case, so it's not like, you know, it's a huge thing I think about, but it does happen sometimes, and it peeves me a little bit. Other than that, I don't know. Other than that, I don't really know what a pet peeve is. I don't really think I have any pet peeves other than these things, because I think everything else is like, it's either like a significant frustration, in which case the matter will be resolved differently, or it is totally insignificant because I don't care at all and I'm completely indifferent to it. For example, I don't know, I'm indifferent to what are some things that I'm indifferent to that are not common? Let me think. I'm indifferent to people who struggle to form sentences and words because they're speaking in a language they're not familiar with and need some extra time. Like, I'm totally indifferent to that. I have a lot of patience. If someone is like, sorry, you know, my English is not that good, I need to take my time to form that sentence, I'm like, please take as much time as you need and tell me if you want me to try to help you, because I don't want to be misunderstood when I say, oh, did you mean this? Like, I don't want it to sound condescending or like I'm trying to correct you or whatever. I'm just trying to help you express yourself in a way that's true. But I understand and recognize that not a lot of people have the patience for that. That is something that is like a peeve people probably have that I personally don't. People make fun of others or like they stutter is awful. Yeah, exactly. Like, your people who stutter, it's like, take your time, form the sentence. Don't worry about it. As long as you can get your point across and your point was worth getting across, then yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here to listen to it. Maybe Mr. Chairman not letting me hit on him for sport. That's the thing, is like, I don't know. Every time that happens, I'm just like, to me, you know what this translates to in my head? This translates in my head to compliments. Like, it's like I'm the waiter. It's like I'm the waiter in a restaurant and I'm serving the dish and you're going like, this dish is incredible. Oh my God. Thank you so much for bringing it to me. And I go like, yeah, you know, I did bring it to you and I didn't spill it. I didn't fuck it up. I put it on your table. I did it service with a smile and everything, but I didn't make the dish, you know. Compliments to the chef. And that's how I feel every time there's a compliment thrown my way about my VTuber model. Is like, I appreciate it, but also it's kind of like, I'll make sure the chef knows. I'll make sure to let the chef know that you enjoy the cooking. Oh. My pet peeve is those parents that embarrass their kids for being kids. I saw a woman announce that her 10-year-old still wets the bed at Walmart. That's not even okay, I understand that you would say that's a pet peeve, but to me that's not a pet peeve. To me that is a significant frustration. That is like, I feel very strongly about. Like, my other pet peeve, when I say a pet peeve, it's not that big of a deal. It really is just like, hey, you know, like, it'd be nice if you could be like, if I could remind you that I think you're being louder than you intended. And if you did intend to be this loud, that's fine. It's okay. But like, this shit is like, this pisses me off. You should not embarrass your kids in public any more than like you already do by existing as like, you know, because parents are embarrassing. That's the fact. Parents are embarrassing to kids. Like, even if you don't think you are, and even if you are not, you are going to be perceived as embarrassing by all the other cool kids, okay? Unless you've got a cool thing going on. And you're like one of the rarer cool parents, right? The least you could do for your kid is not embarrass them any more than they're already embarrassed by being a kid, because they're a kid, right? if you do that shit, like what is the reason? There is no reason for this. There really is no reason for this. And I'm not buying the argument that's like, oh, it's like tough love, you know, it's, you have to embarrass the kids so that they know this behavior is embarrassing so that they'll know to stop doing it. No, there are other ways to do it. There are other ways to do that without embarrassing the kid. There are other ways to do that. No, but we're hitting on you because of your voice and personality. That's not true, because you know what? That's not true either. It's kind of, okay. Everything you see is there's some level of intentionality behind it. I'm choosing to show and present myself in a certain way because this is the way I want to be perceived, right? Like there's a certain, it's kind of like, okay, it's kind of like when I'm watching, okay, like I'm gonna bring up my Oshis again. When I'm watching an NL stream or like an NL like clip, it's funny because when he's talking about like something and he's like, you know, he's telling the anecdote in front of his microphone, I hear his voice through that. But then when there's like, you know, when he's being filmed outside of his, you know, standard streamer setup, like by his wife or something, from like her phone camera, he sounds a little different. He doesn't sound as good as he does with his like streamer setup. His streamer setup does enhance his voice and make it sound like a little better. Like it I think it brings up the lower ends of the voice a bit, and it detones, like it sort of flattens the higher mids, which generally is like the way you want to sound attractive as a male presenting, as a masculine presenting individual. That's how you want to go about voice mixing yourself. And so everything you're perceiving is crafted by I intended for you to perceive this. You wanted to be perceived as a boyfriend. That's not at all what I'm saying. I don't even know what that means. I don't understand. I still don't understand it because I don't know. I'm not gonna comment on that. Anyways. But that made me think, like, yeah, there's an intentionality to the way people present themselves in a way that might be embarrassing if they don't, you know. For example, if it's a streamer, if it's a VTuber, you might feel uncomfortable. So I'm not saying I have a voice. I don't have like a voice changer. It's not, unfortunately, you know, I'm actually just a woman in disguise, which would explain my celebrity crushes and my taste in fictional anime characters, actually. But you know, like, I'm not I'm not like a woman with a voice changer. It'd be very funny if I was. It would be pretty funny if I was. I'm not a woman with a voice changer who sounds extraordinarily different to how I do now. It's just the way I've mixed my microphone settings are, even for something down to my voice. It's been sharpened and polished and refined based on how I hear myself when I speak. And when you speak, you hear yourself differently from the way you're recorded and perceived outside. Did you know that? You might know that. I didn't know for the longest time that I sound like, and no one does, right? Until they really, you know, you put yourself in like a recording or a situation where you hear a recording, you want to die, right? Because when you're speaking, you hear yourself, it sounds different from the way you actually sound to other people. And the reason is because when you're speaking and you're listening to yourself, you hear the like, okay, it's a little exercise, right? Maybe you take your hands and you just put it above your chest, right? As you are speaking, you realize that your chest is like vibrating, right? Because of the vibration of your vocal cords and all that. And like, you are also hearing that in addition to whatever's coming out of your mouth. In addition to whatever's coming out of your mouth when you speak, you're also hearing the vibrato. You're also hearing the vibrations, not vibrato, the vibrations. You're hearing your voice come out of your body from your vocal cords. And that is no one else hears that really, unless they have their ear like planted in your chest. Then maybe they could hear it, right? But like, otherwise, when you hear yourself speak, you are hearing yourself from a flawed perspective, if that makes sense. Not flawed, but from a perspective that is uniquely your own perspective. Other people don't hear you the way you hear yourself. And that's why when you listen to a recording, to me that's why, right? My speculation is that's why when you hear yourself in a recording in your own voice, you go, "Oh, what the hell? That's not what I sound like. Ugh, that's gross." That's my working theory for why that's the case. Why we feel so. I haven't looked into it that much, but I would hope, if I'm wrong, I hope to be corrected, because it's an interesting thing to me. Anyways, the point is, like, I forgot what I was gonna say. I've lost track. Hold on. I think what your thing is, the whole bone resonance thing. It could be. So those, like, you remember when there were toothbrushes that were advertised that, like, it would play Justin Bieber if you brushed your teeth using it, but it would only play it to you, and the way it does it is like through the vibrations of the toothbrush. It's you hear it through your, like, ears or something like that. Toots. Yeah, something to that effect. That's what I mean. Like, sound, that's the same phenomena for why you sound different from how you actually sound. You sound different to yourself than how you actually sound. And I wish I knew that earlier, because I spent all this time training my voice to make it sound like what I hear, for it to be like this. Yeah, I'm happy that I sound like this. This is how I sound. You don't have to be trans to, and by the way, yeah, you don't have to be trans to be interested in voice training. You just need to be, like, into anime to be into voice training. But you train yourself to sound a certain way because you want to sound a certain way, in the same way that you, like, to me, there's vocal exercise. You can, like, not vocal exercise, but you are somewhat capable of influencing your body shape, for example, to a similar extent that you can influence the way you sound to other people. Right. And so, like, I spent so long, like, so many years of my life, probably like at least 50 years of my life, I spent trying to sound, like, perfecting a sound that which upon reflection and realization is actually just this. Like, I only enjoy the sound, I only enjoy hearing myself from my perception. I did not prepare for my voice to be recorded and perceived without the vibrations of my chest as I can listen to myself I speak, which has caused great anguish. Not that great anguish. It's caused a little anguish. It's kind of like looking at a mirror and then looking at a photo. When you look at a mirror, you're like, yeah, this looks fine. I have, I've combed my hair, I've set myself up, I've groomed all of this together to be, this is the way I want to look, exactly. And then you take a photo with someone and you go, yeah, the photo looks good. You look at the photo, you're like, oh my god, I'm hideous, what the hell? This is what I look like to other people. Because it's not mirrored, because when you take a photo, it's not mirrored. When you look at yourself in the mirror, your perception of yourself is mirrored. And that's fucking weird. That is really weird. That is a strange thing to reconcile. But anyways, that's how I feel about just mirrors and, like, but I also have that, I think the same way, I feel the same way for my voice as well, where it's like, this is fucking not it. This isn't what I practiced for. What the hell? So I think what I can tell you, I don't mind speaking on it, because I don't feel like it's not something I'm insecure about personally. I can imagine that this is something some people would be insecure about, but I'm okay with it. I have adjustments on my microphone that make it so that, like, the voice, and I've said it meticulously, I tried to at least, to make it sound as though when I'm listening to myself through the VOD, it sounds like what I sound like to myself when I speak. That's the level of filtering that I do. I guess it is a lever of filtering too, but, like, it's a lever I kind of, like, push, like, sort of adjust accordingly. But it's the level of filtering I do myself. And so this is like a very long way to say everything you see is fabricated, not real. It's fake. Get it twisted. Nothing is real. Get it twisted. The VTuber doesn't know you. Get it twisted. You are never going to have a profound social experience on a live stream chat. That is not going to happen. Get it twisted. The streamer doesn't know you. Get it twisted. One day the streamer is going to stop streaming, and and it's going to leave a much more significant impact in your life than on the streamer's life. Get it twisted. Boom. You're welcome. This is the sad reality of the situation in which I'm going to bring upon everyone in February. Doesn't matter what you practice for, though. People think it's nice. It's true. It's true. It wouldn't be that different. It's not that different. It's just like any difference. I can understand why like people like. I wanted to say how like this makes sense to me. But when you have room with my charisma and verve, I don't know what is verve. Hold on, check. Energy and enthusiasm in the expression of ideas, especially in artistic performance or composition. I don't know why I don't know this word. I should know this. This is a word I should know. Literary aptitude or talent. Interesting. This is a word I should know. I feel like I've read it before, but I forget. It's a good word. I have to keep it in mind. You have to understand I have doomed myself where my only romantic interests are people who are not real and will never be able to return the same romantic attraction towards me, aka all of my celebrity crushes and all of my fictional character crushes. I like, you know, the meme that's like, oh, if the anime girl were real, she wouldn't date you. That's what makes me go like, that's what compels me, you know. That's why I'm so like pulled by that. I think I've come to realize it really is the grass is greener on the other side. It really is like the fruit the fruit that you cannot taste is the sweetest. It really is. It is so Jover. Real, can relate. Good. So like, it's not, you know what, it probably isn't a coincidence that all of my anime crushes are like I would say maybe 80 or 90% of my anime crushes would not be into. Not because I'm like a horrible person or whatever. Like, there's an irreconcilable gap. Like, it would never work. It's not like, oh, it's not gonna work because, oh, I just need to try harder. I need to be, well, better groomed. I need to be more presentable. I need to be more attractive, etc. No, it will never happen. You are doomed to never experience it. Right? I think maybe that's one of the things in fiction, at least, and to some extent in real life. But, you know, to what extent is that? Because celebrity crushes are celebrities, and there's an element of that that's already like an unbreachable gap. But for me, that's why it's never gonna happen. And the fact that it's never gonna happen makes it so, I don't know, it makes it better, which is weird. Do you know there's a philosophical, okay, last thing, because I said I would go 15 minutes ago. I really should go very soon. I should go very, very, very soon. I cannot miss. I have like, I cannot miss my transport. That's all I'm saying. But I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. As soon as I can have them, I don't want them. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just I've romanticized the idea of this unbridgeable gap that will never happen, and this sort of tragic, sweet love is something I think I've internalized as, I think, the most, like, my personal favorite. So, you know, okay, here's another example. One of my favorite anime like romances is actually the romance between Roy Mustang and Riza Hawkeye from Fullmetal Alchemist. And, you know, in hindsight, I realize, or in hindsight, I'm rationalizing in my head and trying to figure myself out, right? Because life is this journey of self-discovery, and such it is always the case that we are unsure of ourselves. But then I was thinking, like, why is that my favorite romance, probably? And I actually think part of the reason is because in canon, Hiromu Arakawa has stated on multiple occasions that Roy and Riza never get together but the only reason they don't ever get together is because of their military duties, and that they have to both kind of fulfill those duties to be a sort of driving political a force of reformation for the political regime that is like in Amestria post the events of Fullmetal Alchemist. So it's like there's an insane amount of chemistry between these two characters. In almost every scene, you can see there's a level of trust and it is love. Like there's a level of that's like between these two characters, but almost tragically, but not tragically, because they're still together, but they're never gonna be together. You know what I mean? Like they will work together and they will accomplish their goals together, but they will never get to like marry. They'll never get to indulge in each other, you know, like in a way that's like they would otherwise if it weren't for the duties and responsibilities they have for like the greater good, right? That's my favorite romance. It's so good. I don't know why, but like that's easily my favorite ship, I think. Just because there's like a, you know what I mean? Okay, maybe this is weird and I'm telling a lot more about myself than I think, where I'm like, oh, it's normal. It's not normal, right? This is not how normal people should, this is not normal behavior, Karis. I don't know, okay? But there's something about this sort of bittersweet, like they can never be together, but it's for the best. And they're both happy, but they can't be as happy as everyone else. That's so like, this is me for real, actually, maybe, I don't know. So it's a situationship. It's not a situationship. It is a romance. It is a mutual attraction, but the only reason they don't like kind of, you know, indulge in this romance privately and with each other is because they have external duties that they must both fulfill. Is hype is lesbians and women in relationships? Okay, women in relationships is not it though. I don't know. That's different. That's not it. Like, cause that is like, that's different from the sort of doomed, like it's never happening. Cause even, okay, I don't want to make it sound weird, but like someone in a relationship could break up. You know, they could break up. They could divorce, you know, something could happen, some tragic thing could happen, I don't know, whatever. It could happen to someone in a relationship so that they're not in a relationship anymore. Like it's not a permanent thing. It is probably okay, I don't want to sound like the voice actor for Miles Morales, okay? I don't want to be like, just because there's a goalie doesn't mean I can score or whatever bullshit people say. That's not what I mean. That is not what I mean. What I mean is it truly could never work. It truly could never happen. And the reason it couldn't happen fills into an almost greater thing that is like a sort of maybe a more like a selfless, bigger picture endeavor. But for you, the individual, it really sucks. That's okay. You know what? Fuck. I've mentioned it like 4 times in this entire stream or something, and I have yet to explain it because I'm like, if you know, you know. I'm just going to explain it, okay? Like, I think over the course of the past 60 years of my life, slowly just sort of come to romanticize myself as like Loki at the end of Loki season 2, where it's like, it's not that he could be selfish. He can choose to be selfish. He can choose to indulge in his friendships, in his, you know, in his romances, in his relationship with his love interest or whatever. He can choose to indulge in being around his friends forever because he has learned the ability to, you know, manipulate his own personal, like, subjective experience of time. You know, he is now he is capable of, just like, spoilers, I'm completely spoilers for Loki season 2, but it's just, I have to say it because I've mentioned it so many times. It does not make any sense. Okay, I didn't spoil that much. I'm gonna like, I spoiled a little bit. I'm gonna put my thinking hand up to indicate that I'm talking about spoilers for Loki season 2, which I have already on this channel on numerous occasions, but I have to do it again. I have to do it again because it gets my thoughts across. It's the only conception of how, this is the only media I know that has ever captured this feeling this well for me. Okay, here's my thing. So Loki, like, towards the end of the series, right, they realize that the fucking thing is gonna blow up. You know, the thing that will stop time, the thing that keeps the fabric of time and multiversal branches together is breaking. Because as a consequence of the actions in season 1 and their insistence on radical free will, right? The idea is like they want radical free will to happen. They do not want it to be just hard determinism, because the way season 1 wrestles with hard determinism, right? It reasons with it deals with the concept of the sacred timeline. It deals with the concept that everything that happened needed to happen exactly the way it did, and here are the time police who are here to police you if you step out of line and cause this multiversal branch. No, we can't have that. Everything must be one timeline, and it must be sacred, and everything has to happen exactly the way it should. You know, so they're hardcore bureaucratic fascists in this fictional determinist setting, right? Like that's what this is. And season 1 deals with, like, kind of liberating people from that and allowing people to enjoy this radical freedom. But as a result of and allowing people to enjoy this radical freedom again and liberating them from this, essentially from this oppression, right? Like, our heroes have to deal with this collapsing problem, which is, how do you allow for this radical agency, this radical freedom to overtake, to not, you know, just destroy everything, the fabric of, you know, space and time and all of that. And this takes the form of, like, oh, there's timelines and they're being held together by a machine, but the machine's gonna blow because there's more and more timelines that are, like, increasingly branching, right? And there's a good amount of time spent in the season trying to figure out how to deal with that. And Loki, I think, throughout this whole journey as well, wants to, like, he wants to save the TV. He wants to save everything from destruction, but he's not sure why, until there's this confrontation. Him and Sylvie, who is, like, his love interest, or like former love interest, right, at this point, asks directly to his face, like, hey, what do you really want? And he goes, like, I just want to save everyone. And she goes, like, that's bullshit, because if you wanted to save everyone, you should, like, if you just cared about everyone, you would let them be in their current lives and you wouldn't bother them ever again. Like, why? Like, you are not undergoing a heroic pursuit. You're undergoing a selfish one. And to which Loki responds, like, in shock and in awe, and, like, he just does, it clicks in his head for the first time. What he wants is what he rationalized in his head was a noble pursuit, turns out to be a selfish one. And in response, he is honest with himself for the first time, I think, or at least he has a very difficult moment of reconciliation with what he actually wants. And he just goes, like, I just want my friends back. You know, I just want to be around my friends and my loved ones. I've never had that, and like, this is all I've ever. I'm getting teary-eyed thinking about this. God, like, he's like, you know, I can't bear to live without, like, my friends and my loved ones. This is, like, my found purpose, and, like, they're the people that make me really happy. And, like, once those words leaves his mouth, he realizes that's what I was chasing for all this time. Okay, and this, you know, sets it up so that in the next few episodes and in the final episode, when everything, he keeps trying different methods, you know, he learns how to, he gains the ability to be able to travel in time for himself. And what does that mean? Well, that means that he doesn't have to be witnessed to the timelines exploding and everything and the world falling apart. He can live selfishly, almost like he has a time machine, and he could just keep going back in time over and over again and just live with his friends forever and be happy and be merry and, you know, like pursue his romantic love interest. He can do all of that. He can hang out with his friends. He can learn physics. He can like he can reunite with his dead brother again. He can do all of those things. Everything he's ever wanted, selfishly fulfilled. He can. But then it's only in that, but it's in the culmination of like the final kind of episode in the arc that it realizes that that's not what he really wants. Like he does not. There is a very deep dissatisfaction in his soul to just essentially hold everyone else hostage to his fantasies, to his selfish desires. And the only way to solve this problem, this impending doom of radical agency destroying the fabric of existence as we know it, is for him to use his ability and knowledge of time and space, you know, his now ability to live in heaven. Essentially, he needs to use the ability that has given him heaven to put himself in hell. He has to, towards the end of the story, he has to reconcile his selfish desires with his more noble pursuits, and he has to kind of sit down at the end of time alone. He cannot be with anyone else. Like that is his fate. That is the fate. That's not like his fate. It doesn't have to be his fate. He can indulge selfishly and not do this, but he knows that deep down he knows that's not the choice to make, right? Deep down he knows the choice to make is to embrace this selfless act of sacrificing himself, like for the greater good of everything. He has to let go of everything for everything to, you know, be able to take place. And this is a sacrifice that, like, and I think there's probably stories that deal with personal sacrifice, that deal with you know, martyrism, like that deal with concepts of balancing selfishness and selflessness. I'm sure there are better stories out there, but this is the story that really made me go like, holy shit, this is me for real. Where I'm like, okay, I think I know what I must do for you, for all of us. I don't think Loki though, like you literally could get into a relationship if you could. That's the point, right? The point is like I think, at least right now, I'm not saying in the future I'm doomed for the rest of time. How are you doing on time? I'm a little okay, but I'm gonna end it right after this anecdote and I'm gonna rush, but I'm a little okay with time. The idea is like I could at any point, like if I wanted to quote unquote get a girlfriend, like I don't think it'd be very difficult. I really could. If that was all if Sharon's gonna stick on the chair for all of us. God. Like if I just wanted to pursue a relationship for my own selfish desires, I think I really could. It would be very, like, I'm not to toot my own horn. And you know what? Remind me to tell the story, remind me to tell an anecdote about being on a train. Ask me about being on a train in February, okay? That's that's my humble brag anecdote, okay? But I'm just saying, like, if this is what I really wanted to pursue, right? Just a relationship with someone who would be romantically interested and involved with me, I could do that. But now is not the time for that. Like, now is not the opportunity. Like, I could do that, but if in doing so, I jeopardize the greater work I could be doing. In the same way that, like, I could indulge selfishly, like Loki with his friends, you know, with his you know, crush / girlfriend / you know, maybe that's a situationship, I don't know. Sylvie, like, he could do that, and he has all the means to do so. But you know deep down that that's not the right choice. At least, like, and for Loki, of course, it's like you're abandoning yourself for the rest of time. I'm not saying I'm gonna be alone forever. I'm just saying I'm probably gonna be alone for the near future because that's just what's necessary. And when I say like Loki's the most just for like me for real character I've ever witnessed, that's what I mean. Is like there is constantly the temptation and the opportunity to just indulge in, you know, the things that might make that, you know, might make me happy, that that I think might fulfill me, but deep down I know that the noble pursuit is the only one I can make, is the only one I wouldn't regret making. And I'm sort of just forced to just not be happy. That's not what I mean. I can, like, it's a little different, right? It's not like I can't be happy. It's just like there are certain things I'm not, that in the interest of the greater good, I shouldn't, like, in the near future indulge in too much, or else I'll, like, just lose time in doing all the things I really want to do right now. Like, can you at least keep my VODs on in the background when you're with your partners? My goal? Okay, not my goal, sorry. I want to figure it out. I want to figure out the bi appeal, okay? Because, listen, I'm a straight man. I'm a heterosexual male. It's unfortunate. I'm a dime a dozen. There's a many of us. But I have... like, men have come up to me, okay? Like, men and women have both come up to me. And all I have to say is, like, if I'm to live myself through my VTuber form, then the idea is, like, this is something you can put on with your spouse, and you're both gonna enjoy this. Whatever that may mean, okay? I don't know what that means exactly. But the idea is, like, I do kind of want, I do want to see the 50-50 gender split in the audience. I think that'd be interesting. Be mindful of time is indeed important. For example, going on for 6.5 hours. Yeah, I know how long it's going. I'm gonna end any moment now. But I guess that's like the final closing thoughts for what I have in mind, for how this is how I view, like, my probably prospects of relationship going into February. And I say this now partially because it's, you know, I want to be transparent about it, but also because I could be totally wrong. And I think if I were wrong, and, like, maybe the course of February corrects me, and I think, like, okay, you know what, actually this doesn't make as much sense as I thought I did, etc., then by all means I'd be very open to it. But for now, that's one of the reasons why I don't indulge in, like, romance media. Here he goes. No, I don't want to see that shit, man. Like, I don't want to, dude. No, I don't want to. Like, I'm happy for Haley Steinfeld. Okay, I'm happy for Chloe Grace Moretz. Okay, I'm happy for Tom Hiddleston. I don't want to be in the chair, man. Like, I don't want to be in the chair in the room. I do not. Put me away somewhere very far away. Like, I don't want to, congratulations. That's really nice. I don't want to be there to see that. Okay. I don't want to, no, fuck that. That's like, it's just watching from the closet. God. So that's okay. You know, I don't want to get too into it. Even during February, I don't know if I really want to get into it, but I cannot understand, like, the follow-up with her. Yeah, I can't understand that, man. I cannot understand the appeal of the chair. You know what I mean? You know, I don't want to say it, but I don't understand the appeal of that. I think it's kind of weird to me. Like, congratulations, good on you. I'm walking away, very far away right now. I don't want to be in the vicinity of this shit happening and going on. Fucking no, thank you. I don't want to, like... Which is also why, like, pornography is weird to me, but whatever. Because doesn't it feel like you're intruding on... like, in the heteronormative stuff, right? Doesn't it kind of feel like you're intruding on something? Like, I shouldn't be around for this. You know what I mean? Doesn't it feel like, okay, you guys got your business, and I'm just kind of like... You know, like, I can't get off to this. I'm not. I really shouldn't. Oh, God. It's like watching... Yeah, exactly. It's like pornography, but in real life. Like, I can't... That's weird to me. You may be the one straight dude who doesn't watch it all. Okay, like, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is... is it's kind of weird the way heteronormative pornography is presented, because don't people feel as if they're like the third wheel, which is kind of unappealing. I don't enjoy I just don't like like it's not, this is not it, this is terrible. How is it so popular? Where's the cognitive, here's why I bring it up, okay, here's why I bring it up. There's a cognitive dissonance going on, because some people, at least straight men I know, right, will indulge in this sort of content. They'll indulge in adult content, they'll indulge in pornography, that is, but will also at the same time in real life are also people who are not privy to like third wheeling. Like, it's not, there's a cognitive dissonance there. Why is that you can enjoy this one thing but not this other thing? Because these two things to me are the same thing. That's all I'm saying. These two things are the same thing to me. Why is there's this cognitive dissonance? What's so different between, you know, you watching something that's heteronormative and you don't have to scour the internet for it, it's everywhere, right? Versus, you know, something, and obviously it's not the only type of adult content exists, of course not, but it's one of the most popular types, but third wheeling is not a popular thing people enjoy. Like, there is a dissonance, and I want to know why. There's this dissonance, okay? It really is I will not lie to you. If I were like, this is something I want to research on, but I don't even know how to begin, like, this scholarly pursuit. I don't know how to begin. GTMI. I'm not saying this is very little to do with me. All I'm pointing out is this, you know, this phenomena in the world that seems to be prevalent around so many people, and I don't understand why that's the case. I want to figure it out. It's just the imagery to get out to, maybe, but it's like, why is there so much of it that is, you know, for lack of a better word, like imagery that doesn't, like there's so much imagery that there's so much of it that gets in the way. Does that make sense? It does not make any sense. This is fucking weird. This is a strange topic. I think it's an interesting topic. It's definitely a February topic, which is only why I'm going to talk about it right now and right before I leave. I presume it's some sort of stimulation that's not accessible at the present moment. But there's like so much more content, adult content, that does not pertain to this level of third wheeling that, you know, is present otherwise. You know what I mean? And you see this also in the same time as like where other people, there's like comments people make. By the way, like that I'll never understand as well. It's just so strange. But it's like, you know, like the comments that are like, the guy should shut up. Well, you don't watch it then if you don't want to. Like, why do you want to watch it with a male then if you cannot tolerate the presence of the man? What? But you're watching the thing with the man in it. Are you a straight man? Are you sure you're a straight man? Like, I don't know. Women just don't watch it as much. That could be true. Like, there's different stimuli. There's different stimuli, audio, visual stuff that people indulge in and get into. Like, I understand it. Okay, I'm not too, like, quote unquote, too innocent. I'm not unaware of what goes on. I just choose not to indulge in it. I just choose not to engage with it very often, at least, because I just don't think it's very interesting. It's kind of whatever to me. Is a silent protagonist? You just kind of want a self-insert cardboard? Now we're getting somewhere. I think it might be the same. It might be the same way people want certain like anime characters to be self-inserts, where, you know, you just want them to be a cardboard cutout. You want the Genshin Impact character to be a blank slate. You want the Honkai Star Rail character to be a blank slate. So you can pretend like they're them, maybe? I don't know. But then it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it's a lot of work for not a lot, for it to be kind of not worth it. Is it not? It's not worth it, is it? I don't know. I'm not too interested. But anyways, like that's the type of conversation I'm willing to have only during February, okay? I'm not talking about this in any other time, but it's not because I don't want to talk about it. It's just I think there's a time and place for it, and I think when we really get like, and I do think it's meaningful. I do think there's reason to discuss these things. There's a reason to think about these things. There's a reason to give it thought. Just there needs to be the right time and place for it. There's a sense of autoandrogynophilia combined with the fact that you cannot magic up whatever you feel. That's a good. I think that's a good answer to the question. So, like, I think these are answers I've heard before to the question, but the question nonetheless still kind of like pervades me. Like, it still always kind of feels like, you know, like when people watch something, it's like, are they pretending to be that person? Are they rooting for the person? Are they not even registering the person existing? Are they registering the person existing, but then there's some way that their cognitive dissonance can help them, you know, get a hold of whatever that is. It's fascinating to me. It's fascinating. That's the type of stuff that's fascinating to me. And I know the last thing you'll believe when a VTuber says, like, they see porn more as an academic topic than like something to indulge in. I know a VTuber is the last person you would trust to mean that, but I think I really do mean that. In like, I think there's a lot of thought that can be put into this. There's a lot of interesting questions that can be asked. There's actually scholarly pursuit and research that could be done with it. It's just that people are too horny. And then they just stop thinking. And I'm like, well, come on, let's think about this a little bit. Isn't that kind of interesting that there's this powerful dissonance going on? It would be a funny story if I managed to avoid detection putting a light shade over my head. Like that, yeah, so at some point, at what point does it get ridiculous? I don't know, I think men should use their imagination like the rest of us. I do think it could be tied to like a lack of imagination. I don't know though. They're too sex brained. No one wants to talk about it. They just want to watch it. Exactly. That's my thing. Is like, okay, can we stop for a moment and just look at it and try to think about that? Like, isn't this really interesting? People are like, no. Either I am, you know, people are thinking either I'm indulging in it right now and I'm finishing my business, and once I have finished, once business is over, I am now departing from it and don't want to ever think about it again. No, we should think about this stuff. It's interesting. Aphantasia affects men more than it does women, so it could explain the lack of imagination. Interesting. I don't know. It's just the type of thing that's like, I could go on and on, but like, it's definitely a more mature topic, which I realize I probably should have prefaced this discussion by saying. It's such a treat when a random comment sends you into a deranged rant. I'm not deranged. I'm very well. In fact, I'm like the least deranged person. Okay. Not only am I not deranged, I am so I'm so normal that I'm the only one. Like, I'm the only one thinking about this stuff. No one else is. Everyone else is just like. Everyone else is just a zombie. Everyone else is a walker. Everyone else is just, oh, you know, like everyone is just not. They've got nothing going on in their head. They're just thinking. They're not thinking, you know, they're just acting, but they're not thinking. And that's no good. We should think about it. We should. A conservative estimate is 60-40 for men and women. Interesting. Aphantasia. I have to look into that. But it's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. But you know, like, it's surely someone has to have really actually given it thought, you know, enough to do significant research in it. I'm sure someone's thought about the question, but I don't think anyone's really done like research into it. You won No Nut November and got a philosophy degree as your reward. I forgot where. I think it was a movie. I was at it was some sort of film I was watching where there was like, it was a scenario where there were a bunch of straight men and then they were being like lured by seductive women. Like the whole scene was set up so that, oh, you know, they're weak-willed and they're gonna be like you know, they're gonna fall into the trap of being seduced by the women who are very incredibly appealing and attractive, right? That's the whole, like, I think, gist of the scene. And then I forgot one of the characters was like the only way you could be immune to this is if you're gay or if you have a philosophy degree. And that has stuck with me ever since. I don't remember what the film was. I don't remember what the scene was. I don't remember if it was even a film. I just remember there was a character who said something like that. There was a character who said something like that. And it has stuck with me. For better or worse. I still don't know how to make of it. I still don't know how to feel about it. But this has happened. And I have thought about it for longer than I should think about. I think. Like, it's funny, but it's also like, there are assumptions being made about my character that I'm not sure I want to agree with. You know? And I want to figure out why there are certain assumptions about my character. I have no clue. I have no clue. Anyways, I say all of these things, and I don't mind sharing some bits of personal information. Not just because I enjoy talking and about myself. Like, I do enjoy talking, and I enjoy talking about myself. But it's also because I hope that and I have to realize that I've been spoilering I'm putting the spoiler thing up. I also kind of I want to make sure that, like, these are conversations that one can have, right? I think it's healthy to think about. It's healthy not to shy away from it, to reflect on, to introspect, to move on. I hope what my introspection allows other people to do is to see how they can introspect into themselves, and in so doing, express themselves in a way that's more genuine. Like, that's the idea. So when I tell you, you know, like, this embarrassing story of me back in theater, like back in a theater production, I hope the takeaway isn't just haha, this is a funny anecdote, but also, like, people experience embarrassing things, and it's okay to feel embarrassed about things, and it's okay to be put in situations where you're uncomfortable, you know, uncomfortable to some degree. Discomfort in itself is not bad. Discomfort can be an indication of something that's bad. There are bad things that will make you feel discomforted, and there are also things that are not bad that will discomfort you as well, right? And I think it's really important to know the difference, and to figure out the difference. I want people to sort of see my openness and willingness to embrace certain topics and ideas and things as a reassurance that, yeah, it's okay to also think about these things yourself. That's the takeaway. I hope that's the takeaway. My brain stores every single stray shot he gets from having a philosophy degree. I have no idea. I feel like I'm watching a child develop into a proto version of NL. Well, yeah, probably. That's probably, like, I hate to admit it, but I do, when I'm watching NL, a part of me does kind of feel like this is just me in 20, 30 years. When I'm done asking the questions about the bigger questions of life and I'm just chilling, I would be NL, like NL would be me in like 30 years. Once I'm like, all right, I understand enough of the universe. I don't need to inquire anymore. I just want to know why people on cruise ships will do certain things. That's me. I mean, you were horrified when the woman appeared in your bed in a dream. I wasn't horrified. I wasn't like, it wasn't like seeing a serial killer. That wasn't like, it wasn't, I was just in shock, and I was like, oh, because it was also like, I didn't know this person is, okay. I think there needs to be something very clear that I've established. 50 minutes overdue when I'm supposed to leave, right? But I do need to reestablish that I didn't know this person in the dream. Like, in the dream, there was no sense of familiarity. There was no sense of like, oh, okay, yeah, this is someone I can trust to be in my space for like this long. Like, it was just some random person. That's why I was like freaking out. Which I suppose is my brain's way of saying, like, this is how I process ASMR streams so far, at least. Is it feels as though I'm being intruded on by people I don't know. And my brain is going like, stranger danger. Get out of here. Maidenless behavior? Mayhaps. Maybe I do remember when I started playing Elden Ring and the guy was like, "You are maidenless," and I'm going like, and me not even trying to defend it, me going like, "Yeah, it is what it is, man." It's rough out here in the lands in between. Is it a dream about being in the chair after the stream? No, please don't. That would actually kind of fuck me. Okay, it wouldn't fuck me up. That would be the type of thing that would actually make me really uncomfortable. That is not good. That is not what I want to deal with. No, thank you. What if it was me in your bed, muscular and sweaty with a rose in my mouth? I would feel about the same, because I also don't know you, and I don't know any of you. You are all strangers to me, just as I am a stranger to you. Just because you know some things that are personal in my life and a story do not mean you know me as a person. You do not. None of this is real. You're not real. There is no social aspect. This is not even parasocial. It's pseudo-social. It's not real. It's just completely fake and it's arbitrary. But it is something you can indulge in your free time as entertainment. And it is something you can do. You can, you know, participate in order to fulfill what is otherwise your actual life that you should be living. But what if we get to know you? Will literally never know me. There's too much about me to know. There is too much information in the 60 years of this philosopher that you're not gonna be able to see every aspect of it. It's the unfortunate truth. What if I wore a mask? You're trying to fish out like the yes from me, but the fact is it's literally never gonna happen. What? Okay, right done. I'm getting out of here. The stream's over. Thank you everyone for joining me for House Flipper today. I flipped some houses, but I spent more time yapping than I did really flipping them. I hope I answered everyone's questions in the prelude to February. It's not the only time you'll be able to ask, so if you didn't find the opportunity to, you can either leave it down in the comments or you can ask me when I come back next month to stream more stuff. I'll be glad to talk about things. I don't think there's anything not worth. I don't think like just because something is romantic or loving or sexual or whatever, like that I would stray away from discussing it. I think it's still totally worth discussing. It's just I wanted to do it during February. That's all. Almost 7 hours. Jesus, I need to stop talking. But to go do something fun, like thinking about the chair, I can think of few things that are less fun. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be very honest. I can think of very few things that are less fun than that. But whatever. I'm going away. I'm gonna go away for probably a month. I might come back from time to time to do like a surprise gorilla stream. I'll talk about certain things, maybe not. Maybe I'll play a game or two. Maybe I will yap just for 7 hours again. I really could. Maybe you'll see a stream with Art Team in it. Probably not though, but maybe you would. Maybe there's a stream in the future where Art Team will be involved. Otherwise though, I'm going to leave. I'm going to pack. Fuck. I'm going to deal with shit. I'm going to deal with so much shit. I need to make sure everything's in. Oh god, yeah. Oh, I have to do. Oh, okay. Oh man. But anyways, I'm going away. Thank you everyone for joining me. Yes, thank you everyone for joining me. I'm going away now. Goodbye. You know, I'm starting to regret February. I do want to say before February begins, though, one last little thing. I mentioned in my Christmas stream, and I know everyone wasn't here for that. So if anyone's like for some reason paying attention to this particular after stream, I originally, when I was doing the Christmas stream, I announced that I had plans to do a karaoke stream every week of February. That was the idea. I wanted to do that. I thought it'd be fun. I thought it'd be exciting. And that was right before I realized I wouldn't be around and I'll be taking some time off. Right? That's right before I realized. So, that's not happening, evidently, because I won't be around. I'm going to instead try to do probably 40 songs in that month, though. Give or take. I'll try to do that instead, because it's like 10 songs for karaoke is generally the way I do it. Maybe I'll just find some way to do Maybe not 4 streams, but maybe I'll find a way to do just 40 songs. Maybe split across 1 or 2 streams. Maybe 2 streams, maybe 3. For February. One of the reasons is because I'm just bad at doing many songs in a row because I need to catch my breath. And I'm not very good at catching my breath. My breathing is just not good. You would think after breathing for 60 years you'd get a little better at it, but you don't. So so that's the reason why I'm gonna probably try to do that during February, among other things. And so roughly what you can expect, you know, if you're staying behind for the post-credit scene, I don't mind giving you a rough outline of what to expect in February. You can expect to see some karaoke streams, of course, where we do some love songs. Like, it's probably what we'll do because it's, you know, it's what's on theme. You can expect to see me scrolling r/relationship advice. I think it'd be funny. You can expect to see some deeper discussions on the philosophies of love, maybe some readings. Expect to see like Plato's dialogue. I forget which one, but the one about love. There's like a... Is it Euthyphro? I forget what the dialogue is. No, it's not that. It's like there's a dialogue about love. I think that's an interesting read. Just Dance stream? No, I don't think I'll do. I'll play some video games that are pertaining to the romance genre. Because, you know, what better time than then to play them, right? Rice Purity Score. We'll, instead of doing, I thought about that originally, but then, you know, someone quickly pointed out that like it's actually kind of, you know, it's not good. Like the Rice Purity Score, like these tests kind of do perpetuate a purity, a conception of purity that might not be very inclusive. So what I'm instead going to do is probably just doing a bunch of those tests, maybe. Is it Plato's Republic? No, I don't think it's the Republic. Republic's different, something else. I saw you mention, sorry, Holiday. I saw you mention, yeah, and I'm sorry. I have to apologize, guys. I remember seeing you mention Plato's Republic a few times in the stream that I just didn't respond to because I was dealing with other questions and it just slipped my mind. But no, we're not reading Republic for March, or for February. You did ask me how I feel about it, and sorry, quick answer is I'll have to reread it again to really be charitable because I read it very early on and I didn't like it, so I just kind of had negative opinions overall and I just meme it. But I want to take it seriously and actually engage with it if I want to give like earnest thoughts. So if you're asking me for any thoughts, I can just tell you for now, I'm not familiar enough to give my opinion. But we'll just be playing some games that pertain to the romance genre. We'll be talking about certain things of that aspect. We'll be scrolling Reddit and making fun of people in r/relationship advice or r/TIFU. We'll be doing what will we doing? We're doing what else are we doing? And that should be it. Yeah, it'll just be fun. And then you get to make fun of me for like not enjoying and finding like dating games really awkward. Yeah, so we're doing online tests. We're probably gonna do an online test stream where I do a bunch of online tests, but I also probably I'll probably also shit on the online tests while I do them. Harry Potter quizzes? Maybe not Harry Potter quizzes. I don't know. We'll do like the specific, like, what is your love types? And then we'll get in, maybe we'll talk about, in order to if I want to garner my, a male audience, I'll probably do, it depends on like what the gender ratio is, honestly, but also because it just depends on what people's reception is. I will either, he's a Hufflepuff? I don't think I'm a Hufflepuff. I think I did the quiz and I was like, I was part of the snakes. I forgot their name. I was in the Snake Clan, Snape Guild. The house with the Slytherin. I was like I think I did a test. The last test I did told me I was a Slytherin. I was like, okay, I guess, sure. I don't really know if it's my style, but okay. But yeah, so we're probably gonna do some tests, but like mostly gonna be shitting on them. See Ravenclaw's me? I don't even know. I didn't even like, I think I watched all the movies, but I didn't really care for it nearly as much as I cared about Percy Jackson, so. I cared about Percy Jackson a lot more than I cared about Harry Potter, and we all know which one got the better movies and the better spin-offs and the better media franchises and the better like franchising potential. Disappointing. But anyways, that's what we're doing. What else? Is there anything else we'll be doing? I will also be answering and entertaining questions of the sort. I've said it once, I'll say it again. The thing's banned. If you want to say it, that's fine. Maybe, yeah, sorry. Oh, I remember now. I remember my train of thought. I wanted to say that if I wanted to garner a male audience, I'll talk about how like I'll talk about the male loneliness epidemic. If I wanted to garner like a male audience, if I wanted to garner male sympathy, if I wanted to if I wanted to garner a female audience, I will just lean more into otome games probably. ASMR, a GFE, BFE experience talking part. I might discuss what that. I might discuss it. I might discuss what the GFE, BFE like thing. How my thoughts on what that is. I might discuss that. Talk about red pill stuff, then progressively make them normal. I'm not gonna lie to you. That is kind of the plan, actually. Like that is the long-term plan, actually. The long-term plan and influence I want to have on impressionable young adults, like young men especially, who might grow into these outright violent influences, is to just play their game, you know. I appeal to the you are alone and it sucks and it feels like women have it easier because they won't understand your loneliness. Like I want to start with that angle and then sort of ease them into an actual understanding of what the problem is, you know. Which love interest are you in Percy Jackson? I'm Leo. I am, if there is a character I am in Percy Jackson, or like in the Heroes of Olympus series, I am Leo, and it's not close. It's not close. I am not anyone else. I am 1000% Leo. I am third wheeling for 99% of the entire series of events that takes place. At least back then when I finished reading it. Right? Like I know there's more now, but like I am 1000% Leo. I am just third wheeling everyone else who is in like a deep fulfilling relationship, and the one time I will have any sort of romantic interest in someone, I am doomed to have to leave them. Okay, that's me. That's me for real, for real. That's how I feel. That's Leo. I feel so strongly about this. You have no idea. God. It's terrible. Let's go 7 hours. Yeah, I know. I'm not unaware of the time. I'm not unaware. It's already 75% male. Why do you need more of them? I'm just anticipating, okay? Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna play a lot of, like, I have a few otome, like, things lined up. And I have a few yaoi things lined up. That's like, well, it's not yaoi. It's like, it's just like it's like an otome game. But I'm like a male VTuber, and because I'm there's some part of your suspension of disbelief that thinks I'm like an anime character. This is yaoi technically, right? So I have to like kind of understand that this is what I'm playing into, and it's fine. Like I understand it. So like if this leans too far in the other direction, I've got my backup plan. That's what I mean. So I want if there's too many women, there's too many of you, and not enough men, I'm gonna start doing that like purple pill stuff, man. I'll go like, you know, male loneliness is real, etc., etc. I don't know. I thought the stream was over. The stream is over. The stream is over. Self-fulfilling prophecy at this point? It might be. We'll see. But anyways, that is what is in store for February. So like, don't get your hopes up. That's what you'll expect. That's what you'll expect to see, and that's what you'll get. Okay, that's what's happening in February. It'll be fun. It'll be exciting. I'm gone for a month, but I won't have too much time in that month to develop or do anything interesting. So I am just on leave. I'm not on research leave. I'm just on leave. I'm on like, I was gonna say maternity leave. I'm not on maternity leave. I'm on leave. Okay. No. I'm gonna end the stream before anyone gets a chance to. I'm ending the stream before anyone gets a chance to comment on that or like react to that. Goodbye. I'm getting out of here.